Dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the seven seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our breath. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean
was holding my hand in the darkness, seeing ghosts down the hallway. There's a presence, bedroom shadows, cloaked and haunting me, cold hand touching me, fear overwhelming me, tapping at my window. I can't bear Is it my imagination or insanity? A strange hum, a flash of light. I'm overcome, nothing but fight. Otherworldly beings taking me in the night. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Looking at my hand, there's something there. Inside of me, I'm feeling oh so scared. Confusion and nasty fear. It wasn't just a nightmare. So loud, so bright, hypnotizing me figures lost in time. I'm tortured, surrounding me tonight. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Where are they taking me? I'm swelling in me. Where are they taking me? Anxiety rising. Was it just in my head? Paralyzing panic. Was it just in my head? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed.
Let me fix this. There we go. All right, folks. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. This is Monday, Macabre Mondays, we're calling it, and Sunday is Supernatural Sunday. And so we have a show for you tonight. We already have some people backstage. Let me bring on my co-host for tonight. What's up, Mr. Richards? How you doing?
Excellent, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I can barely hear him. You want to turn it up? Maybe it's your end. Maybe it's my end. We'll see. Say something else.
Excellent, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, so the hoodie you got, is it cold up there?
No. Well, actually, you know what? It is pretty cold. Considering it's June the 2nd. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's about 10 degrees outside right now.
10 degrees?
They've been spraying like crazy every day, bro. It was 9 degrees or 12 degrees yesterday, and 9 degrees the day before.
You're kidding me. Are you talking
Yeah,
about
9 degrees
Fahrenheit?
centigrade. 9 degrees centigrade.
Oh, okay. I was like,
sorry.
what?
Yeah, you guys do that
Okay,
weird
got it.
Fahrenheit thing.
Because America's got America. That makes me laugh because when I've been all over the world, I've been all over overseas, and when I start describing things in feet, and I got really used to the metric system because I started using meters for everything. So some of my listeners from around the world, I mean, they're like, "What is that in feet? In meters?" And
I prefer feet and inches too, bro. That's just carpentry. That's how you build stuff, right?
Yeah. But I mean, it's crazy because like I got really used to that, and so yards, is just. Do you know the story behind that?
I have no idea. No.
Yeah. Okay. So there was a guy. I'm trying to remember. He was a governor, or he was going to Cuba or something. I can't remember the whole story. God, I just read it the other day, and he was headed to the New World, but then there was a storm that hit, and he ended up like cast away in Cuba.
Okay.
And he was the guy that was supposed to bring the metric system to America or something. I can't remember the whole story. It's really interesting though. And he ended up like a storm, and he ended up shipwrecked, literally in the
Really?
Caribbean. Yeah, and then he
So
didn't make it to Congress or whatever. And so the story is that they voted on it, and he didn't present the metric system, and so they just went with this weird whatever the hell it is that we got. Nobody else has, you know.
I think the centigrade thing, it makes sense because 0 degrees is freezing point, and anything
Mhm,
minus that is -1. You know what I mean? And anything
mhm.
above that is plus. But feet and inches for sure, man, all the way.
So it's been like what 50 degrees in there up there? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, it's been freaking freezing. Yeah,
That is
yeah, it's been
unbelievable, dude. That is
yeah, it's
freaking
been.
crazy. And on another note, gold rebounded. Gold
What's gold
rebounded.
at right now?
It's almost 30. It's like a few cents shy of 3,400. Over the
Nice,
weekend, it dropped down to 32.18 or something.
just
Because when I was at the gun show, I thought about, selling some gold, and like just, um, and I just was like, I backed off. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna wait until it, and I talked to this guy, who was a gold dealer. He was there. He buys gold and silver. And I told him, I said, what do you think is going to happen? We just started talking because I didn't have the gold with me. I was like, I could run back and get it.
Mhm.
And he asked me how much I wanted to sell, and I go, I haven't even thought. I don't know. I don't know. It depends on what the price is, because I know what I paid for it, and I'm
Yeah,
about
right.
I'm about $1,100 up right now per ounce. So yeah, it would be quite a boon to just sell it, and then you'd make $1,100, almost 1,200 per ounce. I would be making on profit. And so I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? I told him, I said, I think gold's going to rebound real quick. If it gets to 35, though, that's real tempting. But we both talked about it, and he gave me his prediction. He thinks it could easily hit 4,500 by the end of
I
the
think
year.
so. Yeah, 45 to 5. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I'm just going to hang on to it until I'm like, and as we speak, gold just went it just went down. It was like that's 33.97.40.
Can
That's
I
not,
admit something right now, real quick?
yeah.
I have to apologize to my friend Curtis because about 20 years ago he was going to buy gold, and I talked him out of it at about $1,100, $1,200 an ounce.
Oh man.
I'm sorry, Curtis. I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm talking about. You should have never taken financial advice from me.
Well, my dad apologizes to me quite often. He's told me this multiple times because he kicks himself because back in 90 or in 2008, I think it was late 2008, my friend Ty was getting married, and folks, we're just talking right here waiting for. We got Scorpion in the chat too. Let's get him on and see what he's doing here. What's going on, Scorpion? How you doing?
What's going on, man? Just another
Okay.
day. Y'all know how it is.
Yeah, the grind.
Hey, buddy.
So here's what do you have here? New to streaming or looking to level up? Check out StreamYard and get to what is that? What is that?
I don't know. I accidentally hit the plus when I was trying to hit the thing to put a comment in here.
So you're just
I hit the
advertising
number
for
sign.
StreamYard? That's awesome because they're not paying us. That's but you
I know
whatever.
I did. Like I said, I did it on accident. I hit the wrong button.
You need to stop having accidents, son.
Well,
All
it
right?
was right. It's right above the button to hit to send in a comment.
See, this is why I'm the leader. Right? This is why I'm the leader.
Yes, it is.
Me and Scorpion have been best friends forever, dude. We've been friends since 1999. That's a long time to be friends.
That's a really long time.
But he's not even one of my oldest friends, man. I got friends from when I was Adam and Heather are my two oldest friends, and I've known them my entire life. And Adrian Watson. So Adam Watson, Adrian Watson, Heather Hamilton are the three people I've known like my entire existence. Like I don't even remember since I was like a baby, toddler, preschool.
That's when I say you grew up with them in Taylor, didn't you?
Yeah, and that's not counting my cousins. I'm talking about people I'm not related to. Of course, I have all these cousins on both sides that I've known their entire lives or my entire lives, and I'm pretty
Small
close
town
to most of
stuff,
them.
right? Growing up in a small town.
Yeah, but I was away. I moved away, and now I have friends though from my town that I grew up in for a few years out in West Texas. I got like several friends that I met from the time I was like 4 or 5. I'm friends with somebody I went to kindergarten with, and I'm friends with like a bunch of people that I went to elementary with because we would go back there all the time because my mother was so connected to the church, and so was my dad.
Nice.
And so we would go back, and all those people, like I would be down there every summer for 2 or 3 weeks, and we'd play together and hang out together. My friend Scott, I was friends with for years and years and years and years and years, who passed away during the vid, I want to say.
What year?
2000, I think he passed away in 22. No, 20, it was 21. One of those two. But I grew up with him, and like, of course, during that whole time period too, I lost Armando and Johnny Henderson, and I lost one of my cousins. It was just, and they all had one thing in common, and I'm not going to say it on here because I don't want to get demonetized or whatever, but they took a substance that started with an R.
Can I say something about that?
As long as you don't say the name or whatever,
I'll just say that my old roommate and somebody that I went to high school with and lived with for many years, he croaked 1 hour after something happened, and my best friend died 4 days later from the exact same thing that.
Yep, and I've already had issues, like, with people I'm close to going into the hospital and they've had to pull. These are the lucky people. They've actually been able to pull these clots out of their arteries. And so one of them I'm very close to, and I told him, I said, man, this is crazy that we're even where we're at,
Do you know what that is? That's silicone nanowiring.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, it is.
Madness. We live in a freaking matrix, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even lost a couple of friends during that time.
Sorry to hear that, buddy.
Yeah.
And they were both around my age too, so I mean.
Yeah, my brother lost one of his friends, and I mean, he was my friend too. It's not like, but my brother had his own friends, I had my own friends, but we kind of shared friends too, but I mean, it was just like in Scorpion, I and my brother all lost two people that we hung out with for 20 years. And a couple of my buddies, man, they're having a bunch of problems now, and they're going through it. And I just was like, dude, they keep saying, man, I wish I would have listened. Speaking of not listening, so this is what happened with my dad, my gold experience. So my friend Ty was getting married, and he was from Colorado, and his family had silver mines, but they also had traded in a lot of gold, for the silver, they turned it into gold, whatever, traded it, whatever.
Had silver mines?
Mm-hmm. They actually going way back, to a place in Colorado, Cripple Creek, Colorado. His great grandfather. Hold on one second. So, are you going to go over there now and do that? So Anthony has to run and go take care of something already. Never ends.
Same building?
No, it's a different complex, but it's one of the
regulars.
One of the 5 trouble spots that we have. He's going to go deal with that. So, do you have your work shirt with you?
Yeah.
Okay, get it done, I guess. Grab me a thing before you go. Appreciate it. So my dad and my friend says, hey, I'm going to get married. I'm going to move to Hawaii. And I'd known this guy at that point. I had known him for almost 15 years, 14 going on 15 years. I'd worked with him, and we were pretty good friends. And my dad was like trying to talk himself out of it. He goes, how well do you know this guy? I was like, I've known him for like almost 15 years. And he wanted $13,000 for the gold that he was selling. But get this, it was well under spot at that time, like a lot. He was discounting it heavily because he needed it and he wanted to get married. And he had a very kind of controlling mother. She was very like meddlesome and stuff. And so she was like not wanting him to marry this girl. So she caused a lot of problems. And so he was just like, look, I just want to sell this and move to Hawaii. And I warned him about moving to Hawaii too, because I told him, I said, dude, my other friend had moved to Hawaii a couple years before, my friend Roger, and he was having some weird things happen in his life. And I warned him, I said, that could be not good. My other friend, who I had been hanging out with since '97, which is Tony's stepdad, he picked up an attachment in Hawaii.
Crazy.
So I warned Ty about that, and it happened to Ty. I told him, I said, this is not, I don't think we are supposed to be living there. That's my opinion. I have a weird thing about Hawaii. I've done a whole show about it, but I think that people end up in a bad situation, going there. And so my dad said, okay, and you're gonna freak when I tell you the end of this, right? So my dad says, look, he's like, how much would it be? And like how much is that you want from me? And I told him, I said, with the business, I just started my business. I said, it's going to cost me, I can come up with about 7 if you can pull the 8. So then about a week goes by. My friend's like, look, I got to have an answer now. I'm about to sell to this other person. And that person was lowballing, but so he went down on it. So I told my dad, I said, it was going to cost us about 12. I said, and I could do 7. You could just do 5. And he was like, he didn't do it.
How many ounces?
So get this. I don't remember the exact number. It was quite a bit. But by today's money, now this was when gold was about almost 1,000 less than it is now. It was about 20, not quite 25. It was like 24.89. So I bought some at Costco, 24.89 per ounce, right? I bought some at Costco for that. And when gold was hovering around that, Scorp, mute your thing just for a minute, buddy. So it was hovering around that, right? Elvira's growling. Come on, Elvira. Come on.
Rebukes those demons, bro.
Yeah. In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. Dude, no, seriously, man. It's like it's all the time, man. Come on, Elvira. It's okay.
What is it with that place, bro?
I'll tell you that story in a minute if you want. I can tell you that. That's a scary story too.
I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, because we don't have anybody in the queue other than Scorp right now. But so here's what happened. By today's money, we would have. I think it's $185,000.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like that is going by $1,000 per ounce ago. So I haven't done the math for that. So it's over that. Yeah. So my dad, he kicks himself all the time because I would have just sat on it because I've been buying it since then. I've been buying it.
It's just 90 ounces, bro.
Yeah. It was something like 80 something ounces. I can't remember exactly how much it was, but it was quite a bit. And he had it in bullion, like bars.
Oh, daddy.
Yeah. Pretty bad. And my dad, he's just like, I can't believe I didn't do that. And Scorp, you've heard him. You've heard my dad lament that before. So, are you there, Scorp?
Yeah.
I think I tossed my buddy about that much.
Yeah. Chris Kramer's in the house. What's up, Chris? How you doing? Chris Kramer. Good friend of the show. Researcher. Respected guy in my mind. Christian Wolf is trying to get in. Christian, your device is not connected. It says device not connected. But yeah, so Scorpion can attest to that because my dad said that one day we were out for my birthday.
I've heard him say it on more than one occasion.
Yeah, and he just kicks himself because we would be sitting in a pretty good position. It would be over 200K right now. Yeah. So I mean, you're looking at like quite a bit of money that we, I think it would be like $240,000 right now. Yeah.
It's like the house I didn't buy in Vancouver for literally $240,000, and now it's worth about $2 million.
Yeah, if I'd have been able to get my crap together, my problem with my credit, I had good credit, but I co-signed for my business partner, and that's my credit up, because he missed a couple payments because he was mailing them in. My partner is a boomer, dude. No offense, but he just me and his daughter had to tell him look, pay it by the computer. What are you doing? We had to bring him into the modern era. Great business guy, but he just messed up. And I told him, I said, that just messed me up, dude, because the house I got now, I could have got for $375. Yeah. It just
he was stuck in his ways.
Yep. And so I've had to eat, let's put it this way. Life's not fair. I know it's not fair, people. I'm not complaining but I have had to eat a lot for other people's mistakes. I mean, it really sucks because I've had to people make mistakes, they mess up and do things, and I have had to just get destroyed because of it, and it's like, I just can't. It's so hard to take. I have so
I've
many.
had my house raided twice because of other people's mistakes, so I understand.
Oh man,
yeah,
golly.
I know.
And they'll destroy everything.
They sure did.
They'll tear up every freaking thing. I've been in a raid. I mean, they weren't after me. We were at a pool party.
Yeah, Scorpio, thank God I wasn't there either.
I was in the middle of one while I was at work.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, they raided the business that Scorpion was doing security at. Not for me. It was when he was working for another company, but they had him at gunpoint. And then
the only reason why I was there is my relief was late. If my relief would have been on time, he'd have been a part of that instead of me.
Yeah. All they did though was tell you, hey, don't work for these people anymore, and you didn't. That was it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Pretty much it. But for me, they just detained me and they kept me asking questions. And I'm like, look, dude, I'm at a party. There's like 50 people there, and a lot of people ran. And I said, I didn't run. And I was in shape back then. I could have scaled that fence and been gone, but I thought, I don't want being bit by a dog or something, by their dogs, they had dogs and everything. And I said, you're ringing my balls here. And I didn't run. I have nothing to hide. I'm not, I knew the guy, but we weren't like buddies or anything. We weren't like friends. And I was like, look, I know who he is, and they're like, did you know that he was dealing drugs? And I'm like, no, I didn't. I really didn't. I didn't see any that he was producing here. I've been in the back at the pool, and so they just kept me there and kept me there and kept me there. Now, the problem is our friend Jerome ran. He took off and he jumped the fence and he went through. So they had me and my brother and Scorp. Were you there too? Were you with us?
No, that was before my time.
Yeah. So that was Squid and Jack and all those guys. So they had us on the curb, and they had my hands behind my back and I'm sitting there and I'm like, dude, I'm falling forward. I'm like, can I please? And they're like, no. And dude, I sat there for 2 hours with those cuffs digging into my wrists. And I said, dude, this is so wrong on so many levels. I'm like, I'm not even doing anything.
And they did the same to me. They accused me of knowing what was going on at that place. And I told them, dude, I sit up front. The only time I go in there is to grab something to eat or use the bathroom. And that's it. I didn't see anything that was going on.
Yeah, but you know what, though? I told you that you should not be at that place. Christian Wolf, what's happening, man? How you doing?
What's up, y'all? First, apologies for passing out last week. Between work, school, and yard work, I just couldn't stay awake and passed out on the stream.
You passed out, huh? I don't remember. Did he pass out?
That was last week, bro.
That was last week. Hey, that's in the past, all right? We don't dwell on the past. All right, so I don't know, because I look at it like Scorp, didn't I tell you that I said these people, it's a game room. You shouldn't be doing security for these people, and you were just like, oh well. I told you.
I was following orders for the company that I was working for. They got the job to them.
Doesn't matter. So, the following orders thing doesn't work.
I actually did ask to transfer to another site, but they wouldn't transfer me. So
yeah,
it was either that or not earn money. Yeah. So it was either go there or not earn money. I decided to go earn money.
And I'm not going to talk ill of the person that ran that company, but that guy, he was so shady, dude. He ended up being a sales guy for us for a while, and all he did was try to scam. And I'm like, dude,
I wanted to kill him.
Yeah. Literally. Let's not even go into that. The guy was so he ended up, I'll tell you this, he ended up not paying Scorpion for an entire month's worth of pay.
Oh no.
And then Scorpion had to pay his, can I tell him the story? I don't want to. Okay, so Scorpion's mother has real bad diabetes, right? And so Scorpion at that time, she's gotten it more under control now, but thank God. Yeah. But Scorpion's mom, they would pay for her medication. Back then she was on this special medication and it was expensive. So Scorpion, his brothers and sisters would chip in their money, and Scorpion had his bills to pay. He was living with us. He has to pay his rent and his bills and stuff. And so this little punk, he goes, I have a need greater than yours.
Whoa.
I was like, how are you going to sit up there and take this? And he worked August, which is the most brutal month in the history of mankind here in Texas.
31 days, and I think I only had like one
Straight
day off that
through,
entire month.
maybe one day off, yeah. And so he worked at this job site for this guy, and he did it.
It was outside.
Outside in August in the heat, and he would go in at 6 o'clock when it's hot, you know, and work until 6 in the morning.
Wow.
And I said, how are you going to work this guy? And he's like, well, who are you, his lawyer? I'm like, I'm a guy who's actually trying to help you. You don't understand like the situation you're in. And so me and Scorp have brothers now, not our real brothers, but they're our brothers. And you know, we haven't been those kind of people in a long time, but when you mess with people's money, you mess with people's family. My dad always said, you mess with the man's wife, his truck, his dog, or his money. He's like, expect to get killed. My dad used to tell me that. So I told this guy.
I actually do have a brother, even though we're not on the best of terms. I called him to take me over there, and if it wasn't for Diablo and Wolf, my brother was going to go to the apartment we were staying at and take me down there.
Yeah, and then Loki was going to go take you too, and so was Willie, because you were calling all of our brothers, and I told everybody, don't do this, let me deal with it. Eventually Scorpion did get there. He did show up, and I explained to him, I said, you don't understand how people are when you mess with things with people, mess with their money. This is what happens. You're going to be in trouble. Yep. And so thank God my business partner, which is one of the reasons why we're still close, you know, he stepped in and he made this guy make it right. So he had a bar, and I ended up taking it as payment. You know, it was an account. He had a really lucrative account. And then the account that Scorpion worked at, I took that one from him, and then I took his truck. And so because he not only did he owe Scorpion, he owed me, and then he owed two other guys that worked for us too, a guy named Patrick and another guy named Jesus. And so to pay back those guys and to pay him, you know, he had to forfeit some things. And then he tried to split hairs with me about the toolbox or whatever. Toolbox. And I'm like, dude, you're fortunate that nobody's done anything to you.
Yeah,
those other two guys were ex-military vets, and they were very upset. But he didn't take as much as he did from Scorp. But I told him, I said, dude, you know, Scorpion's got a lot of family, a lot of friends like me and a bunch of my brothers, and they're going to come here, and I can't guarantee your safety, dude. You're stupid. He was a stupid man. I told him, you're a stupid little man, dude.
They think they're untouchable, eh?
Mm-hmm. Well, he eventually got his ass whooped by this guy from Mexico named Elias, who was a hairstylist. And, you know, you think of a guy, hairstyles, you think of some little, you know, but this dude was not. He was a commissioned guy, he carries a gun and all that. And he warned him, and he kept on and kept on. So eventually that dude told him to come outside. And I'm not going to say the guy's name, because the guy that runs a company here, and he thought he was our rival for a while. He wasn't. he walked outside, and when he got outside the building, Elias grabbed him and then beat the crap out of him. Yep. And I was standing right there with one of the other guys that contracted for us, because you know, people have their own companies and they'll subcontract and whatever. One of the subs was there, and we were watching, and he just got his ass beat. And same sub
had got there because you stopped it from going too far.
Yeah, I stopped it from going too far. But the other sub, that's my friend Joe, he was there when this fight was going on, and our neighbor people, they were like this computer startup company, and they're out there.
Nobody liked that guy anyway.
They were just like in shock that people were fighting like that. And so I was standing there by the door, and Joe and him, that same guy, had gotten into it too, but it got broken up real quick by my business partner. And so finally after that, I told my business partner, I said, dude, this guy is a villain, dude. And the secretary, our secretary, had caught the thievery he was doing. He was stealing, and I can't even get into it. And so we ended up suing him and firing him and whatever. And he was so, and he would use the Bible for everything. He would wave the Bible around and say it made him
out of here.
Yeah, no, dude, for real.
He would. Seriously, he would. He thought he was holier than thou.
And stealing off you.
Mm-hmm. And stealing from our
clients. He thought he was holier than thou while playing Money Changer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was horrible. He was a horrible guy. He runs a company now, but he's been punished. Like the board won't let him put his name on anything, so he has it in his wife's name. But he's awful. He's awful, dude. He still owed me money, and then we did some subcontract work for him, and he gave me my tax thing and tried to charge me a bunch more money I was like, dude, I didn't work that. The most crooked individual, but all he does is talk about God, and he's a sexual deviant on top of it. And you're just like, dude. I mean, I'm talking perverse. One of the ladies that worked for us told us some weird stuff that he was doing with one of the women that worked for him, and they ended up
his wife
let him go. Yeah, we're not going to get into that.
Wife.
His own wife, dude. Yeah, his own wife was like just wild, dude. These people were just nuts, dude. And you would think, how do these people exist? Like, how are these real people? But it's unbelievable how many like those kind of people exist, and you'll run into them all the time.
Yeah.
And so you're just like, what's up, JD? JD 1975, my man. But JD, I got bad news for you, dude. My ops, they found out my secret. They found out that I am a Nazi. I am a bigot because I use 88. So people have asked me before about this. I'm going to just go ahead and reiterate why I use the number 88. First and foremost, I believe in, this numbers, 8 plus 8 equals 7. I know it sounds crazy, but it breaks down to 7. So it's 1 and 6. It's 16. So you break it down to one number, it's 7. 7's my life path. And the most importantly, Michael Irvin is my favorite football player. And Scorpion here knows that ever since we were young, I've always loved Michael Irvin, dude. The day Michael Irvin got hurt in Philadelphia, I hated the Eagles before, but now I really hate the Eagles because he was to me, they say Bill Bates, or Bob Lilly, but I think Michael Irvin embodied the Cowboys more than anybody. And before that, it was Drew Pearson. And after that, after Irvin, it was Des Bryant. They all wore number 88. So I'm a huge Cowboys fan. I just disgusted by Jerry Jones. Just sucks. I can't stand EP. I can't stand that he's running that organization. But yeah, just so you know, folks, I'm not going Kanye on you or whatever. But although I do think Kanye has been screwed with, I can tell you that. I do have some sympathies there. But I just think it's funny, though. Do what?
He's a clone, isn't he?
Who, Kanye? I don't think so. I think he's just a man who's been getting jacked with. Exactly, JD. Jerry needs to sell that team, man. He needs to get away from us and leave us alone, dude. But definitely love Michael Irvin, man. And also, Michael Irvin came to Pan Am when I was young, and I was first coaching boxing for the underprivileged kids out there, who I could relate to because I was one of them, and I grew up pretty hard. So I was coaching, and Michael Irvin comes and talks to my kids about not doing drugs. And then 2 seasons later, he's like in trouble. And I saw him at the Texan Mart, which a lot of those Cowboys, when they would practice over at what's it called? The St. Edwards, they would go there. And I ran into Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman, and Charles Haley. Unbelievable. And Mike Irvin remembered me. He was like, "Oh yeah, you're from the boxing." And I was like, and I told him, I said, "Dude, what are you doing, man?" And Charles Haley, Charles is a really, that is a man beast right there. That dude he is intense. He comes up and he's like, "You want me to kick his ass for you?" Like, I'm standing there. I was like, "Please don't." He goes, "I will." And Michael Irvin's like, "You better not. I got my heater, bro. Don't be messing with me." And like, Charles just grabs him, but dude, when he grabbed Mike, and Mike's a big guy, he just looked like Charles was just moving him around like a doll. Charles Haley, that dude was a beast. And so I watched them at practice. I took my little cousins there to watch them practice, and I got to know a few of them because Michael Irvin was nice enough to introduce me to some of them. And dude, it was crazy when you see Charles Haley, who's not the biggest guy, but he would, and the Cowboys' offensive line was phenomenal. So practicing against them was not like practicing against, a normal squad. And he would be getting around these guys. It was unbelievable to watch him play, watch him practice. But yeah, Michael Irvin, 88. I've just always loved Michael Irvin, dude. I had a big poster of him when I was a kid in my room. Him, Jay Novacek, Darren Woodson,
Tony Romo.
Tony Romo. That's later on. But I had the pleasure of meeting Woodson with Larry Brown. Larry Brown came to our club, and then a couple weeks later, he brought him, and I thought that was freaking badass. I got to wear their Super Bowl rings and talk to him and hang out with him. Scorp, were you there when Larry Brown came in? I don't know if you were there that night. I think we lost Scorp. Scorp has been abducted. But anyway, yeah, those were my peeps, man. I love the Cowboys, man. But yeah, so that's the new lie rolled out by the ops, Richards, that I am using 88 because it stands for HH, which means Heil.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
so
that's stupid.
just like, dude. So yeah, so that's it. So I'm apparently I'm a Mexican goose stepper, according to these people, dude. I don't know.
Amazing. They really clutch at straws, don't they?
Dude, they are trying to grasp for anything. And then they said that I'm racist against Cherokee, and I'm like, I'm Comanche, like a quarter, you know. But I'm not. I don't go around trying to, claim people's heritage or anything like that. I'm just me. And I think it's really ridiculous how they'll go to any links. They started the rumor that I was gay, and then they said I was when I denounced it or whatever. They said, "Oh, he's homophobic." You can't win for losing.
You'll always be my bear, bro.
Oh my gosh! Don't say things like that, man. That's how rumors get started, right there. That's how my dad, whenever these Jehovah's Witnesses, I used to feel bad for them and the Mormons. They'd come and knock on our door, and my dad would open the door. He'd go to the door in his underwear.
Awesome.
When shift work, he'd be like, his hair would stick up on one side, and he'd open the door. My dad had these 2 false teeth. He got them knocked out when he was young, and so he would take them out, and he always took real good care of them, but he didn't. He always had like really good teeth. He always has had that, So did my mom. So I'm lucky. I've never had a cavity. But he walks up, never, almost 50 years, never had a cavity. And so my dad walked up and he would tell these people, like, what are you selling? He goes, and if I'm standing here, you're going to tell me about Jesus, you better be Jesus. And they would just look at my dad and they'd see this big guy. My dad's he's not fat, dude. My dad's just a big dude, man. And they would look at him and they'd just be like, oh, okay. And they would just like slink away because my dad's standing there in his underwear. And he would just run up and answer the door and just stand there, and he's like, I'm tired. I work shift work.
Awesome.
Dude. And they would not stay. They would always, and he would just be like, it's crazy, dude.
Yeah, you got to mess with them, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I had them come in the house a few times and just made them coffee and preach to them, proselytize to them back and forth. And we never got anywhere. They would just go back on their bikes and leave. The Jehovah's Witnesses would leave the watchtower, and I would just be like, yeah, man, I'll read it, but I'm not going to go along with it, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So what do we got going on here? Let's start off with Christian Wolf. What do you have? You said you fell asleep. What's going on, man? Tell me.
Well, little background on me. I used to do construction for 7 years straight. All in all, I worked in about roughly 13 to 1400 houses. In that time, I came across one that screwed me and a whole crew up.
Where was this at?
It was remodeled in Mississippi. I believe the house is from the 40s or the 50s.
So what happened?
Well, there's 5 people on this team. 2 ex-military, 2 ex-cons, and me, the only one with a clean record. We go in. Now we're lively. We like having fun whenever we work. Keeps us interesting, keeps us sane. When we went in that house, everything just went wrong. Tools would go missing. We would feel completely drained no matter how much coffee we had. More than one occasion, we found someone asleep in a closet. And I don't know how to put this. My mom, she's explained it to me that our family's more sensitive. He said it goes back to my grandmother and all that. I'm not sure how much faith you put into that, but yeah.
Well, sensitivity is a big thing. If you're able to see into the spirit world, that's, I mean, that will give you a gift, that you can use. Some people would consider it a curse, though. I mean, and there's people that can see Bigfoot and things like that that other people can't see. That's why they run into these things.
Whenever I would step foot off of out of the truck and onto this land, I can always tell if there's something there because I'll get the same sensations: nausea, lightheadedness, and dizziness. And that's only happened a couple of times at different locations where I've had experiences. And I've had experiences since I was about 5 years old.
How old are you now?
I'm almost 30. I'll be 30 in August.
Okay, but you say you feel like you have what we call the eye, but you've had experiences since you were 5. Now, do you not remember before you were 5, or you just remember like since you were
No,
5?
sir.
Okay.
The most recent I can remember is something that happened when I was 5.
Okay. Your generation has this thing where they don't really, y'all don't have memories from when you were. It's a really weird thing. I don't know, Dick, if you've ever
But
noticed that, but they don't remember their childhoods very well.
I've heard that.
majority of my time before I was 5 was spent in hospitals. Nearly died a couple of times due to complications from being a preemie.
You died?
Nearly died a couple of times.
Wow.
But anyway, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask, like, so what other things, like, what is your first memory of something happening to you?
My first memory is when we first moved into the house that we live in now. I was 5 years old, middle of the night, wanted to get something to drink from a sink in the kitchen. I hear some shuffling around in the cabinet, and I see 3 cabinet doors open up. I figure, hey, it's my sisters, they're up messing around. So I go check their rooms, they're out cold.
So that's your first memory of
That's the
something?
first memory of an experience.
Hmm.
Yeah,
What
that's
about,
okay.
and like, was that like a regular occurrence? Was that like a regular occurring thing? Or, I mean, what can you tell me about that? Like, how did it progress and get worse? Did you see entities? What happened?
I saw a shadow figure. I was using the fridge for reference. I'd say it's about 6, 7 feet tall. Fridge is about 6.5 feet.
How old were you the first time you saw one?
First time I saw one, I was about 8 years old.
Wow. And the house, was it the same house that the cabinets were open?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Was it like a regular occurrence, or what was it?
It'd be stretched out. I'd say there was maybe one occurrence every handful of months.
Wow. And so as a child, and how did you deal with that? Because I mean, I know a lot of kids, it's horrible because they have to go through this and then they have to go to school and you really can't talk to people about it because they'll mock you or make fun of you. I had a few friends that lived, like, I had a friend that lived, my friend Scott, I talked about a little bit earlier. He had a haunted house when we were kids out in West Texas. I can't really say ours was too bad. I remember a couple little things, but I knew something was there, but it wasn't malevolent, obviously. I think it was somebody that used to live there. I really do. And she wasn't mean or anything like that. The guy that sold us the house, his wife had died in it. So he moved out. And so yeah, there was some stuff that went on there. And I think that because he looked very sad. Like, that guy was, he had obviously been crying the first time I saw him, and they were moving their stuff out. We were just moving our stuff in. And the guy's wife had passed in there. I found that out from the neighbor's granddaughter. And so that would explain the woman that I would see sometimes.
Okay.
But I didn't feel, like I said, it wasn't like a malevolent. I didn't feel like it was evil. I didn't. I never felt anything like that. Sometimes I would be there. Me and my sister, she'd be in her room, I'd be in mine. Later on, as we after we remodeled and we made it into a 3-bedroom. We moved in. It was a 2-bedroom, small house. And my parents added on to it, made it like a third bigger, and it was. I would hear things, see things, whatever, but it wasn't real bad. That was in West Texas. But my friend Scott's house, and I thank goodness because that he had a house because him and his friend Josh, or his cousin Josh, who's had my name, their house was really haunted, and we all went over there and they had one of those above ground pools, for the summer, and we were like jumping in it and doing stuff. And I didn't see this, but like my friend said, he saw a woman like standing there looking out the window with red eyes, which is really creepy. And so when we were at school at lunchtime, whatever, we would all be talking about this stuff. So I didn't feel like I'm totally weird because I saw a woman that probably wasn't alive anymore. But a lot of kids, though, they don't get that luxury, and they'll go to school, and I hear people talk about this, especially from my generation, and they'll be like, "Yeah," and I said something at school, and then people start making fun of them. So that is another thing. Like on top of having to deal with all of that, crap, then you got the kids being cruel to you too, because obviously you're a weirdo because you've seen ghosts or cryptids, or had alien abduction. I remember. Go ahead.
I'll put it this way. In school, I didn't talk about it. I was discouraged talking about it.
What did you say? Were you in elementary?
I was in 6th grade. I'm not sure if you'd consider that elementary or middle.
That's like the beginning of middle school. But yeah, what happened?
This guy and I, we were friends since about kindergarten. I finally got the guts up to tell somebody, hey, I think there's something going on in my house. My family, father especially, discouraged me talking about it. They're going to think you're a creep. They're going to think you're a weirdo, and you're going to be ostracized.
Yep.
And you weren't wrong. First thing my buddy did was go and raise the freak flag. Sorry for that word.
Freak? I mean, I think Diddy's made that a household word at this point. I think it's pretty much like,
yeah, that was the word everybody used for someone that was different. They were a freak.
Yeah. Well, Scorpion, you had some weird. We'll get into yours in a minute here, but go ahead, Christian. So what else happened to you? Anything else that's noteworthy?
Let's see. After my grandfather passed in 2010, I could always feel him around, and I'm very glad that he had my back after working in that house. This is, even here, it's going to sound crazy what I'm about to say. Something followed me from that house. I'm not sure. Long story short, I've been sober for 7 years. I've never done drugs. I get home from work in a 12-hour shift. Tired, just want to sleep. Lay down, crash, remote's on the TV stand. I wake up, the TV's on. I can't move a muscle other than my eyes. When I'm looking at the TV, and please don't think I'm crazy, this red mist started appearing in the screen. And out of this red mist, a horned figure appeared.
No doubt.
I'm screaming at myself, wake up, you idiot, move, something is wrong. Then, I don't know, I feel this warm presence on my back. And I hear the words, Bojack, wake up. So I joked up. The only person in my life that has ever called me Bojack was my grandfather. And he passed 12 years before this happened.
So you think that it was him? that woke you up?
I believe so. He's the only one that's ever called me Bojack.
My dog continues to growl. Oh, wow. That's interesting. I see a shadow right there.
The Lord rebukes it in Jesus' name.
Oh, thank goodness. Never mind. It's the lawyer next door, one of the lawyers.
Mm.
The lawyer's office. Thank goodness. I was sitting there going like, oh, boy.
Dog's smart growling at a lawyer.
They're actually pretty good guys, man. I know them. But they are black people, so I need to let them know that, hey, guys, I'm racist.
Yeah, so is my dog.
Yeah, and I trained my dog to be that way because now I'm a bigot. So I didn't know I was old school bigot. Scorpion, you're full blooded. What are you? You're Hispanic and Navajo. You got to go, dude. You can't hang out with me anymore. Sorry, man.
I guess not.
And it's a shame, but my best friend Willie that died a few years ago, he was black too. I need to tell him, sorry, Willie. All these years, I hid it from you. You know, you lived with us for 5 years, man. I hid it very well. I hid it in plain sight. Every day I would salute to the flag of the whatever the just so stupid.
The GNA.
I can't even say it with a straight face. But you know, but Christian, so you had all this going on in your house, or when you were in the houses you lived in when you were growing up, and you had sleep paralysis. That's like that's a horrific thing. How long ago was that?
It was about 5 years ago.
That's not even that long ago, dude. And was that the last time you had it?
That was the last day that I worked on that house. I called my boss up, said, hey, you want to finish that house? You do. I'm out. I can't keep doing this. Majority of the crew agreed with me.
Yeah, I can't, you know, and I can tell you this. Okay, I've done a lot of construction security, which led me to starting a construction company, but which is hard because there's a lot of moving parts. But it was, you know, anytime there was a build, and we were the ones that had to go and work the security there. Scorpion can tell you this. Remember that place we worked at on Congress? Don't say the name of it because, well, it's something else now. So I guess it doesn't matter. You can say it. What was that place called that we worked together? That place was haunted as shit, dude. I'm even
South
lying,
Congress?
dude. Yes, on Congress. What was it called? The Lux? Or what was that place? What was the company that built that?
Ascension or Alexian.
Lexian, yeah. And then that lady, remember that lady from Sweden that kept coming up and she was screaming at you because you took her hours. she tried to hit Scorpion with a bag of food. She was so weird. She was like, why they give you the hours and not me? She was so mad. She was from Sweden, dude. She's a little Swedish lady, but she was so mad. And I had to she was all wound up. So I had to give her a ride home and calm her down. And she kept telling me that Scorpion was a bad guy and that he had went into the office I said, no, he's not. You kept leaving post. That's why because we worked for this company, and the guy we worked for, I'd worked for him off and on for years. His name was John Jackson, ex-Marine. Jackson was a good guy, man. Me and Jackson were we were tight. But he told me, he's like, man, that woman's crazy, dude. He can't, you know. So she came over there one day, and but on the way home, I gave her a ride. She didn't live that far away. I felt bad for her. She started telling me about the ghosts there. Now, you don't know if this person is like a crazy person, you know what I mean? Or if she's being really honest and she's really seeing. I believe she was seeing these things, but I didn't know her that well. I just knew she had flipped out on Scorp. And so she hit him with a bag. Remember, she had bread and stuff in the bag, and she got mad because
she had her lunch with her.
Lunch. And
she had her lunch with her, and she swung it at me. When I blocked it, I broke the bag, and all of her food fell out.
Yeah,
I felt bad for doing that, but
she blamed him. She goes, he smushed my bread. I was like, I couldn't help. I was laughing. She's like 4'9". Is a little diminutive person. and she was just
What
she
is
was
it with ladies
Italian,
that are 4'9" and being mean? Hell, my grandma, she made her mad. She was about that tall too, and she was
about the
mean as
same
hell
way.
whenever you picked her off.
So Christian Wolf, let me explain to you what this has to do with the price of rice in China. Basically, you know, this is me and Scorp worked and it was a construction site and it was really haunted. Like,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not even joking, dude. Like, I went up. This is what happened to me when I went up there. I forgot about this. We were talking about it, but like a couple of years ago. We were talking about this.
yeah.
But we were we were talking to Kenny. We were
Kenny.
telling Kenny. We were exchanging ghost stories with Kenny and Loki. So I was up there looking for Scorp. I drove into the complex and it was being built, right, guys? But it was like a half a square type thing, you know, like it was like this, like an L, you know.
Yeah.
And I saw a door open upstairs, and I thought, oh, Scorp's up because you know you have to put your stuff in one of the rooms up there, you know, in one of the apartments, and it was an apartment complex, and then you could use the bathroom. So the superintendent was cool. He would leave, you know, like the door open or whatever for one of the apartments, and he would tell us, "Hey, man, y'all can use the bathroom in there." His name was Brian. I remember that. And so,
Yeah, he was a pretty cool dude.
Brian, yeah, he's a pretty cool dude. He was an older dude, and I said he must be up there. So I'm looking at that door, and I'm waiting for Scorpion to come out. And then the door closes, and all I saw was the darkness in there, and I'm like, "What is he doing?" You know, like I'm sitting here going, "Like, what is he doing?" You know, it was like 5:50.
Oh yeah, I remember. I wasn't even up there. I was on another floor.
Yeah, yeah. And then here comes Scorp from the other side, and I hear the door handle. I'm like, "Whoa!" And I jump and I move, and my eyes were staring at that spot. And then Scorp comes from the other side and opens the door, and I unlock the door to the truck, and I was like, were you up there? And he goes, no. And I said, crap. So, you know, doing
I
security.
told him all the doors up there were locked when I
We're
went up there.
locked. Yeah. And I said, dude, we're security though. We have to go up there and check to make sure that that's not a homeless person up there, you know? And so when I'm walking up the steps, I can't remember that lady's name. Olga, she had like a very like Scandinavian name. Greta, there you go, Greta. We were walking up the stairs, and what Greta was telling me started going around in my head, dude. And I'm like going, oh. And so I get up there, you know, and I can't remember. I think we were armed at that time. I think we were commissioned. I can't remember but anyway.
You were, I wasn't, but I was carrying around. I was carrying around the taser.
You were carrying a taser or whatever. But so I walk in and I'm like, hey, we're security, you know, and homeless people have been bad problem in Austin for a while. Let me put Kristen on here. Kristen, how you doing? Just hang tight. Good to hear. And so, you know, I was walking in and I felt my skin crawl, dude. I felt it like I couldn't believe it. I was like, what in the heck? And you get that feeling on the back of your neck. And so then when we were walking out, you remember this, Scorp? We were walking out and we heard like, it sounded like I don't want to say a child, but like a person or something say, hey, like just for a second.
We had just walked through that entire apartment.
Yeah, we had just walked through the whole thing.
There was no electricity in there.
No electricity.
Nobody in there.
Yeah. Because that side didn't have the electricity yet, and the other side did. Like that one part of it had the electricity where that's where you were actually at, because you said I was up there. And then I came down. He goes, and you were, you know, I was looking that way the whole time because I saw the door open. And I was just like, what the frick?
That tripped me out because, like I told you, I had just came from up there and all the doors up there were locked when I walked up there.
And you know, and that
place up there and it was unlocked. It was open, like it was broken into, but nobody was inside, so we don't understand what happened.
And now,
it wasn't kicked open or nothing either. It was still intact.
Mm-hmm. If you remember now, we have that place now. But here's the weird thing. I'm going to tell you guys what's really creepy about that. What's really weird is that is connected to one of our sites that we have now. We have 4 properties up and down on Congress, and they're very, very high dollar, highfalutin, expensive properties.
Oh, dude, they got nice places to live in.
But they're nice. But I'm talking, these people are paying $3,000 a month for an apartment, one bedroom. Yeah, it's expensive. One bedroom. And that whole side that was once Alexian, it's now something else, and we have that place. But that whole side now is defunct, and it has been for about 3-4 years. Yeah. So when we were doing
that building that it surrounds, that's now used as a what they call it, a verbo living vacation spot.
Yeah, and it's right there next to it. But it's
like right in the middle of it, all surrounded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's surrounded by it, and that L, they made another building that made it kind of not connected, but it's kind of like half a rectangle, but it's like not connected. And that other building is really creepy too. And so that whole area, for some reason, I can't remember why the management told me that they had to move everybody out of there. And so now our patrol people have hell fighting with the homeless that have gone into those buildings. Now they're constantly just at war with those people. They're constantly going in there. And one of our
people.
Yeah, well, one of our patrol people, they told her, I don't even like camping out in there because it's haunted. He's complaining. He's a homeless guy. He's complaining because it's haunted. And she's like, well, I'll be sure to call an exorcist for the building because you shouldn't be there. You're not supposed to be there,
Amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy. So Christian Wolf, let me ask you this. So you had this construction you were doing, and when you're building these things, does this happen quite often that you end up encountering like spirits?
It's happened a total of 4 times because I've mostly done commercial builds.
In your opinion, what do you think is causing it?
My personal opinion could be something to do with my family.
Oh, so you don't think you're not thinking it's like the land or the buildings or whatever. You're thinking, what's up, JD? How you doing, my man?
Depending on the location. Oh, I thought you meant in general. As far as the locations,
Yeah,
I do think it could be something to do with the land.
But I think I know why you're seeing it. I mean, you're seeing it because you have the eye. But I mean, what could be causing like this? Like for you, like what do you think it is that's there? Like you think it's demonic? You think it's just ghosts, and you think you're just seeing it? Like somebody says here, Lawrence says, the veil is thinning. Do you think that's what it is?
As far as that particular location where I think this followed me from, I honestly do believe it could be demonic.
Wow.
Because me and a couple other people have been scratched at that location.
Scratched?
And we were by ourselves. No logical reason for us to have been scratched or touched.
Kind of reminds me of the church.
Oh, dude, yeah, that was the one we were on TV for. That place was the most
that's the only place I've never actually completed.
Yeah.
That's your
the only
scariest
site
episode.
that I've never actually finished working.
Dick, what were you saying?
Sorry, guys. That was your scariest episode, in my opinion.
Really? Even for the show, for the podcast? Or,
yeah,
that
like
was
the Haunted Church?
Episode. Yeah.
Other than my 2 episodes, yes, that was the scariest episode.
Your episodes now, you got some other stuff that's happened to you.
Yeah, quite a bit, actually.
So we need to record with you because we're about to be done with Joe Stone. We have one more night with Joe Stone on tomorrow night. And then that's it. Then we'll be, but all the pod people. And by the way, folks, this is JD 1975. He's a good friend of mine. He's the manager of the Juice Land, and he can confirm that I am a bigot.
Yes,
he can absolutely.
So my twin brother that hails 88 and all that.
Yeah, you can't like Michael Irvin. You got to be. You're like. What is it when what's his name? Dave Chappelle, he's like, when he found out, he's talking like racist,
Clayton
whatever.
Bigsby.
Clayton Bigsby. He's like, Michael Irvin's black. Go burn his poster. I never knew that. I thought he was a white guy.
He divorces his wife.
He divorced his wife.
Don't say why. Don't say the words.
I didn't say a word.
Trouble,
I wasn't going to either.
I love Dave Chappelle. But that's another thing too. I love Dave Chappelle. I love too many non-white people. I need to start being more hateful. I'm trying. It's been a progress. It's been a work in progress. Trying to be. It's my struggle.
It's hard when they're nice people, eh?
I try so hard to hate people, but it's just so hard. There's some nice people.
Football, you're only allowed to like Moose and Jay. That's it.
Yeah, Jay Novacek and Dale Johnson. I love Nate Newton too. I think of all the Cowboys back in the day, I think Nate was the friendly. He was so friendly. He was such a big friendly guy. And when the kids would be out there, he would stay after practice, and it's hot in the Texas sun in August, dude. And he'd be out there signing autographs and everything in July and August. And he was a good guy. I really liked Nate Newton, dude. That's why old John Madden loved Nate Newton. He was always
Oh yeah, I can attest to
drawing
that. I
the
was working.
circles around his sweaty butt. I'm like, dude, come on, Madden. This is ridiculous, dude.
I can attest to how nice Nate was, because when I was a kid, I was working at a rec center with special needs kids, and we went to the practice when they were at St. Ed's, and he stayed there and talked to a lot of the kids that were with us
He always
for a
did.
while, and
Great
he
guy,
signed
man.
everything that everybody had.
And you know what was so cool about when they were at St. Ed's, they would let the kids carry their pads back to the field house or
Locker
whatever,
room, yeah.
the locker room, and the kids we would get to hang out with the players and stuff. And the Cowboys players were really, really nice. They everybody in Austin really enjoyed having them here until Jerry decided to move them. Jerry got, dude.
I was mad.
I don't know. That guy needs to stop getting facelifts and just go in peace. I mean, like, what's this guy's deal, dude? He's just like, and you're like, dude, look at this guy. Like,
Yeah, he stopped getting faceless and just lift off.
golly. And, but I hope that when he's gone, that his son will actually do. But Steven may be just as bad as him. Who knows? Just greedy. They're just greedy. They're not about doing anything for the team. I mean, that's why you see me wearing all these. Like, this is an El Paso Chihuahuas hat, dude.
Amazing.
But I don't wear any Cowboys gear anymore. Like this one here's Corpus Christi. It's a AAA team for the Astros. I wear a Round Rock Express. I won't buy anything as long as Jerry's involved.
Tony Romo disapproves, bro.
Well, you know what? Tony Romo is going to have to disapprove. I love Tony too, but I mean, it is what it is. You know,
Tony loves you.
Married into the game.
Yeah. So JD, tell us real quick about what you do. What do you got going on? Tell us.
Okay. So just, hey, everybody, I'm JD 1975. Excuse me. I would have been here last week, but you can tell I'm still dealing with a cold, sinus cold, but I'm here. I promised you I was going to be here. But basically, just me during the day. I'm a dad. I'm a husband. I got kids. I got cats. I got dogs. You know, I'm a normal, average, everyday guy. Encountering people is always been one of my gifts. I love interacting with people, but also giving them what they need, having the discernment, no matter where they are in their life. So when you introduced yourself as what you did previously, I had to come up here and defend you, because you know what, a form of passion. If they're clipping this, look, I know Wolf. I'm gonna be honest with you. Wolf is, if you meet him, it's almost like you're meeting an old friend that holds you accountable to how you actually navigate through life. So I'm gonna start off with saying that, but also, you know, on my channel, if you check out my channel, if you want to, I try to talk about a little bit of everything, anything from men, talk about diet. I do work at a juice land here in Austin. Wolf comes by frequent, pretty much cleans us out sometimes. And I like it. It's good business. It's good business. But y'all make sure y'all do the good business here. Y'all make sure y'all like, share, subscribe. I've been doing it. But for the most part, you know, new here to YouTube, just looking to navigate amongst people, amongst like minds. Even if I don't have all of the information, look, I got enough sense to be quiet and learn, you know, because sometimes people like to sit here, and not saying y'all, but we've seen it. People want to take over panels and so forth. So definitely looking here to learn, but also to network with people and share like stories. Who was talking about who got scratched? Because
Christian Wolf was saying that.
Christian Wolf, I'm glad you said that. So I'm gonna give you a story. This was right after my daughter was born, and she's 4 years old now. So we lived in South Carolina. So just like anything, I worked for a moving company back then, U-Haul. I ain't scared to say it. So work with them, and you know, you would have to put on trailer hitches, all that stuff. But a lot of times you can get bit by a spider, right? Well, lo and behold, this particular bike kept itching for like a couple of days. So, you know, like most people, you put on some, you know, put cream back there, whatever. Well, I never forget, I finally got the scratch and I was like, okay, I'm fine. But I know it was like a probably the size of a quarter, like where it itched on my back. 2 days later, I noticed that I had 5 claw scratches going down my entire back on the left side.
Yikes.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I was like, and this is like, I know I cannot reach that far to have that many digits go all the way down my back from the top to the bottom. And the crazy thing, Wolf, it took the longest time for it to disappear after this happened. So these things are not by happenstance. I know for a fact, just like your grandfather coming back to you to call you by your name, my wife has a similar situation where she never met my mother. My mother passed away before my wife and I got married. My wife fell asleep at the wheel of the car going down I-20.
Wow.
And she said she saw my mother, and my mother told her to get up.
Wow.
And she woke up. She fell asleep.
Jeez.
I'm telling you, these things, and despite color, these things happen along the whole line of human beings. Okay. Yeah. It's just that we have to be transparent and let people know, like, look, these things can happen. And it's not just because, oh, it's just these people, they're over here in this sector. No, it happens to everybody. Everybody has to be transparent and just be bold enough to tell your truth. Yeah. So just giving y'all a little background on me, man. Look, I'm here. I love the conversation. I told Wolf I was going to pull up. I did. I'm glad I did. Very good panel right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And tell everybody what your show is, what you do.
Okay. So my show, we like to have a conversation. So sometimes I'll talk about some conspiracy theories, also talk about diet, because I am at Juice Land. So some of the things that we have to eat, when we eat, why we got to stop at a certain point in time to eat, how to fight certain infections through, dealing with things like hypertension, type 2 diabetes, why certain foods affect certain other races than others. Of course, we know working out, those type of things, but it's more to it than that. I love to have a conversation with people that I never met in order to connect. So that's the premise. Now, I do have a show, and we haven't had it in a couple of weeks, the Four Brothers. So shout out to them. Where we just kind of gather around the table and just talk our truth from my past. If you ever check out one of the episodes on my page, you'll be surprised what you hear, even things that echoes even in this sector. But the Four Brothers, we're all, well, 3 of us are married. One's going through a divorce. I talk about going through divorces, separation. I actually talk more about being a stepfather with my son. My son is right here now playing Xbox, playing his Minecraft. I think more than anything, you want to tell him you said what's up?
What's up?
Okay. He said, what's up, y'all?
He said, what's up, y'all? Yeah.
But I try to keep my show clean, try not to curse. If I do curse, the kids are upstairs and they're sleeping, but I have to set the example in front of my children.
That's good.
Yeah, man. We have to, we as parents, people want to say what they want to say, but these kids did not come here, to this world just asking for it. They were brought in here, and it's up to us to set the example. So my thing now, I'm shifting my show just to do more things as family related. My wife and I, she got jokes on me. Like, I messed around 2 weeks ago and I ate her hamburger by accident because I was so hungry. And man, she gave me this look, bro, and I was like, oh man. But my kids want to sit there and intervene and like, hey, Dad, it's gonna be okay. I'm like, son, you don't understand. Dad ate your mom's food by accident.
But it wasn't really an accident.
I was hungry, man. I ain't gonna lie. I went by Mooney's, and Wolf knows what I'm talking about. I grabbed. Yeah, Mooney's is good, man. I grabbed one of their El Diablos, and I kept tasting the burger, but I was looking forward to had a kick to it because it's got like jalapenos. This whole I forget what sauce they put on it, but anyway, it's supposed to be hot. I like hot food.
Yeah, me too.
So,
amen.
Yeah. I mean, you spice of life. You need it. Now, some days you might regret it, on that toilet. But I think we all have had those actual instances. But
you know what they say: no pain, no gain, right?
Yeah, no pain, no gain, no guts,
actually,
no glory.
I eat a lot of cayenne, and cayenne is very good for you.
I had some today, as a matter of fact. Yeah,
it goes right through. Yeah.
Yeah, cleans the blood too as well.
Very good.
Very much so.
Yeah. I actually found Juiceland used to do wheatgrass. If you ever get a chance, find you a good wheatgrass supplier. I found one here in Austin where they juice it on site. The problem is the shelf life is like 1 day. Like seriously, it is that crucial to where if you can get wheatgrass and it's very bitter. Yep. There you go. Shout out to Simple Bakery.
Got one of these right here.
Yeah, man, those things will help you out, man. In terms,
they're so good and they're healthy too. When you eat them, and it does feel like you're being bad. It's like, I know this isn't good, but it is good. I ate one last night. Woke up today, and it helps you stay regular and be healthy.
Definitely
good stuff.
So, yeah, most definitely, man. So. But that's just it in a nutshell. I'm up for show ideas. If you check out my show, I do have an email. I'm like Wolf, just let me know. I'll be more than happy to stop up any conversation, have a panel with anybody.
Your thing there, you're muted for a minute, Scorp.
Okay.
Yeah, but it and the thing is too, I'm glad you stopped by today, JD. I wasn't expecting it today. I know you were going to do last week, whatever, but it was good timing. But just so people know, like, I'm the same guy here on the show that I am in real life. I'm not playing a character. I'm not like, hey, this is me, and then I act differently. I'm just the same dude. I mean, I don't pull any punches, man. And Scorp, do me a favor and mute it, because I know you're over there at the job site, dude. So yeah, I'm not changing to play a character. I don't do that. I can't be fake. It's just not who I am. I mean, it's not part of my makeup, dude. And some people, they do, like, and then some people do that. More power to them. I have some friends that do podcasts and YouTube and things, and they're not the same person that they are on the show, and that's fine. I put myself out there, so it makes it really hard for people to get away with saying things about me and going like, oh, you're this way, that way, because people that know me in my real life can easily dispel those things. I've had friends that I've been friends with for 20, 30 years, and so I'd say the majority of my friends, I think, that could vouch for me that I don't change up.
In the 4 years I've known you, buddy, you've been exactly the same. When I talk to you one-on-one, you've been exactly the same, bro.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah, I don't. And I don't.
Wolf doesn't put on airs. Wolf will let you know where you stand with him, no matter whether it's on here or on real life.
I'm a real man, and I don't got nothing to be afraid of. So why would I put on airs for anybody? I don't. It's just like, some podcasters and YouTubers, and I don't know if you guys know this or not, but when they get people to go on their show, they'll coach them. They'll tell them, hey, let's say this, say that, do this, do that. There's very little of that with me. If you're going to tell your encounters, that's why we're just doing this open. People can just jump on. Let's just do it, because this is real. This is raw. This is what it's all about. Yeah, and I know that when Dick, when you were on with me and we recorded, I didn't coach you and say, hey, why don't you say like this? Because it makes it more scary. I just tell you,
we talked for 3 hours before even discussing the encounters.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
I've been with you on a couple of these episodes where we recorded, and you didn't coach any of the other guests that we were going to record with when I was on with you.
Yeah, because I don't want it to be, because the whole point of the show is to be real. I don't want any fake. I don't want fake subs. I don't want fake views or fake even comments. They can get fake comments now, likes, all this crap. Dude, what is that going to do you? Because in the end, if you do a live stream, and the other day Anthony showed me one, and he just got back. This guy he has 500. I think the exact number is 529,000 subscribers, something like that. He does a live stream and he gets like 112 people in there.
Yeah, baloney, right?
And I'm like, the math ain't mathing, dude. You know,
No.
it's like it doesn't
No.
make sense. We pulled in 730 something, I think, at the top yesterday. And we have 40. Actually, I don't even know how many. We have 42 or 43,000. Let me look it up real quick. 43,825. That's how many subs we have on YouTube. And then we have tens of thousands on these other platforms that don't come to YouTube. I call them the pod people. They're just like, I'm in the podcast. That's it. They don't want they don't want anything to do with YouTube. They're just like, I don't do the tube of you. That's it. And some of them get real, soup Nazi about it. If you know Seinfeld, that's the reference. Yeah. I can't get over that, a little goofy, but it was just that's real, because when the S hits the fan, that's when you're going to know who's who and who's real, because my people are going to come out. And so if something pops off with these people that start this mess, my people are very vocal. They're just like, oh, they're crazy, they're this or that. No, they're real. And these people don't have that because they're buying fake numbers, fake people.
Right. So
when a real person comes out, and something happens, they're just like, they can't handle it. They're like, oh, they're like a crazy hive of bees, or what do they say? We're a cult or whatever. I'm like, no, because if you had real numbers and you had real followers and they liked you and your product, they would defend you. They'll defend you. And so these people, they get very upset. Everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Bunch of people in the pool or what? It's going to be like that all summer. It's going to be one of those summers here because you're going to want to seek out water because it's going to be hot.
Yeah, it was like 10 people.
10 people ain't nothing. We had, what was it, 50 something?
Yeah.
We had 50 something people in a pool over there at one of our sites.
We had to break up a pachanga.
A big pachanga, a big party. That's a party in Spanish. But yeah, but most of the time, the people in those places where we're at up here, they're not too bad. This is not the worst. Now, when we're going down South Austin, downtown too, it gets really bad. You have homeless people that are bathing in the pools.
Yeah,
I mean, it is something else, dude. I'm telling you, man.
It's wild out here, man.
It is. JD, you're not originally from Austin, though, right? Where are you from originally?
I'm from South Carolina. Yeah, South Carolina. So I was born in Greenville, South Carolina, but I lived in Columbia, which is the capital. Shout out to Greenville.
Greenville.
Yeah, if y'all ever visit South Carolina, and I know this is bad pub, but go to Greenville first. It's more of an actual city from grassroots. Columbia is good. But definitely, if you get a chance, visit some of the beaches. I will brag on our beaches. They're pretty nice. Pretty nice. If y'all get a chance, just go out there. Myrtle, Pawleys Island, Hilton Head, Kiowa Island. Those are a little bit more pricey. But if you want like low country, good food, like off the grid beach, go to like the low country, like Charleston, that area, and good food, real good food. Just like they got here. You just got to know where to find it.
Austin's got great food, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You can get fat real quick here, man. It's hard to keep the weight off when you're constantly bombarded with deliciousness everywhere. It's
we got food from around the world over here.
Oh yeah, I love that too about Austin, that it's such an international place, and you get to meet so many different types of people. That's kind of like and Greenville has a minor league baseball team. They're called the Drive, right?
Yeah,
yeah. I like minor league baseball.
Yeah.
Now,
Columbia's got one called the Fireflies.
The Fireflies,
the Fireflies there, but they had another one because they sold that team. They were called the Catfish or
they have some funny ones, man.
It was some funky ones, man. Yeah, definitely.
Jacksonville has one called the Jumbo Shrimp.
What?
Wow, so the mascot is something that you just eat.
Yeah, and Rochester has one that's called the Flying Squirrels, and they have some pretty cool gear. I was checking it out today. I was looking at that.
The Syracuse Amoebas.
The Syracuse Amoeba. Now that's not a real one, but some of them are really weird, man. Like there's one called the Lansing Lugnuts. That's a real one.
Lugheads.
The Lugnuts, man. Those are real teams, man.
They named the hockey team the River Dragons here.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's not too bad. River Dragon sounds kind of cool, man. Like the Erie Sea Wolves. Here's the Sea Wolves right here. I got one of their hats from Erie, Pennsylvania. I got that right here.
You see that? Oh, okay.
That
That's
is so cool. Yeah, it's got the little wolf howling. I like that one. And then I got this one, the Rocket City Trash Pandas.
Nice.
Yo, that's dope.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I got some hats from different minor league teams, and I like baseball. Period. I like football, baseball. I'm into sports. Period, man. And Scorpion, he's been with me to see the Astros and the Rangers more times than we can count. We've had so many friends.
Oh, yeah.
We used to have season tickets every year, and I took my wife, and she fell in love with watching it live. But it's something to watch the games live.
Yeah,
It's a different experience watching it live than watching it on TV.
Yeah, it's night and day.
Yeah. Watch it on TV, you can get tired. It's kind of like golf. I can't do golf. I cannot do golf, man. People try. I've tried to go on business meetings and play, and my dad taught me how to play. You know, to at least be able to, do it.
Yeah.
And I can't do it, man. I cannot do it, dude.
That should be one of those games that you play while you drink.
So Lobro 420 says, I live in Erie. That's cool because I like the Erie Seawolves, man. They have a pretty cool mascot. There's a lot of really cool minor league mascots, man. There's some really cool logos.
And good players.
Yeah, and you get to catch them before they're in the big leagues, man, before they get the ego,
Yeah, when they're still humble. Because they're still trying to make a
the
name.
Denver Zephyrs play a little bit when I was up in Colorado years ago. That was pretty cool. So you guys, and don't you have a minor league hockey team there too in Greenville too?
Yeah, they had one in Columbia. I don't know if it's there anymore, but pretty much everything is either going through either Greenville first or Charleston second, because those are two, you got the ports out there in Charleston, so it's a different type of demographic there. Not taking anything away from Columbia, but they're just kind of thrown in the middle. I think from what I understand, originally in the state's history, Charleston was supposed to be the original capital, but somehow or another politically it switched to the middle, which is in Columbia. So
yeah, I remember Charleston. Charleston has a lot of history, and it's haunted as hell too,
man. Bruh,
a lot of creepy stuff in Charleston.
If you ever get a chance, hang on, I mean for that to happen. If you ever get a chance, go to like the plantations. There's a lot of plantations around there. Check them out, but go to like where the Gullah Geechee are. And if you want to hear some stories, Wolf, I'm telling you, they will talk to you despite your color. Some people naturally get offended of the history that's grass-rooted there. Unfortunately, when you tell the truth, some people can't accept it. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
And I've seen where a woman was very passionate in the story of telling her the Gullah Geechee there. And you saw people, you saw palm-colored people, you saw Hispanic people, you saw a lot of people that couldn't take it, and they got up and left. But there were true people that wanted to listen to the actual, like the real story that's there. Because regardless or not, man, some people love the truth. A lot of people steer away from it for some reason or another, and that goes back to what is in your DNA, what's been implanted in you to not want to hear the truth.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have to do a gut check now more than ever. And it's not so much a political thing. I'm just saying, just period in life. You're going to have to come to that at some point or another in your life. But if you ever get a chance, go down there, go to one of the plantations. It's beautiful stuff. I mean, you look at like how you seem like, and shout out to the Emmanuel 9 who passed away in Charleston with the 10 people that got killed or deleted. But you will actually see like the beginning of a lot of churches there that were established. And then, of course, as it went out west, you'll see some of the architecture that's very familiar in other cities just from there. So it's definitely great. But Charleston definitely has some paranormal activity, man. Yeah. Anything in that low country area, look, some people don't even go in the woods down there that's been there and been raised there in certain parts. And I ain't talking about they avoiding gators and and wild hogs, they just know that time, at this time of the day, don't go there.
That
You
dang old
wait till
Rougarou.
yeah.
Well, and then there's a lizard man, legend
That
of a
too.
lizard man there it's in South Carolina. Anthony, look that up. I think Lyle Blackburn, our colleague of ours, he covered it in one of his books.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember what was it, Scape Ore or something like that.
Trying to remember the name of it.
Yeah, the name of the swamp. There's like a lizard man. You can just look up lizard man encounter.
Yeah,
I
want to say it
was
was
a
either in
boy.
Lugoff.
It was a young boy on a over by a bridge, but I can't remember what county it was in.
I think
I
it
just
might
saw
have
some
been
recently.
Mhm.
Kristen, your the sound is really loud. I mean, you're coming in clear though.
Yeah, I can turn her down. Like,
You're coming in
I'm
loud.
sorry.
That's okay.
I'm aggressive.
We can see that, and we're not into that. Goodbye.
Get him, Kristen. Get him.
fix it
That
on
red
our end.
hair, girl.
Yeah. She's just like, this kid. No, I'm just joking. That wasn't that. Yeah, Jason Finch said Scape or Swamp. Sorry about that, Anthony. I was moving the deal. I was going to post his comment there. Yep, Jason just said, Jason Finch, shout out to him. What's going on, Jason? Scape or Swamp with Lyle Blackburn. That was it. Yeah, I thought, because Lyle and I talked about that in one of those cases. And on the show, we've had so many people that have given us stories or have come on and told the stories. One of the most notable was my friend Nick, who passed away this past year. Big Nick. He was black. He's from Chicago. I've known him. He worked with me and for me for years. I hired him at the club, I think in 2000. That's how long I knew that guy. And he was the security for a very large computer company, which we can't say the name of, but he came on the live stream and he was on audio. And he talked about seeing this. I don't know if you guys in the audience remember this, but he talked about seeing a reptilian. It was one of the people that had come from overseas. They were either Asia or Europe, whatever. Because I get it mixed up. It was him, and then there was another guy from India that was telling us, okay, those people were from Asia. This person was from Europe, and he said that they were these big shots for the company. And there was like this mirrored elevator, and he was like looking at his phone, and he looks up and he sees this guy's face more. You remember that, Anthony?
Oh yeah.
Well, you remember him telling us that at the club.
Mhm.
And now, since you live here in Austin, JD, I got to tell you, dude, go to look it up. A place called Spinners. It is my friend's bar, and they sell like Cajun food and stuff. And they have these crawfish mac and cheese, and they smother this turkey leg in it, and it is unbelievable. It is so good.
It's so good.
I'm looking at it right now. Dang,
It is so good. Spinners, man. Look it up. Yeah, my friend Arash, he's Persian. Dang it, there again. I'm trying to hang out with more white people. I'm trying hard, folks. I'm trying to be racist, man. This is not working out.
Well, luckily that ball's half white.
If you don't
He's
say
half
where he's
white.
from,
He's
he could
half
pass though.
He's one of them good ones. He's one of
Hear
the
it
good
like
ones.
this. He's one of those half white men. I'll be okay with that because he's half. 88 guys.
He's half a good guy. He's half a good guy.
Scorp, you got to spread the word, man. Scorp's like, this guy's deceived me for 26 years.
Just like that scorpion. He's a good one. The boy knows his place.
He knows his place. Let's cut over to Anthony here. Let's look at Anthony.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There it goes. Anthony, holy crap, man. I didn't realize how dark you were. We have to stop hanging out.
Oh, I'm not racist. Some of my favorite slaves are black
Look at
and
this.
brown.
Look at you.
Nobody make a good slave like a minority. The best slaves. How dare you call me racist? I would never buy a white man for a slave. They're useless. They don't work as hard as the black and brown man.
It's
true.
It's horrible, man. It's hard. And trying to be racist in a city like Austin, it just you come across. You start talking like the other night. We were at the gun show. We were talking to the guy from Turkey, and we just started palling around with him. And I'm like, dang it, he's from Turkey. I can't do it. I'm like, I gotta go. Sorry, Malik, you're right out. I can't do it. He's like, what did I do, my friend? We're not friends. Although you look Caucasian, you're something else. I don't know what you are. I gotta go. I had to break the bad news to him. I forgot I was racist.
That accent, eh?
Yeah, I had to go. Go back to my roots. whatever. But Christian Wolf, to finish up with you, man, what else do you got going on in your life? And then we'll go on to Kristen. What do you got going on, Kristen? Do you have something else, Christian?
Oh, he fell asleep again.
He did. I think he's got to work in the morning. I think that's probably what it is. So. Lisa Marie just let the cat out of the bag. She says, I'm half Lebanese and Scottish for real.
Get out of here.
No way. If I was in the chat, I'd ban her.
You're out of here. Bam. We can't be having these people, man. I need an all
right out.
Pure Aryan.
Can't be having these desert folk.
Pure Aryan blood has to only be in the chat here, guys. We have to. It's so ridiculous. So, Kristen, we'll move on to you. And Christian decides to come back, and we'll talk to you, Kristen. What do you got, Kristen? What do you got going on for us?
Well, I started listening to you guys. I was watching. I think it was LA, and you were on a show, and you mentioned the podcast where you had covered the wolf the dogman werewolf and the vampire, the two guys that work together.
Mm-hmm.
And when you mentioned that towards the end, and I had never heard of you before. I do watch, I have a few, like the confessionals that I do watch. But I've been trying my whole life to piece together the things that I have experienced. And I have never been able to really find any connections that would make things clear until I heard what you said during that interview. So I went and got on your channel and I started searching to find those two or it was 2 or 3. It was like a series. I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been listening to you since you did that interview, and it has helped me. And I just want to thank you. It has helped me start putting pieces together. I started having experiences. The first terrifying experience I had, I was 6 years old. But I had experiences before that were, at the time, we lived in Virginia. My mom and I lived with my grandmother in an old antique 3-story house. And it was you know how historical cities, the historical houses are in the ghetto. They don't really keep them up, and people buy them and then they try to refurbish them, and but it doesn't always work out that way.
Gentrification, they call it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So my grandmother, she had big dreams, and she was single, and my mother, my biological father, had left when I was 2 weeks old, and he was a drug addict and very abusive. And so we lived with my grandmother, and my grandmother had a friend who, in this 3-story house, it was split. So half of the house, he lived in half the house, and he had a door that went to the outside. The only connection between his half of the house and our half of the house was my bedroom. And my bedroom, we took the doorknob out and we put shelving, not like a closed shelf, but the brackets and then wooden shelves on there. So you could still see the door. You could see, and the hole was right there. And when I was 6 years old, let me tell you about this guy. So he was a warlock. He was a practicing warlock. The house was very active. Every night, I would go to sleep with the sound of drums. And I never got good sleep. I was always exhausted. And I always asked my grandmother and my mom, I was like, can you say something to the neighbors, please? And I meant the neighbors in the next house, not the warlock that lived in the other half. And neither one of them ever knew what I was talking about. And it was a rhythmic, like a doom, 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 doom. And so the only thing that I could associate that with was there was this old Peter Pan play that they put on into a video,
Mm-hmm.
and they sold it for a while. I don't know many people that know what I'm referring to, but there's a part in there where Peter Pan and Wendy are encountering the Indians.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're playing those drums. And And then, you know, my grandmother's, she's Indian. She's a quarter Indian. And so she used to take me to the Indian reservations when they had, you know, different types of events and just let me experience that. But that was the only two things that I could really associate that sound with. And it never made sense to me that somebody would be blaring that from their house. But that's what I went to sleep with. And nobody has ever mentioned anything to me about having an experience with that. I've talked to a few people. This is stuff that I don't really talk about very often. But when I have talked with people, most of the time people can't relate to that. But anyways, back to this man, he was a practicing warlock, but he had been to seminary before he became a warlock. And I always found that very odd. And we were Christians. And it was like, I couldn't figure out how those two went together. Like, how can you be a practicing warlock? I mean, and he had oil on everything. He had a whole library in Latin. In fact, my mom found out that she was pregnant with me through him doing a tarot card reading on her. And anyway, so we had that door that shared his part of the house to my part of the house. And along with the beating of the drums every night, I would hear like crashing in the kitchen, like somebody was opening all the cabinets and slamming them shut. And if there were any dishes that had been washed that were on the drain, they were just like shaking off and on. And, you know, it's just always noisy. And I knew there was stuff going on, but it was like, what can you do about it, you know? So I kind of got used to it a little bit. But when I was 6 years old, I woke up, I was sleeping, and I woke up and I was frozen in my bed. And I wet the bed, and I have never done that in my life. That's the only time in my life that I've ever done that. And it was like something came over me before I knew what it was. And my eyes went straight to that door and the empty hole where the door handle is supposed to be. And there was a wolf eye staring at me. It was red, and it was a black wolf. But the crazy thing is that even though it was just his eye peering at me through that hole, it was like my brain could see the whole wolf.
Wow.
On the other side of the door. It was like my brain put it together.
From your mind's eye, basically.
Right. Yeah. And that's the only way I can explain it. And I was like, I couldn't move. I couldn't speak or anything. I've had a lot of those experiences throughout my life. My mom, thankfully, she did not tell me that I was crazy or, oh, it's not, you know, it was just a nightmare. She believed me 100% because she's had experiences her whole life as well. And I never slept in that room again.
Let me ask you this. Did you listen to the show last night by chance?
I got in on, I think it was like the last hour and a half.
Oh, I see you missed it, basically. Okay, so let me tell you something. First of all, you're a bad person for missing it. I just got to preface it with that. And then,
I was not.
Kidding. No, it's okay. Shame. We're doing the Game of Thrones here. You know, walk through the streets where we throw lettuce and tomatoes at you. No, so if you missed last night, we told a bunch of different encounter stories because it was our 400th live. So the 400th episode of the live stream, not the regular show. The regular show's at 3. What did you say it was? 369 or something like that?
It's a
329 or 3 something. Anyway, we have a bunch of on the podcast. They're always complaining why we don't do more podcast episodes. And I'm like, dude, because you can only do them for an hour at a
312.
time. Oh, it's that bad. It's 312. We've only done 312. Okay. Anyway, I thought it was higher. But 400th episode on the live stream. And so we told a bunch of different encounters from different facets of the paranormal. And the woman in up in New York City, Brooke.
I did hear that one.
Oh my gosh. That creature looked like, and you know, Jason Bland from Paranormal Soup, he's been on the show and I recorded with him. He's been on live a couple times. I've been on his show. We're good friends. And Jason, his show's on Sunday nights, like right around the time mine's ending. And he had this black wolf-like creature that had been taking him, basically abducting him.
Wow.
And it's weird that you're talking about Peter Pan, because we've talked about Peter Pan on the show, me and Anthony and Tony. We've talked about Anthony and Tony, two different people. A lot of people don't really keep saying they Tony, Anthony, whatever, but Anthony is Anthony and Tony's Tony, because Tony's Vietnamese, and a lot of their parents will name their kids Tony. It doesn't stand for anything. It's just like, but Anthony, people think that Tony is short for Anthony, but Anthony's just Anthony. But what's crazy though, we've talked about Peter Pan on the show. If you look at Peter Pan for what he really is, he's a demon. I'm not even joking. People think it's that I'm being like a super Christian, whatever. No, I'm being serious.
Hook,
Peter Pan
Hook,
is demonic.
Hook.
Hook, yeah, I'm down with Hook, because
Yes,
Peter
sir.
Pan is he's bewitching these children,
Right.
and he's abducting them, and then they go to Never Land, and then they disappear, and the parents lose their children because he is stealing them. And he's basically a fae or a fairy.
Yeah, who's Pan, right?
Pan, and Pan is he's a false god, whatever. And so what people don't realize is and it's funny, Lisa Marie says, yes, you're right. Lisa, you being half Lebanese, I worked with Lebanese for years. Some of my really, really close friends, my friend Yosef, one of my best friends in the world, who's actually helped me out and given me a few leads in the Levant area that I've done like a lot of research on. And of course, Anthony and of course, Scorpion, you worked with Yos for years with me.
Oh yeah, he's a really cool dude.
Really good guy. But we know a lot of Arabic people. We know a lot of everybody. That's why I said it's so hard. I try to be racist every day. I reaffirm my allegiance to the Fuhrer. But after that, I'm out there and I'm like, okay, today is the day, guys. I am not going to be nice to Black, Hispanic, Arabic, or any kind of people. That I'm just going to be mean. And then, dang it, I'm over there talking to them and buddying up with them. I can't help it. I try every day. I fail. I fail. I'm like, I have failed you, Fuhrer. I have tried so hard to be a racist, but it's just not taken.
You learn so much about other people's culture, so you could be like a next level racist, but it ended up having the opposite effect.
Be like, I like social studies. I don't know, maybe.
Like, I want to be so racist that I can tell a Berber from an Arab, from a Syrian.
Yeah, because when we were at the gym working out at Big Tex, and we met the Filipino guy and his brother, the ones that saw the vampire creature. Yeah. That guy, and of course, if you talk to these people, then you tell them this ridiculous stuff, they're gonna laugh. They're gonna think it's funny. Because I talked to those people for hours, man, and I knew a lot about the Philippines. Philippines is an amazing place. Was that you, Scorp? Did you just do that on my live? Get out of here! Good grief, man. There's women here. Okay, there's women.
Apologize for that.
Yeah, don't be doing that.
We got women.
I got my mic. I hit my mic. Muted my mic.
Yeah, right. You just pulled the total guy move there. You want to let her in?
Yeah.
Good thing she's not a shadow person. When you were gone, Elvira was growling at everything. And then one of the lawyers came in and got some paperwork, and he kind of waved, and I was like, "Oh, okay, it's one of Darwin's guys." But that's hard too, because two of my lawyers are Black, and then I have a Black business partner, Perry Travis. He's one of my business partners for the security business. 9 years. Been working with him for 9 years. He corrected me the other day. I said it was 8. He goes, "No, brother, it's been 9 years, bro." So
shitty racist, dude.
I'm trying hard to be racist, but it's just so hard. I can't keep doing it. No, I'll take it later. You could just say that. Nelly, you want to say hi?
Hello.
Nelly came up here to bring me my medication because I'm feeble and old, and I have to take it. I'm like, I need my medication. They're like, but no, I have my one of my best friends, mortgage broker, and he's Black. Shout out to Sheridan. He's a good friend of mine. And my other friend who owns a bar, he's got a place. He's a good guy, And so, like I said, it's hard because I got a lot of friends that are non-white, but I try. I'm trying. It's a work in progress. JD, you got to help me with this. I'm gonna have to go in.
Yeah, I got you, man. I came here to
be nice. Start being mean to me so I can be more hateful.
No, I just came here on June 2nd, man, to make sure you get your brother card, man. He has a lifetime membership.
Thank you.
Brother.
Thank you. I got a lot of black friends that have already affirmed it, but I mean, the more stamps you get on it, the better. You get, I got invited to be here's an interesting thing. This is a true thing. Nellie's sitting right here across from me. Two of my friends that are black, they offered they wanted me to be a Prince Hall Mason. Like they invited me. And I asked them, I was like, how many black thing? Very rare thing. And so two of them have asked me now. One of them is a former NFL football player. We're very good friends. I'm not gonna say his name right here. You know, I could tell you in private one day, JD, but I don't want to bring him all into this. But I have another friend, and we're very good friends, and he told me he makes music and stuff, and he's like, man, I want you to join us. And then most recently, my mortgage broker hinted around about it. And I said, well, I know that it's not the same as the regular Masons or whatever, but I'm not really. No, because Prince Hall got banned. They got kicked out of the Masons.
Yeah, they kind of like excommunicated.
Excommunicated, yeah.
So they're just kind of their own thing.
They're their own thing now. But he was telling me, he goes, it's not the same, you know. But they were interested in how, you know, I knew a lot. I had a lot of knowledge, and they were just like, how do you know all these things? And it's like, and one of my Mason friends, I got invited to be a Mason about half a dozen times by regular Masons, and I told them, no, thank you, I'm not a traveling man. But they were like, how do you know so much about our library? And I just said, look, I have my ways. I've been reading a lot. But the thing that people don't understand, they don't expect you to be able to read in 13 languages. That is the key. I read in 13 languages, and so that is very important because I have books in all kinds of different languages, and learning to understand too, like Levantian languages, they always go from right to left. It's not this, you know, people don't even realize that.
Yeah.
And so people don't even know where to begin. They're like, well, language is hard. The only one I haven't been able to conquer is the Cyrillic. That is such a, man, that is, you know, learning to read in Cyrillic language is very difficult. That's the one I can't really grasp. But I mean, other than that, I can read in Latin. I can read in a lot of different. And of course, you know, your ops are going to say all kinds of horrible things about you. He's using witchcraft to do it. It's called the brain. Like
hands.
Huh?
Watch those hands.
Yeah, they say that I use my hands to do prestidigitation on people, you know, and I'm doing all this weird.
Using dancing fingers.
Yeah, you're over there like bewitching people, you know, just like you ever heard of just being nice? I mean, like that goes a long ways.
Next time you should bring a watch and take.
Yeah, just start moving it back and forth, like, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But so Kristen,
the same way because I talk with my hands too.
Yeah, you do. All of us do. The old school. I think it's a Gen X in us. I know JD and Scorp. You. Christian's young. He's a young guy, but Dick, you're a Gen X, and Kristen, you don't have to say your name. Are you Gen X or are you the one below us?
I'm an elder millennial.
Elder millennial. Okay, so like my friend Lindsay, she always reminds me, I made it by 1 year. I always tell her, I said, you're a millennial. She goes, no, I'm not. I made it by 1 year. I was like, okay.
Nice. Yeah, it doesn't count.
Yeah, but well, elder millennial though can be on the cusp, right, honey? What do you think? What do you think, Nelly?
I think it depends on how they think.
How they think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Or how you were raised.
How you were raised. Yeah. Well, you saw this thing.
It's almost like me saying that I was born in the 70s and I was born in 1978.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Wedge says Wolfcasting spells like Doctor Strange. I'm like, it'd be badass to have that power, boy. You'd be like opening doors and stuff. You'd be like, oh yeah, werewolf, huh? Now you're gone. Now you're nothing. You're not even. So Kristen, you saw this thing, and it reminds me of what Brooke told us about, and we talked about that on the show last night. Dude, I was just thinking about that before I went to sleep yesterday. Dude, that encounter was horrific. I couldn't imagine having to go through that.
No, when I was listening to that story last night, I was like, that's insane. Like I would not. Now I've had a lot. I mean, I can't even go into all the stuff and the crazy thing is you would think that people would have the same type or category of encounters if they have experiences pretty regularly. And I don't know if, like in my mind, I don't know if everybody thinks that way, but I do. I think, when you hear about people having gifts or if they're speaking about, whatever, usually they have like a common theme to the encounters that they have. And mine are just like all over the place, from dreams. I have a lot of dreams. I've had alien abduction situation. I have had a situation. I get a lot of knocks on my bedroom door. And most of the time, there was this one significant one, or it was probably about a year ago now. And there was a knock on my door, and it was 3. It woke me up. I just laid there because a lot of times I have a 10-year-old and I have a 2-year-old. A lot of times it's my 10-year-old if his stomach's upset or something like that. So I waited for a minute, and I didn't hear anything else. So then I said, yeah. And nobody was there. So I got up to check, and I opened the door and nobody was there. So I went to my 10-year-old's room. Well, now he's 11. I'm sorry. Time flies. I went to his room and he was like zonked out. And so I went back to bed. And as soon as I dozed off, there was a banging on my door again. And I woke up and I was like, what the heck? And I got up, opened the door, nothing there. Laid back down. As soon as I fell asleep, it was like God gave me a vision of something walking in my front yard, skulking around my house. And I feel like it's God or it's an angel. And I forgot this time and only one other time when this happens consecutively on a night, because sometimes it's just one consecutive, 3 knock, and then nothing else becomes of it. But there's been 2 nights where it's been a regular thing, like something's trying to get my attention. And on those 2 occasions where it happened multiple times to get my attention, I would hear, wake up. It was like a yell in my ear, wake up. And, most of the time it was because I forgot to set the alarm on the house. And I would just, I would pray over the house and over our property and stuff. And then I'd go to sleep. It would be fine. But, it's just like really weird, different types of situations. I had one where a demon, I guess it was a demon. My dad is an evangelist. My dad has never talked about this type of stuff, but he had to do an exorcism on my room when I was a freshman in Bible college.
Whoa.
Which was crazy. And then when I was married to my ex-husband, who was a narcissist, we were going through a really rough time. And it had been like almost 10 years of me going through mental, emotional, and physical abuse. I thought I was about on the verge of an emotional, mental breakdown at that time. And I had to call my dad about this. I was living up in Pennsylvania at the time. And my dad, he doesn't talk about this type of stuff because it makes him nervous. He's the type that shies away from all this. And but when I called him, he gave me the best advice ever, which was wonderful. At least he knows the answers. The Bible says to always be ready with an answer. Yeah. And so if I don't have it, I know who to go to. And I had this moment one night after we had gotten into a huge fight, and I woke up and I had, in this house we were living in, I had a tall black figure that had a tall hat that would come out of our bedroom. Yeah, he would come out of the closet. Most of the time I couldn't see him. Most of the time my animals were like the ones going crazy, and they would
always mess with your animals. You got to plead the blood of Christ over the animals, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I'll tell you this, like, I was not even seeking God at that time. I was so angry at that time in my life with God that I wouldn't even pray. And that's when it got really bad. And this thing actually came out of the closet this time, walked over to the bed and laid himself inside me. And my head jerked back in a way that is not human. And it was like, I don't even know how to explain it. It wasn't like your whole body lifts up, but it was like your
body
top of your shoulders. It was like yeah, it did. It was like my head, almost like the back of my head was touching my back, but I was laying on my back.
Yikes.
And it was terrifying to me because I was like, wait, I'm saved. I'm a Christian. I may not be praying to God and talking to him. I may be angry, but how is this possible? You know?
Kristen, I have a question for you, if you don't mind me asking.
Sure.
And if you're not comfortable, you don't have to. But you said you were abducted by aliens. Do you have any like tracking devices implanted or anything like that?
I don't know. I've never. That was a really odd situation. That was also my freshman year of Bible college. Actually, there's a lot going on that year. And it was very brief, and honestly, I don't remember a whole lot about it. What I do remember is I was laying in my bed and I was sleeping, and then I felt this like serious vibration come over my whole body. And it was like a whoom, 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 almost like,
yeah, dude, that noise right there.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that all night long one night, and I'll never forget it. I was working at a plant, and I had to get up in the morning, a chemical plant. I had to get up in the morning and go to work, and I just remember all night long that was going on, and I could not figure out what it was. It happened 2 different times, and I felt this weird presence that was not. The house was haunted, the house I lived in, but it was a different type of presence. If you guys remember on Friday when I interviewed, we have conversations, but Sibylla Irwin was on. Sibylla, I met her in person at the Jefferson conference. What was that? 3 years ago? 4 years ago, right? 4 years ago.
Some years ago.
And so, anyways, we were in Jefferson together, and we talked, me and her, for like hours, and became really good friends. And Sibylla has been an abductee, and one of the things that she says that even now, she was talking about it on the show on Friday, that she hears the 3 knocks, like boom, boom, boom. She still hears that.
Yeah,
and I tell people, yeah, and it happens to us here at the studio because, and I'll tell you, we did a show, guys,
Thank you,
I've
Sean.
talked about this before. Thank you, Sean, for that donation. I've talked about this before on the show. I did there's a guy's a jiu-jitsu coach, a good friend of mine, who runs a school. He changed the name of his school. It was the Fight Factor, whatever. But anyways, he speaks Portuguese. I don't, so he translated for me. He's like I said, a jiu-jitsu coach, and I said, hey, could you talk to this person for me, because they're from Brazil. Those episodes were called The Brazilian Exorcist, and I think I was alone in this studio for 2 or 3 days doing that. And honey, I don't know if you remember I was coming up here and doing that at the end of the show.
Yes.
Recording it. And
I do have it after you're done talking. Ask me about the vibration noise.
No, we're not doing that. We're doing this. So that's how you deal with them. I'll be like, look, you know what? A man is talking. You understand? Okay. All right. I'm just saying. All right. That's it. Last chance. That's how we do it. All right. I'm gonna get killed later. I'm joking.
She's gonna be like Debo from Friday on you.
Yeah, she'll be like, "What was that you said? What was that?" I was like, "That was like Eddie Murphy." Baby, that's just jokes, baby. That's just jokes. I'm joking, right? I'm just joking. Like,
yeah,
you don't be doing that what Eddie Murphy said, right? Do you? No, she's like, "I'm gonna be where I'm at." You're like, okay. Forget it.
I
Yeah,
want to be Eddie on the
pull over. Look, Eddie Murphy Raw. I hated it, but I love this. Eddie Murphy Raw was the best.
Yes.
He's a comedic genius. But like, okay, so, anyways, we're talking about the 3 knocks. So Rodrigo talks to these people, right? And he's dude. He told me, he messaged me. He says, "Dude, weird stuff's happening in my house." And so I look at the text, and while the lady's talking. And there was this one point where I didn't even put it on the show because it was so creepy. They played a recording, and I'll tell you why I didn't play it on the show, because it seemed like a curse.
Oh.
And so she played a recording. Should I say it?
Did you hear it?
Yeah. Do you want me to tell it?
Tell it, but don't play it.
You don't remember that? I told you about the recording. Okay. All right. So I'm just making sure that you know what I'm talking about, because that was the one where I came home. You remember that? I was like,
yes.
I was and then we had stuff happen at the house. I don't want to get into it because,
and take your friend with you.
So I was listening to this. Okay. And I'm going to do my best to try to do the voice, the way it sounded. This is what I was talking about, Kristen. the 3 knocks, and then when the lady was speaking in Portuguese, and then they played a recording, and it kind of caught me by surprise. I'm sitting there going like, okay, I was not expecting it because I didn't know what she was saying. Right. So Rodrigo was translating for me. She would talk real fast and he'd have to tell her, hold on. And then he'd say, okay, so what she's saying is blah, 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 blah. So I understood every few words because I can speak Spanish. I was like, okay. So then when it got to that point, I was like, what in the heck is that? Because Portuguese and speaking it really fast and I couldn't keep up. So he was trying his best. And he says, and before he could get out the words, there's a recording. Her uncle started playing this and it was like, and I was like, and dude, it was like immediately it was loud in my study here in my studio. And I hear like, and then I heard it again, like in sequence. You could count 1, 2, 3 after the knock, and then it would do it again. And then 1, 2, 3 after the knock. After that, I started hearing things on this wall behind me, which is now a guy who runs like a sign, whatever. But back then it was a nail place. So Vietnamese people lived there or worked there. And I would hear it at night. Me and Anthony and Tony would be here and we would hear people talking and arguing and the language they were speaking. And I speak several, and this is not one that I knew. I could not understand what they were saying. I went so far as to recruit my friend. Well, he's actually my former brother-in-law, Clark, who works for us, who speaks Klingon. He's a big Trekkie, right?
My brother does, yeah.
They're Trekkies. He does the thing, you know. And so I said, can you tell me what this is? So we had a little clip where we recorded of it, and we gave it to a bunch of different people, and nobody could tell us. Tony's mother speaks Vietnamese. It was not Vietnamese. And those ladies next door, they left. They said they had a bunch of problems. They were like, we left. We're leaving, whatever.
I'll bet it was Devontic.
Yeah, and there was one girl. She was black. She worked. She was the only non-Vietnamese. No. There was a white girl too, a white and a black girl. They both worked there. They were the only non-Vietnamese people, and both of them were telling me that they were having weird stuff. The black girl, she used to go outside and smoke all the time, and I'd sit there and bullshit with her. Excuse my language, but we'd BS, whatever. And she told me, she's like, something grabbed my hair. And she said, and so I felt terrible because I felt like I caused it by but I didn't know that they were going to play that because after that little recording. So this is when she was possessed as a child. They recorded her.
That came from
talking.
her.
Yeah. Well, no, it was a bishop from the Catholic Church who had come and to help with the exorcism. And I was listening to that and I was like, oh my gosh. And it was just horrible. It was her. She was a child. She was like 9 years old or something, really young when this happened.
The Raven nevermore. I'd be out the door.
Dude, I mean, it was her voice that came through and it was like,
that's not her voice.
No way. A female child sounds like that. And the uncle got possessed. And it was this, I can't remember the whole thing. It was like a woman.
Did it go from the child to the uncle?
It did. It jumped into him because he told it to come to him or something like that. And it did. And then they were both being possessed. And then this woman that he was with, she began to crawl around like a spider. Yeah, dude. I mean, that whole, those episodes. And now my friend Rod, he is straight up Brazilian badass dude. I mean, like he trains all the time. And he messaged me one day and he goes, dude, this is a few months ago. He goes, I'm still dealing with whatever the hell. He's like, he goes, I was going to make a protein shake and the blender just like, and I know that I've seen a blender do that when I was talking with Sibylla. I think it was when I talked about the investigation out there near Noack, which I've driven out there on a live and showed you guys that area. The dogman creature, werewolf, whatever, that was going to the little boy's window.
Good night, Randy.
And good night, Randy. And so this thing, like the when we walked in, we didn't know we were walking into poltergeist territory. My brother and Anthony, we went out there, and our other friend who lives up in Colorado now, but we had this poltergeist activity that was going on. And so Yeah, and the guy, he was in total denial about it. He was just like, "Well, I saw a shadow crawl across the wall." And you're like, "Well, what the freaking heck do you not think that's something to be?" He's like, "I don't know what my wife and kids are talking about," you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I'll
remember
say
being
this,
at the
like,
apartment. I remember being at the apartment and hearing those knockings on the wall when I was in that room.
Which one? Where were you at? In Congress?
In the middle. Yeah, no, at the ones we just moved out of before we moved to the house on
when you and
on
D were
Monroe.
staying there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's what happens. You shouldn't be
Crazy.
playing. You shouldn't be playing around with the internets. That's what happens when the interweb is involved. Okay? Let that be a lesson to you. So, Kristen, go ahead. I didn't mean to get so long-winded, and it just we start talking and stuff happens. What's up, honey?
Well, I was going to ask you, you know how you're talking about the alien and that humming and that vibration? You know how they music and sound and they make different patterns with it, with the sand and stuff? What if they're doing that to try and disrupt something in your flesh to make you more prone to allowing them to move you?
Oh, I'm sure it is. I mean, Satan, you know, Lucifer was the chief musician.
Well,
I mean,
I'll tell you this. It's funny that you say that because I actually, when that was going on, it was like I separated from my physical body. It was like I vibrated to that noise out of my body, and then I went up, and then I looked down on myself from my ceiling.
Yeah.
And then next thing I knew, I was in. To this day, I've talked to my grandmother about it, and I've talked to only one other person about this. Because I don't know how to explain it, and it sounds so crazy, but I felt like I was in Mars. Because it, like, you know, when you watch movies, the only thing I can associate that with, that's something that I've seen before that would look like that, like really rocky and dark colors, you know, is like Mars. But I was in a cave, and it was like pitch black, and I was down in a hole in a cave, and there was an opening.
It's transitioning your consciousness somewhere else.
Yeah, it was weird. And honestly, the only and the weird thing is when I looked up at the light to try to find out where I was at, like it was an opening of a cave and I was stuck in the middle of the dark, like a gray walked in front of that hole and looked at me, but there was no, like, there weren't eyes, it was just the body was long and slender and gray, but there were no facial features or anything like that. And then the only thing I remember after that is waking up the next morning in my bed. And I've never had another experience like that ever.
It might have taken you to the inner earth.
Yeah, that's what Lawrence has said, inside the earth, or what if a parallel?
Well, I want to say something about Mars. And I don't know if anybody wants to hear it because I've been talking. I don't want to interrupt or whatever, but I'm going to do it anyway. So we're talking about Mars here. There are people who have claimed that they have been to Mars and that the surface is basically devoid of life, but inside of Mars, it's a happening place. Like, I mean, you know, I'm not joking. I mean, I'm being serious. It's like, you know, you see a place on the outside and you're like, I don't know if this place is good. I don't, you know, maybe you want to go have a drink or something. I don't drink, but some people do. And then you go inside and it's like, whoa, this place is like, it looked like a shopping center. Now, you know, you go inside.
The password.
Yeah, it's a speakeasy or something. But Mars, according to what I've been told by remote viewers and psychics alike, that Mars is very powerful and potent, and there's a lot going on down there.
Do you think people can breathe there?
I do. I don't believe that it's the same atmosphere above as it is below. I think that there's something else going on down inside of it, and there have been a lot of people who've speculated on this. But I believe that I think it was Edgar Casey remote viewed it. I'm pretty sure Madame Blavatsky, different people. There's been a lot of people who've talked about Mars and having been inhabitable at one time. Now, the extreme temperature on the surface would keep you from being able to. I mean, you're not going to be able to walk around, obviously, unless you're in a Bugs Bunny cartoon. But if you're inside, you could live potentially because the temperature is steady down there.
That's have like a wormhole that goes straight to the middle of it. I mean, like, how would you even make it to the middle?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't have to make it to the middle because
elevators.
Yeah,
escalators.
I mean, you know,
surface though, right?
Well, the surface, you wouldn't stay on the surface. I mean, the surface at one time might have been habitable.
You wouldn't want to. It's desolate.
Yeah, it's desolate. But one of the things that people don't understand, there are these creatures, these tube worms that live in like 1,000-degree heat down in the ocean by the magma that comes up, and they exist right there next to it. And these are not just single cell species, but I mean, like, there's all kinds of stuff. There's bacteria that can resist just about anything. The most caustic environments you can imagine, and there are beings that can live in these. Now,
it's 11:11, everyone.
11:11 here, yeah. But also, if you look at, like, when it says in the Bible, to be out of your body is to be present with the Lord, right? The Lord is a spirit. Lord God is a spirit. We're living in the flesh. We are spirits, really, though, having an a physical experience.
We're in a meat suit, basically.
Yes, a meat suit. There you go. Yeah, you're in a meat suit, and so God is in that other, realm. So we go into that realm. That is our true state of being. So most of these beings are already there in the 4th and 5th density that we can't comprehend. Then when you get into the 6th, which is the intermediate, and then the 7th is the heaven, and then the 8th, 9th, 10th, it just goes up. Those are heavenly dimensions. And of course, if you subscribe to the idea that Michikaku, and I don't know what I subscribe to exactly, but he says there are 11 dimensions. Some people say 12. There was a Russian scientist, I think his name was Herzog, not recently, but a while back. He said there were only 9. And I met believe this or not, this guy's a big dude too. He's Russian, and he worked out at our gym. And me and I don't know if anybody watches Eric Konevsky, Russian gangster.
He's a funny guy.
Huge channel. He's got a big channel, prank channel, whatever.
I watch his sometimes.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. We used to work out together. He's a weightlifter supreme, but we used to work out. There was a guy that worked out there with us. He's Russian, and Eric could talk to him because they would speak Russian, whatever. But this guy, no, he's making me laugh over. This guy, he argued so vehemently with me, and I wasn't trying to argue with him, but he believes there's only 9 dimensions, and he was like, I don't believe that there's more. But I told him, I said, dude, look, Sokov was his name. I said, Sokov, I mean, like, that doesn't matter.
Yeah,
if there's 9 or 11, you're splitting technical hairs here. If you're looking at the heavenly realm, if there's 3 levels or 1,000 levels, it doesn't matter. It's somewhere we can't access unless you find Christ. That's as simple as that, man. I mean, that's what people don't understand. So I tell people that, and some people get upset. They don't like it. They don't, whatever. But these beings, including the aliens, a lot of them are, these interdimensional, extraterrestrial, ultra-terrestrial. They exist at a right angle from us. Now, I'm not Muslim. I've said this before, that I do believe, though, that the Quran and the Hadith of the Quran, it talks about the esoteric, and it says that they exist at a right angle from us. And so, what you're experiencing, Kristen, when you hear the 3 knocks, Richards, when you hear the 3 knocks, us, when we hear the 3 knocks, this thing's like putting you on notice, so that it knows it can see you, you can't see it, and they're dangerous. They are very dangerous to us because it's like a shark. You can't see it, and you don't know what it's going to do if it's hungry. For them, when they're hungry, they want energy, and they'll take it from you. And so these beings all kind of do the same thing, but they just do it in different ways. That's why the vampire, that puzzle piece, is so important. Imagine if you're trying to find the cure to an illness, and the one thing you cannot find, there's just one, like maybe one missing ingredient. And that is the most important key. So they manage to take that and hide it from you so that you never find the cure. Yeah. You never find the cure. And the missing piece to me was vampirism. And that's why the book coming out is going to be very important, because I believe that most of these entities are vampiric. And what really set me on that track, and Kristen, listen to this, guys, let me tell you. When I was studying the Serbian werewolf, that case there, when you go back and you listen to the Serbian werewolf, the maid that I interviewed, she didn't speak English. She was Serbo-Croatic. She was really Croatian, but they were translating for her. The guy from Slovenia was the husband was translating. And he says that she wanted to tell you that when a werewolf dies, it becomes a vampire. So when she said that, I was like, wait, what? And I was with my brother, and we were trying to use Skype, which is when you're in another country and they're trying to, it was like, and the demons were all over it. I'm telling you, they were trying everything to keep us from. And a very large, I've said the name on it on the show before, but a very large museum took that skeletal remains of what I believe was a Nephilim. They took it and they never gave it back, and they ended up settling out with them for like $3 million or something like that. I can't remember.
Wow.
But this guy's a business guy. He was a banker. He worked in Slovenia, and whenever he was telling us about this, he says, "Yeah, there's a legend here in Serbia." And I looked it up. It's not only Serbian, but it's Bulgarian and Romanian too. In Eastern Romania, they believe that when a person is into lycanthropy, when they pass away, they become a vampire and they return, and they can move around as a shadow. They can step out of that shadow and they can literally drain your life essence, including your blood.
All things that Dracula did in the Dracula movie.
Yeah.
He was a werewolf and then he turned into a shadow and then he was draining the blood in the shadow form. So why would they add that?
Hidden in plain sight.
He had the 3 Romanian wives.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, they're trying to tell you something there, right?
That was the most unrealistic part, is then they were all listening too. And I was like, give me a break, dude. That part was... Nellie's like...
They drink the blood.
He's like, I am so broke. The credit card bills are unbelievable. I need this, please. The Abbey, take me there.
It's crazy how when he rebuked them when they were draining Keanu Reeves, or is that who it was? Keanu Reeves' blood?
Yeah.
And he rebukes them, and then the two combine together and then do the crazy spider crab walk backwards.
Yes.
That's so gross.
Yeah.
It's all
How many times have you
self-disclosure,
heard
bro.
that?
Mm-hmm. Self-disclosure. You
It
know, the
is.
lady, do you guys know that the woman that wrote the Terminator, she wrote the Mage, all these. So we end up getting the Terminator from, she's a black lady, right?
But that's a rabbit hole within itself.
Dude.
It's a freaking documentary.
Real, y'all. I'm here to tell you.
What if they're drinking the blood because they've been here so long that they can't experience anything new, and everybody's life is encoded in their DNA, so they drink it so they can feel the life that people have.
I don't know. I mean, there's so many different.
I got one better than that. Why is the devil so, well, the enemy, El Satan, Lucifer, why, ask this question, why is he so adamant at attacking God's creation on all levels?
Because he's a complete opposite of good. Why wouldn't he if he was?
Not well.
Well, he's accountable to us.
That's true.
That is very true. But just like you have the 7 deadly sins, what is it? Sloth, envy,
wrath,
gluttony, all of that. Okay, all of that is basically against us who we came from the mud. God created us from the mud in his own image, right? With that being said, there's a natural distinction of, well, why God did not choose me. He chose man first. So there's going to be a natural disdain against us. And like we said, we're born into sin. We're born actually being hated. So when you're looking at the enemy, whatever you identify him as, because he does have a name, know his name, because you can call that name out too as well. And that's, I mean, Wolf can tell you, he's been in churches, and I'm pretty sure you've seen people and spirits get called out in church, at homes, etc. I've seen it and heard it ever since I was 6 years old. It's just that, like I was saying before, my family, they wouldn't want the kids to be exposed to that because they were trying to protect the kids. So let me get back on track. So when you have such hate against you, because keep in mind, if you look at Jesus and what he did and the examples that he gave over and over and over, all we had to do is just follow this doctrine in terms of how we're supposed to live as children of God. and then we'll be fine. The problem is we're always going to see weapons formed against us. So you're going to see the imps, you're going to see, oh man, you're going to see everything. Why do you think Hollywood has such a specific example of what demons look like? Because they're so fascinated with it. Look at the music. Another thing, it's so many levels to where we're supposed to be brainwashed and taken off our square in terms of how we were created. Because all we were created to do was really just talk to God. If you really want to be honest, that's all we were created to do. Just like, hey, God, I'm here. Thank you for it. It's not, I got these bills. It's not this person over here is aggravating me. It's really just to be like, okay, God, I know today is today. Guess what? I'm gonna leave it in your hands. But our problem is now you got people who have God complexes. Henceforth, henceforth the Draculas, henceforth the demons, henceforth all of these other entities, and they fall under a very broad house depicted to take your spirit.
You know, it's interesting.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say something, caveat real quick off of something you just said. You know, I was reading a couple of days ago in Proverbs, and I cannot remember the exact reference, but I saw something I've never seen before. And there was this verse that said that the wicked are born that way, and they're that way from like as soon as they enter the earth.
They're a dark soul.
Yeah.
They're born with an NPC purpose. But as far as like you said about God and the world, I don't think that that's the way it is. I think like if you had a garden in a vivarium or something, you wouldn't, and you had all your little things that you made in there, it wouldn't like make you feel good if these things just fell down on their knees and constantly worshipped you. You would find pleasure in them enjoying their habitat that you created for them, their lives, and what you would find love and what you'd appreciate from it is their appreciation for it and their extreme appreciation for you. So their love for you, that would be enough, because God is perfect and he doesn't need,
You're
he's
not
not
on
Santa.
camera.
Oh, that's okay. He's not Santa Claus. You know, he doesn't need to be believed in to be real. So
Amen.
God just needs to be appreciated and loved ultimately. You know, it's not all this other human stuff. Fine.
Can I answer Ron Yelton's question there that he just
Yeah,
typed in
I was
real
just about, before you do that though, Bigfoot Michigan Rob from BMR.
BMR's here?
Yeah, he's on, but he's trying to get on, but he can't. Anthony had to go answer another noise complaint. This is going to be a problem also, I can tell you, because of the pools. But
Scorpion, jump off so we can make room for BMR.
It ain't. She just automatically volunteers you. Scorpion, get out of here.
I can always talk to Scorpion later and say, hey, sorry about that.
Well, Christian's been asleep for an hour, so
Christian, Christian, it doesn't matter. I mean, you can put more people. We can put like 4 or 5 more people. It doesn't matter.
So how he said up to 10 people can be in the room at one time.
He said that. Yeah, I think it's 10. But he said that he can't get on. The link's not working, and I can't go over and change it right now.
Yeah, look at the enemy, boy. I tell you.
Well, I know but Christian Wolf dropped off. My apologies, Wolf. Christian Wolf, if you wake up and you're, because I think he has to work.
Was
tomorrow.
he really asleep?
Yeah, because he's works construction. He's got to get up in the morning. He's a superintendent, whatever. But okay, so Ron Yelton made a point. Now, do you want to answer?
BMR is saying the link isn't working.
Yeah, I know, that's what I heard, but I can't do anything about it unless I stop the show, go over here and do the.
Well, I'm going to keep everybody entertained. Go ahead.
May I? Yeah, I'll give him my understanding of it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when you translate what the Bible says about
wait. First the question. The question. Ron Yelton said, and Ron's a very
he's a good friend,
lively member of the community here, good friend of ours. Ron says, how could Lucifer rebel if he was an angel? How did he rebel? Because they don't have free will. Now, go ahead and answer, Dick. What you got to.
So this is my opinion. This is my understanding, is that Lucifer actually was not an angel. So if you translate the name, first of all, there's no scripture that says that he was an angel. That's my understanding. That's what I've read in the Bible. But when you translate his name, it says Lucifer Halal ben Shahar. Okay. What that means is shining one, son of Shahar. So who is Shahar? Shahar was a Babylonian deity who they worshipped, who was a fallen angel. He was one of the morning stars that sang for joy when the earth was created. He's one of the fallen angels. So what happened when the fallen angels came to earth? They created the Nephilim. So in my opinion, and my understanding, is that Lucifer is actually a first generation Nephilim.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to if you follow the translation, it tells you who he is. Angels don't have a father. Angels were created by God, but they do not have a father. So Shining One, son of Shahar. Who are the Shining Ones? The Shining Ones were a group of the Nephilim. I can't remember what they're one of the they're one of the Ite tribes, the Amalekites and the Jebusites and the Girgasites and all of them. I can't remember which one it is. I'd have to look it up. I'm sorry, I'm a little rusty on that one. But one of them is referred to as the Shining Ones as well.
Yeah, the Shining Ones also can be not only because there's fallen and then there's rebellious.
Yep.
There's two different things.
Well,
But
not
go
only
ahead.
that, there's like it's not just angels in heaven. There's different.
No. There's
because
because
Jesus was the Word made into flesh.
Into
I mean,
flesh.
there's different kinds.
Okay.
But go on. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I
And you
gotta
got
say
to
this. Go ahead. You go ahead, and then I'll
read
say.
what Madame Blavatsky has to say about him, because she basically tells you the same thing, that her understanding, and I believe she probably talked to the guy, is that he was an Nephilim as well. So he was also worshipped as Venus, and Venus is the first androgynous being. So what did Lucifer get up to when did he do the old snippy? I don't know. But in the ancient epics, it also talks about him being one of these 400-foot giant Nephilim.
Yeah. One of the problems, though, Richards, and this is something that a lot of people that we get into this because they don't understand that the angels, the Nephilim, all of this stuff, you can't base it all on the King James version of the Bible because it's not going to tell you that. That's the problem. And of course, the Catholic Church in 325, they took it, the Council of Nicaea, they took it all out, all of this information. Then they turned it into the apocryphals and made it sound like, it wasn't something that was real. They left everything in there that had to do with control, and they took out everything that was going to help you. Jesus says over and over again, my people die for lack of knowledge. And so you have to think outside the box in a way you've never thought. And I tell people this all the time. When I started reading and going down those rabbit holes, I was questioning my sanity and my existence at many times. And I was like, God, if you're there, please. But the true God, the Father of Christ, so that what I figured out was, and this is for me, I don't know. I just know that because the Tanakh talks about another God than the God that Jesus talks about. Jesus explains to me exactly who God is, right? And he challenges it in the synagogues. He tells these Pharisees, he's like, look, your father is not my father. Your father is a Shaitan, and you're of the synagogue of Shaitan. And then he says in Revelations 2:9, I've said this before, and in 3:9, he says, we suffer unto those who claim that they are Jews, and they are not, that they are not of the house of David. They're not real. Now, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. A lot of these people who are the Ashkenazi, they're different. They don't look like the Sephardics, and they don't look like the Jewish people of the Holy Land.
He was wrong, Ron.
What happened?
Ukrainian Mongols.
He said the Catholic was telling him that he wasn't supposed to read those books, but you need to seek knowledge for sure.
Yeah, that's not correct. Yeah, and so when you stop and you look at these, like who these people are, and I've had people ask me this question: well, why does everyone in that region look darker skinned, and then the supposed Jewish people that are there in Israel or do not? Well, some of them do. Those are the ones that were originally from there. They were Hebrew.
Imposters.
The ones that are there that go there later on, they're the ones that are not. They're not of the house. They're not real. They were from a land called Khazaria and
Ukrainian
King
Mongols. Yeah,
they are. Yeah, exactly. And they're not. And so they lived in Europe and they interbred with Europeans, and they are basically, look like white people, but that's not correct. and then they parasitize the actual race of the actual, you know. And what's sad is that they say, well, Palestine was never a country, blah 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 blah. That's not true, because when Jesus was crucified, it became a matter of Roman record that a man named Yeshua was actually crucified under the governorship of Pontius Pilate. Yep, and Pilate was the governor of the land of the region of Palestine. Amazing. So you're talking about the Roman times, it was called Palestine. So when they say, "Oh, this isn't their land," whatever, what are you talking about? And 46% or 48% of them are actually Christians, but they're being killed in droves over there, and it's like, it's horrible. They get it from both ends, from the Jews and the Muslims. And so I tell people, you don't understand what is going on, man. I mean, it is very bad in this world. If you are a Christian and you raise that flag, and I'm going to quote my friend Josh Anokio from, I just talked to him a few days ago from, I'm going to do a show with him soon. What's it called? What Lurks Beneath. He says, you know, when you raise that flag, he goes, you become a target. You're basically shining that light out there, telling everybody who you fight for, who you roll with. And it's like being in a gang, you know, that's his words. And he said that, you know, you're going to get attacked. You're going to get attacked by everybody, and you got to be ready, because that's what happened. That's just, it's part of who we are. It's part of being what and who we are.
Even
you know
your
how
own
I
people.
realized, sorry.
Yeah, even your own. Yeah.
You know how I realized that God was real and that Christ was the only way? I came to the conclusion that Christ was hated by the entire world, so that it must be true. And that he, if the entire world hates him, and the entire, that's the only person that they ever make fun of. It's the only deity that they only, shouldn't say deity, but you know what I mean, that they only, that's the one that you make fun of. They don't make fun of Buddha or Muhammad or whatever.
Not at all. I mean, it's always Christ, you know.
Exactly.
And they, you know what I figured out, guys, and I think JD, me and you talked about this the other day when we were at Juiceland and we were having that conversation. We've had a few, but I think we talked about this. What I figured out was, whatever the media is all about, I know that's the bad. When they're like, hey, take this jab and put it in you and do it again, keep on doing it, put it in your eyeballs and put it in you know, and you're like, dude, stab jab, you know, you're like, I'm okay, I'm good, I don't need this in my life, you know, because whatever they're promoting, I'm not buying. And you know, and it's to the point now to where if they told me water is good for you, I'd probably die of thirst, because I don't trust them. I do not. You know, and if they're promoting oxygen, we need to figure out what's wrong with it.
I'll start breathing underwater.
People be like, well, can't be breathing no more. I'm done with that, folks.
Gonna need a face filter.
It's over, you know, because they're so evil. I mean,
but you let them tell it. Oh, it's the ultimate of ultimates, and it's the best thing since sliced bread. You gotta have it. If they put a pretty little bow on it, run.
Yeah,
that's all I can tell you. Run.
Hey, Jay, you know what my mom used to say, and I used to think it was so cringy, but it turned out that mom was right. She used to say, if everybody's doing it, it's not the thing to do.
That's right.
That's fact.
Yeah.
Well, we should look back as Gen Xers, and Kristen, with all due respect, the older millennial, but the panel of Gen Xers here can tell you, folks, parachute pants,
We're
not a
gonna
good
learn
thing.
you something today.
Fluorescent shoestrings, not a good thing. Wham.
Wait. Did you say
But we made it look good.
parachute pants were not a good thing?
No.
I liked parachute pants.
Okay,
I
see,
had one pair, and that was it.
They're coming back in style.
It didn't last long because they were ripped.
They get ripped real easy, yeah.
How else are you supposed to do the hammer dance, bro?
Dude, I'm telling you,
that's what I'm
saying.
saying.
You know, but if you look back at the Gen X, you know, the whole whatever, look at all the things we went through, the goofy hairstyles, the everything. I mean, for white people, it was that goofy like fork thing that they had going on, you know, and white guys would have the bullets with the big hair coming up, and the brothers had the eraser heads.
I had
high top fade.
Y'all can believe.
Dude, the 80s, man, I had a jean jacket like I was, you know, and I had a Metallica patch on there. It was funny because I had Metallica and Run DMC, and then I started getting into the gangster raps. I had Eazy-E, NWA, and then I had Slayer. And when
you were right on the other side. I was like listening to Depeche Mode.
I was listening to gangster rap and hardcore metal, dude. Those two, and that was it. I didn't listen to anything else. I'm not even joking.
I agree. We could throw them in there too.
It was horrible. I shouldn't have been listening to all that crap, but I was like, I mean, it was, and I at one point I had the Alpine with the 5 CD changer in my truck. I thought I was lit. My homeboys would be like, "What the heck you got?" I go, "Yeah, man, I could flip CDs. Look at this, 5 different."
The black one with that 10.
My dad actually has 100 discs.
I had Ice Cube and Ice T going with Slayer and Iron Maiden.
When you listen to Eazy again, he gives Satan a lot of shout outs in his music.
Yeah, well, look at those Bone Thugs and Harmony. They were like playing with the Ouija board.
I didn't listen to them. Really? They did?
They all gave reverence to that type of lifestyle. Some of them still even wrestle with it. And I have to thank God just really for not putting that taste in my mouth. You know, you hear something, you're like, oh, okay, but I ain't gonna buy it. That's not me. You get what I'm saying? And some people were like, I'm listening to Insane Clown Posse, 3 6 Mafia, and Bone Thugs and Harmony, and we gonna, they're gonna go hard in the paint. Pause.
ICP.
Yeah, but to Wolf's point, if you look at Gen X, out of all the generations, and hear me out, and y'all can look at it on the timeline, chat, everybody. Gen X was the shortest generation. For what reason, I'm still trying to figure it out. But we had everything thrown at us. We had to deal with the boomer mentality. We had to deal with Reaganomics. We had to deal with the crack pandemic, all of that stuff. And I mean, it wasn't just people my color. Oxycontin. But here's the thing.
Xanax bars.
Yeah. Here's the thing. To Wolf's point, that was the point where you saw something happening. You never in the history of people had an influence of another race wanting to listen to the other person's music and vice versa. That was what Gen X incorporated. We were like the melting pot. They were like, all right, you're going to deal with all this stuff from the 50s and the 60s. All right, you come up with anything, boom, here you go. And you're like, what? Boom, here comes hip hop.
There was no racial divide in the 90s and early 2000s.
It was. And when I was in high school, and I hung around with a lot of blacks, man, and the reason being is because I was in a small town. I played ball, and I got along good with a lot of the brothers, man. But I still good friends with a lot of them to this day. And some of them were city black people. Some of them were country. Like my friend Theo, he is country, bro.
Theo, oh my
Theo
God.
is so funny. He's like, I don't go to the city, man. These people be lying. It's so funny. I was like, Theo, I saw with the feed store. I pulled up. I was like, what you doing, man? He's like, I'm finna get up out this big city. I said, Theo, there's only 10,000 people in this town.
Too big for Theo.
It's big enough for me. I'm finna go back to the country, bro. These people be lying, dude. He said they be seeing the UFOs. I don't believe none of that. I said, Theo, you've seen Bigfoot. He goes, I believe in him. I don't believe in these UFOs. He said, there's too much for me to be processed.
He'd rather live with Bigfoot than
He's like, I'd rather be out there with the Bigfoot than these crazy people up here. And he's like, he's over there telling me about the people doing drugs. I said, man, that's everywhere, bro. And he goes, I don't know how you make it in Austin. I said, that's not that bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad. But
a wing and a prayer.
There is so much of that, though. But like when we were young, and like me and Theo were sitting there talking, and he says, you remember when we used to have a gun rack on the back of my truck window? He used to have his little snake charmer and his shotgun, and you could drive it to the school. I'm not even joking. And you would park it there, and you'd see the shit kickers and the other dudes. They'd have their pieces on the back. Nobody thought anything of it.
My dad did.
Nobody.
If you did that now, you
on it and everything.
When I was in high school, I would ride to school with Kenny sometimes, and he had one in his truck.
We used to walk around my small town with 22s and go up to the hill and start shooting stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
cops would shoot you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I used to have a 22 snake charmer, and my dad would work shift work. And when I was living with him out in the country, me and my friends lived way out in the country, and we would get together and we'd go shoot copperheads. And at night, we'd spotlight them and we'd shoot them with 22. One of them bit one of my dogs, and
Oh,
that
wow.
was it for me. I couldn't stand the little bastards. I went around. They're not real big, but they're deadly to dogs, especially, but not so much to us. They'll make you real sick. My uncle was bitten by one, and it was nothing like the rattlesnake that bit my friend. He nearly died, but the copperhead will make you real sick. But yeah, one of my puppies got taken down by one, and I just went on a killing spree with those things. I couldn't stand them. They were just horrible. Copperheads. But you know, when we were young, running around, I was 11, 12 years old out there in the country shooting copperheads. And then I moved into town when my mother and my dad split up, and it was like living in the Hispanic neighborhood bordered by the black neighborhood, and you look like a white guy, and there ain't another white guy anywhere around. You become a target and you fight all the freaking time. But as I got older and I got better at sports, and my friend's dad, the one that I saw the dog man with, or werewolf, whatever you want to call it, his dad used to box, and he coached it, and he taught me. And so when I came to Austin, I started boxing in Montopolis Recreation Center. And there again, I walked into the recreation center. It was all black and Hispanic. There were no white people in there. And I put my name on the sparring list, and everybody ran up there to try to spar me. I'm not even joking, man. It was like a line of people wanting to beat me up. After the first 3 or 4 matches, it wasn't a big rush to go and fight me anymore. They were just like, okay, nah, we're not doing this. This guy's actually, he's fast and he's big, he's quick. Athleticism goes a long ways. But I knew I could take a punch, but I didn't know how to throw one. And that like correctly, you know, I knew how to brawl. And so I had to hone that ability. Once I got better at that and better at playing sports and things like that, then I became more like people that wanted to hang out with me. And then they got to know me and know that I was actually a pretty cool guy with, you know, whatever. And I wasn't a jerk, you know. But you have to kind of prove yourself. And especially when I was at Pan Am coaching and I would go and I'd park, and I was the only white guy in that neighborhood. It was an all black neighborhood. I didn't have people coming after me and mess with me. They knew. They were just like, that's Wolf. That's it. You don't mess with him. He don't mess with you. But you had to fight sometimes. You had to keep. I had these guys that were after me. I'll never forget. I was 18 years old, and I parked my car there. And these 2 thugs, I mean, they were straight up thugs, man. They didn't like me, man. They were from a gang called Rolling 60s, Crips. And they jumped out on me, man. And let me tell you something. I was out there on the steps, and they were talking mad crap, you know, and one of them was talking about, I'm going to smoke you, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And he had a heater on him. I could see that he was like getting ready to maybe he was thinking about it, you know. And I was like, I had a problem with one of their main guys years. It just went on for a couple of years. And I said, look, I'm really getting tired of you chasing me all over the city. And they'd seen me drive by. That's why they came out. I said, I'm getting really tired of y'all chasing me all over the city. Let's just do this, man. And one of the boxers, a guy named Lenny Brown, he was a black guy. He saw it, and he went and got the other guys, my friend Virgil and a couple of my other friends, and they all came out, man. And let me tell you something. Me, looking like a white guy, I'm half Hispanic, but I had 6 black dudes come out, and they defended me against those 2 guys, those 2 black guys. So I can tell you right now, man, it ain't about color and all that other shit, dude. That's slick bull crap. You get to know people, and they were like, look, we got your back, bro. They defended me. And years later, my other 3 black friends, we were at a club called the Barados, and these roid heads tried to fight me. Those dudes stepped up, and they told them guys, like, nah, man, you're going to fight him, you're going to fight us. And these were some big brothers I used to play ball with. They backed off real quick. Those guys ended up catching me by myself, but they didn't fight me that night. They were like, nah, dude, that's not going to happen. So I can't tell you how many times I've had, because of my friendship with people, black, Hispanic, Arabic, whatever, Asian, doesn't matter, defend me. So that speaks volumes about who you are, you know, that people were willing to fight and help you because they know that you're not a bad guy. And they know that you're just doing you. And sometimes I'll say things and maybe people don't agree with it. You know, it doesn't matter. But the fact of the matter is, when we were Gen X, to piggyback on what you said, Jay Dean, this is crazy what you said that, because I thought about that, how the cultures were all kind of melded together, and that those relationships were forged in that time when I was young in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, into the, you know, That's when I became really close with some of the friends that I still have to this day.
Mm-hmm.
To this day, Black and Hispanic guys, white guys, whatever, and gals. You know, I have a lot of friends that are female too. But it's, you know, I became close with these people. And I think that on TV, they started to trivialize that. They're like, oh, all these gangs are just multicultural. No, they're not. Most gangs are very ethnic. But me and my friends, we did something that it was like lightning in a bottle. And there was multiculturalism that I can't even tell you. It was crazy. And we ran around together and we all, you know, had the same ring. Some of us even got tattoos and stuff, you know. I mean, like some of the Scorpion's got one. He's got a tattoo.
Yeah, I got mine on my back.
On his back. And so that's, you know, we don't do that anymore. We're not doing all that, but we used to roll around together, and there were Lebanese. There were 3 Lebanese guys. There was a Filipino dude. There was like 2 Vietnamese. Who else? We had a Taiwanese guy. Then we had 2 Japanese guys that were really good friends of ours, and they were Yakuza. They were actually very close allies of ours. And then there was 2 black clubs down from me that these guys ran, Spirits and Empire. And those guys were my guys. They were my people. And they were all black. And then we had about 15 black dudes. And then we had this core of white guys that everybody thought were racist because they were always fighting with Black and Hispanic. I said, dude, our club is Black and Hispanic. What do you think we're going to be fighting with? If we were working at a country western bar, we'd have been fighting white guys. So it had nothing to do with that. It was just who was there, you know? So there was this, and then we had 2 different groups of Hispanic guys, Mexicans, that became part of what we were doing. So we put together something that even though TV made it look like it was just a normal thing, it wasn't. It wasn't. You don't see that anymore. But we had a cohesiveness bound by loyalty that you will never see.
You guys were tethered
from that
by
Gen X.
Consciousness.
Yeah, it was a Gen X thing, though.
Yeah.
It really was, because
that spirit,
yeah.
that time of spirits was a different time.
It was a different time, and when you grew up, you were starting to learn about one another. And no matter how divisive the media tries to make you, like tries to throw, you know, no matter how divisive TV and whatever tries to make it, there was the truth is always, you know, going to be there, you know, and you're judged by your merits, by your peers. You know?
I don't want to say this because, you know, I'm one, but I think that our spirits from that time were more awake.
Oh, definitely. That's why we're all here right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not trying to put anybody down or anything, but I think, you know, and then like a 7 can be an 8 or a 6, but there's like our generation, but there's a little bit from the older generation and a little bit from the newer generation that kind of blend
that
with
period.
us.
Yeah. But think about this though, when we were talking, you and I, when we first got together, remember we started talking about the childhoods. And I was telling you about my nephews' and nieces' friends. Their little friends don't remember their childhood. And I'm like, I was talking to my niece's friend, and she was like telling me she doesn't remember her childhood from the time up until she was about 7 or 8. So I started talking to the different kids, you know, and I was like, what in the heck? They don't remember their childhood.
Video games and TV.
I think
they spend all their
multiple
time
things.
playing video games and watching TV, and time, you know how quickly time passes. You lose all that time because you're not doing you're not working your brain. You're like being put into
basically in a waking trance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, my son says that all the time.
What about the vaccines? Do you think that could be part of it too? Because we didn't get as many.
I think it's
absolutely think that.
That's a valid point.
I absolutely think that.
It's corrupted consciousness, is what you said, right, honey?
I think that they found a way to corrupt the consciousness itself.
I do. And if you think that these now going back to what we were saying about the archons, to bring it all together, right? If you talk about these archons, these fallen angels, whatever you want to call them, they have been at this for a long time, and it's a corruption of the body, mind, body, and soul. Now, one of the things, JD, you're talking about Juiceland, right? I go to Juiceland regularly. And then I go to my friend Yvonne Graham. I need to introduce you to her, JD.
Okay.
She has a shop called what's it called?
TFN.
Total Fitness Nutrition. It's funny. She's black, but she's German. She grew up in East Germany, and she talks like this.
Over there. Yeah, Total Fitness Nutrition.
Yeah,
I think the reason why they're corrupting the consciousness and stuff is that because if they can do that, then they can keep the soul coming back. And then
in a perpetual cycle.
They
very
restart
much
them in a primordial state, you know. So then, okay, now you have to filter that out and relearn everything.
That's funny that you say that, because I was talking to Anthony yesterday. We were doing patrol, and he asked me about Carl Jung and about the id and the ego, the super ego, all of that. And I explained to him what I knew about it, and that he got that from Freud, but Freud looked at it in a different way. But that goes along with that, and he wondered how much of it is our mentality and how much of it is spirituality. And I said, it's all together. Mind, body, and spirit. If you cleanse yourself of parasites in the physical sense, you will be cleansed in the spiritual sense, because fasting does that. That's why they say to pray and fast. Fasting will actually destroy.
And fasting isn't meant to put you in a stressful state. It's to cleanse you. It's a cleansing, and it can't be comfortable. But a lot of people think, well, fasting, you know, it's punishment. No, it's not. You just feel that way because you're starving the flesh.
Well, after the first 2 days, you're fine.
Yeah.
It's like anything else. It's like getting off nicotine or you know, there's an addiction there. People have addictions to a lot of things. And, you know, doing a juice cleanse is a very good thing, very healthy.
Be right back. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
It resets the dopamine system completely if you fast for over 2 days too, eh?
Right, it does.
Yeah.
It'll also eat cancer cells.
Absolutely.
I'm not even joking.
Yes.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of
why does it eat the cancer cells? Because it's parasites.
The parasites are starving.
People don't understand that what the sorry about that. I'm trying to get this fuzz off my microphone. I hate that. I don't like
a fuzzy mic.
I don't like stuff like, you know, what is it?
Lint.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of an OCD. The
lintophobe.
I hate it on my shirts. Can't stand it.
I know.
I have to like get it and
it's got those lint rollers.
Lint rollers, whatever. I just don't like it. When you look at the mind, body, spirit connection, and I tell everybody anything can be a spiritual opening. Kristen, to your point, when you were saying about I'm a Christian, why is this happening to me? Because of a spiritual opening. For men, a big spiritual opening, and I hate to say this, it sounds horrible, but like pornography.
Oh yeah.
That is a huge spiritual opening. And who hasn't
yeah.
looked at it? If you say you haven't, you're crazy. Everybody has. But
it's a base primitive.
It's a very base and that goes back to the Jungian idea of you know, like pornography, like it's one of the base desires, you know. But Jung said that we should try to not be okay with the shadow self, but to learn to live with it because we all have it. Whereas Freud, he was weird. He was like, I'm just gonna say it. He was perverted. I mean, when you look at this, everybody wants to sleep with their mom, and all the girls want to sleep with their dad.
All he did was expose what he was actually thinking in his own head.
Yeah, because he married his 13-year-old cousin, didn't he?
Yeah, he was a weirdo. And then, well, you know, they demonized Carl Jung, and they've said the same thing. They said that he was German, so they try to say he was like, you know, an early whatever supporter of the Nazis or whatever. Like, there's like this guy was basically not because Freud was Jewish, whatever. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with like Jung waking up to the fact that he was like, this guy's gross.
Yeah,
you're talking about a guy talking about Freud. You're talking about a guy, Sigmund Freud, who believed that, you know, hey man, you know, you got ghosts in your blood, do cocaine for it. Like, what is this dude, you know, like
Freud, the other way to spell pervert.
I mean, it's just weird. And he was just like, everybody wants to be with their mom, and I'm like,
no, that's
no,
you,
I don't have that inclination, dude. I don't know what you're talking about, but
yes, sicko.
He was so gross, dude. And then he thought that cocaine was a good treatment for stuff. You know, he says, I've been taking it every day, and it gives me energy. No shit, it gives you energy.
That's probably why he thought the way he did. It was high on coke.
Can you imagine if he'd have lost his practice? He'd been out there like, I can tell you some stuff, man. If you just come on, man, I can help you psychologically. Let me read you. You want to be with your mother? Now, can I have some crack?
Have you ever
seen? We're good with that, bro.
Have you ever seen the brain scans of pornography addicts and compared to a crackhead's, and they're identical?
What?
Whoa, that's crazy.
Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, yeah,
No.
they're identical. Like almost, you couldn't tell them apart.
You are alert.
Well, that
That
makes
explains a
sense.
lot.
An addiction.
Have you heard of this, JD?
Sorta. I'm gonna tell you where you can actually get some visual proof. I don't know if everybody's heard of the rapper Killer Mike, but he did a Netflix series, right? In that Netflix series, he was trying to get kids or younger adults to be engaged in work because everybody knows this generation. I'm sorry, y'all. A lot of them don't want to either show up to work on time or they just zombied out. All right. I'm sorry. That's just what it is. But they expose the people or individuals to pornography and then they put them to work and they instantly was like engaged because it opens up. It is a portal. And speaking to that, when you're talking about a portal, when a man engages sexual activity with a woman, she opens up her portal in order for you to go inside.
Yeah.
And in that portal, you know, that's why sex with the wrong person, that soul tie is runs very, very deep. And I mean, I ain't saying I'm this holy guy or nothing like that. I have my past. I ain't gonna talk about it.
Yeah.
So just think the people that you've had that engagement with, how you felt, not like yourself. You're not as focused as what you are now. You know, you are, I mean, you were doing all types of degenerate stuff. Let's just say that. And we're not going to give ourselves up as men. You know, I like to see us as what we are right now. But if you really think about it, that is a portal that individual is letting you in. And in that portal, if they're not right mentally and in the heart and spiritually, those soul ties will either trap you or enhance you. One of the two things. You got to be careful. And I mean, you know, I'm 50 years old now and it took me a while, but the sooner you learn that, the better you'll be. I'm telling you, if you get with the right person, the right individual, it will help you out tremendously. But to your point, if y'all get a chance, go back and watch Killer Mike. He had a Netflix special. And basically what he was trying to do was he went from the ethical stance of trying to survive on everything that is, you know, made by Black people, common folks, our color, you know, melanated people. And of course, there is no way that you can just survive off of the business set of people that are melanated. Certain things you can get, but there are like no Black-owned grocery stores. You get what I'm saying? So he was trying to survive off of that. So that's how the actual series starts. But he actually went to bat and he sat down with Creflo Dollar of all things. And that was funny. Like he was trying to introduce a new religion, but basically he was just trying to start his own culture. But to the point, he did a study and he showed where being exposed to pornography engages you more. And like to your point, it is like someone that is on heroin. Like once they're engaged, and then you're able to get them to that level, that energy level like that, it's a lot easier for them to stay focused on everything else, provided that they go back to the pornography. You get what I'm saying?
Interesting.
And then they'll go back. So if y'all get a chance, just tell me what you think, man. I thought it was a funny, it's like if I'm right, it's like 5 or 6 episodes, but it only lasted like one season. So I don't know if even Netflix still has it, but check Tubi, check, you know, everything else. But Killer Mike, it was definitely a must see. I thought it was hilarious.
I think you have my phone number, right, JD?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, yeah. Message, send me that on, you know, when we're done. Because I'd love to do. I'd love to. Go ahead, Kristen. Sorry.
I wanted to say thank you. I have to jump off here. So I put it in the chat and then I was like, I don't want to be rude. So I just wanted to say thank you for having me on. And it was great getting to talk with you guys, but I have to go.
Yeah. Okay, Kristen. But thank you for coming on, Kristen.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Have a good night.
You
Yeah.
too.
You too.
Yeah, and that explains some things too. Like what Kristen's talking about, having this demonic werewolf, wolf-like entity, and then the 3 knocks, and she's had this something take her, to a cave. Like, we've heard this so many times, dude. And when I retell these encounters of people, or people come on and tell their encounters, it seems like it's an echo. It just keeps on with the same weird. And it transcends everything. Like the lady she was Chinese from the Fujian province, and her daughter was a doctor in Georgia. And man, she was telling us some weird encounters that her mother. She translated for her mother, who speaks Mandarin. But she was, it was crazy when she was sitting there, and he was telling us. She was telling us what her mother had gone through. These entities that were, what do you call it? Like it was an abduction. I mean, they took her
to the inner earth, didn't they?
Yeah, to the inner earth. But it wasn't an abduction like alien abduction. It was abduction, like by these elf-like demonic creatures with like moon eyes.
Crazy.
Message BMR and see if he wants to jump on it.
He said that the link's not working. I don't know what's going on. Anthony, can you help us out here for a minute? Because he's got that set up, but I don't want to mess with it. Anthony's very particular about how he does things too. He's only been messing with stuff.
I don't even know how to do it.
He's like, it's mine. Don't do that. Don't touch these things.
My precious.
You're not smart enough. Like, okay, whatever.
Anthony?
You want me to tell you what happened during the 3 knocks that I experienced?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So this was, I think it was 2021. I was sitting here, buddy. It was 20 after 3 in the morning. And sure enough, on the window to my door right there, it was knock, knock, knock. And my blood ran cold. It ran like I knew that something completely evil was outside of the door. I call it the Holy Spirit alarm clock, where it goes off. I had the same thing when that shadow demon was on the roof outside watching my parents watch TV the 2 days after I'd seen it originally. Exact same sensation. So I just started praying, and I rebuked it in the name of Jesus Christ. The next day, I go out the door, and my neighbor comes out, and he goes, "Hey man, who was that at your door who was that at your door last night?" And I said, "Excuse me," because I was sort of in like did that happen? Did that not happen? He goes, "Yeah, because I thought they were knocking on my door." He goes, "There was 2 women walking away from your door." Yeah.
2 women, and
he popped his head out the door to see who it was knocking.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, wow. He said there was 2 black-haired women walking away.
Did he say anything else about how they looked, or just?
He said they were just they both had long black hair, and they had their backs turned to him.
Were they like making the motion, or just kind of floating away?
He never really mentioned. I don't know if Andy would have even noticed if they were or whatever, but yeah, I found that very, very creepy.
Yeah, it is.
And then, I'd say so.
It happened again about 6 months ago, where somebody tapped on my window 3 times in the middle of the night.
I just saw a light.
Did you happen to see what it was?
Did y'all see that?
No, I didn't. Where?
Like, I just saw a flash, and then it just went. Anyway.
Oh Lord, it's always when you're talking about these things, eh?
Yeah, it is.
I know.
Okay, so the link I just posted should be working now.
Message.
Chaley, is that your name, Chaley? Chaley, can you hear us?
Hello.
Okay, are you gonna introduce yourself, or?
I can't hear.
I can't.
Hi everyone. My name is Shaylee.
Hey.
Okay.
Nice to meet everyone. I've been listening, and I love what you guys are speaking of, and I just wanted to share something with you when there's a moment.
Okay. Go ahead. We're all ears.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt the gentleman that was telling a story.
He's
No,
good.
no,
We're good. Good.
we're done. Yeah.
Okay, so well, there's a lot. First of all, is that I think he left the man earlier that was speaking of his grandpa, and I had a message for him, but he left, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a medium, first of all.
Okay.
So I had a message from him, actually from his grandpa. And then my thing I wanted to talk about was when I was 19 years old, I made the decision to take my own life. And I was in a coma on a ventilator for 3 days. And during those 3 days, I was not here. I was in heaven. I believe I passed away for 3 days. That's, in my mind, that's what happened. You know, I know that my body was still here and whatnot, but you know, most people call it a near experience. Yeah, but I don't know. For me, that's not how it was. So, but anyways, so it at first I was alone, and the colors there are different. The colors there are different. They're beautiful and they're vibrant and they like move and they just almost sparkle. Okay. And I was alone in an outdoor setting with beautiful, beautiful rolling green hills and trees and the blue sky and clouds. And really far off in the distance, well, I wasn't alone because really far off in the distance by some trees were some dinosaurs. So I was there for some time, and then everything sort of shifted, and I didn't travel. It's hard to explain, but I didn't travel, but I moved into a completely different setting, and I don't remember any faces. But this setting was, I just remember like never-ending dim white light. And I can't say it was a room, but it would kind of seem like a room, but it wasn't a room because it was, the light was never ending. It was just like never ending. And I could feel spirits all around me. And then the most beautiful entity being that I've ever laid eyes upon was in front of me. And I believe this was God. And he looked at me and he said, "Shaylee, you make your own choices." Or he said, actually, sorry, he said, "Shaylee, will you go back?" And I thought for a moment, and I looked down, and then I looked back up at him and I said, "No, I don't want to. I'm done dealing with the pain. I don't want to anymore. I'm done. I don't want to go back." And he looked at me and he said, "Shaylee, you make your own choices. I cannot make your choices for you. However, please go back. Please reconsider your decision. You have people that love you. You have people that need you, and you have a purpose." And so I thought for a minute, and I looked down, and I looked back up, and I said, "Okay." And he tapped me on my shoulder, and I woke up from my coma. So, yes, and I believe, and the love there, and the feeling there, it's I think part of my purpose, which I try to remind myself every day, is that, you know, one of the reasons I came back is to remind people of what that love is, and remind everybody that we all have access to that love. We all are that love. That is why we're here. That is why, well, I believe that my spirit fought to be here during this time that's very difficult. I believe I wanted to be here right now. I believe I wanted to be here to help people, you know, and to remind people of that love. And we all have access to that love. We are all that love. We are that love. And, you know, it's sad because I think that it's so easy to forget that, or to let all of the pain that's here in this world, in this dimension, all the pain and all the greed and all the anger and all the hate, you know, the bad, it's unfortunately that takes over so easily, and people forget about that love, and so they feel alone or they feel afraid. But we're never alone, and we are that love. We come from that love, and God is there to provide that love to each and every one of us at any moment if we accept it. So
yeah,
amen.
And then free will was the biggest thing that I learned from that as well, was like how important free will is, you know. And it's kind of like a double-edged sword, I figure. But also my spirit guides have really been talking to me a lot about polarity the past few years, and about truly understanding polarity and how important polarity is. And that's how I kind of see the free will, you know, gift we were given, because it is a gift, you know. It is the greatest gift we've been given, I believe. We have free will. We get to make our choices. We get to be who we want to be. We get to do what we want to do. We get to choose what we want to choose. That's why we're here. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I believe we're here, you know. But then it makes me sad because it's a double-edged sword, you know, because God, because of that free will, he can't necessarily, you know, step in and stop the bad decisions that people make, especially the ones that hurt other people so badly. And so it makes me so sad, and it breaks my heart when people, you know, say, well, why, if there's a God, why didn't he stop this? Why did he let this happen? And
because the devil is still around. He's doing
because
it,
of
not
free
God.
will. Because of free will. Because of the gift of free will. Because I believe if God were to step in and stop the bad things from happening, then we wouldn't have free will. That gift would be taken from us, unfortunately. So it's a double-edged sword.
That's a good point.
You good point. I'm gonna chime in on this. One of the most powerful and dangerous things that we have as human beings is free will. So to your point, I get where you're coming from in terms of it being a double-edged sword. You know, I can wake up tomorrow and I have complete autonomy to do whatever I want. The thing is, and if you go back, and I'm not trying to be a Bible thumper, but just think about just the parameters that are put in place for your free will. You know, in the beginning was the Word. The Word gives us instructions on how we're supposed to operate as human beings. I'm not supposed to operate as a tree. I'm not supposed to grow apples. I am a human being. There are no limbs. Y'all don't see no greenery. I don't have fins.
But if you wanted to be a tree, you could.
But
you know?
to your point, that is free will.
Yeah.
Now, my design, in terms of how I was made and my purpose, is what God wants for you. Your purpose has to supersede and keeps you focused. It has to. Now,
Keeps
are
you
there
strong,
things that
I
can
think.
Yeah, exactly. That's your focal point. The purpose in terms of how you were made. Was it Cheney or
Shaylee.
Shaylee. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Shayla. I'm
No
terrible
worries.
with names, but I remember you now. You're my sister. I
No
got
worries
you.
at all. Thank you.
But Shayla, the purpose supersedes the free will. If you really look and focus on that point, because if you're focused on your purpose, your goal, think about it.
Does it though? Because I had the choice to stay if I had wanted to. I could have stayed if I had wanted to. Because I had that choice. He told me specifically I had that choice. It was my choice. So I could have stayed, which would have then meant I wouldn't have fulfilled my purpose for this incarnation. It was my choice.
But then you're taking out of what you were purposed for out of hand. The purpose was given to you by who created you, right?
Yeah, well, because I wasn't supposed to. Obviously, that's not when I was supposed to go. You know, But yeah,
The thing is, we have to mature. It's like perfecting yourself. It's a day-to-day process. It's
Mastering
like
emotions.
Well, you got that. It's a lot of things. The biggest thing is to watch the variables that get thrown at us, particularly in this world. When that happens, that's when it sways and pulls on your free will. Because if you're grounded, when you're grounded in your purpose, you're like, okay, it's like a tree with deep roots. Yeah, a tornado may come, but yeah, a limb may fall. It may even break down the whole tree, but guess what? Your roots are still there. So
Oh yeah, put those roots into the core of Gaia.
Yeah, definitely. Good talk. Good talk. Anybody else?
So I also agree that everybody has a purpose too. And I think a lot of people maybe struggle because they don't understand what their purpose is, or they don't think that they're serving a purpose, but that's okay. We don't always have answers, and that's one of the harder things to accept, I believe, but once we can accept that there aren't always answers, it feels a lot better. In my case, it has anyways, but we all have a purpose. We all have a reason to be here. So
yeah, that's a great thing. The thing is knowing that you have a reason to be here. That should give you, like, I mean, I got kids, dogs, and cats. Like I was telling Wolf, man, I got a lot of people looking at to me. And now, as hard as that may seem to have that amount of responsibility, I know at the end of the day, unconditionally, that family that I have here, they look to me. Shout out to the puppies. Shout out to the puppies. I see you.
What kind of puppies do you have?
For me, we have a rescue. So she's a pity mix. We got 2 kittens. One's a Siamese and one's a ragdoll. And this is my first time having kittens. I'm not even gonna lie. One's a thug and one's a gangster.
That's your tribe.
Exactly. But like my daughter runs it, and she's 4 years old. So they see her, they start running because they know she's gonna start terrorizing her sometimes. But definitely
Ron has a concern.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ron Yelton?
Yeah.
What do you say?
Said I used my free will to escape my angel that was escorting me. I heard my wife crying and I dove through the tunnel wall and wound up in ICU. So did I scrooch up, not listening to the angel? I don't think so, Ron.
I'm going to chime in on this one. I think that whenever you make that conscious decision to stay or to be with people that you care about, it's okay.
Because that's love.
Because that's love. And Jesus says that love covers a multitude of sin. In other words, you could do a lot of bad, but if you still have love in your heart and you have forgiveness, people need to understand this. Every day you need to scrape off grudges like barnacles, okay? A buddy of mine, his dad was a sailor for years and years. He lived in Rockport. His mom and dad were separated, and he lived in Rockdale. Interesting thing there. But I went down there to visit one time when I was in the summer when I was a young teenager. Me and my friend Keith, Keith, Anthony. We went down there and we spent a couple of weeks down there. It was heaven. We were going out on the ocean every day with his dad. His dad was a really cool dude. He's quintessential sailor. He even like smoked a pipe. I'm joking. He didn't. I made that up. No, he was like, look, I'm a sailor, man. No, he had big forearms and the anchors on the arm. No, I'm kidding.
I was just going to say that.
I'm joking.
He liked canned spinach.
He was like, yeah, he was out there. A shark came up, he beat it up, he used the spinach, the whole thing. Now he was out there. Yeah, we were sailing out there though, and he was like, we were fishing in a boat, whatever, and he had a couple different boats out in Rockport, and he was a really colorful guy. And one of the things that I learned, he would tell us, he goes, you got to scrape your boat, to get it clean, to get the barnacles off of it. He was a very devout Christian, and he taught us. He was always talking about God and Christ, which was cool, and he was like, look, you have to cleanse yourself every day. Don't hold grudges. Because I told him, I said, man, this is the life. You're out here just, he goes, yeah, but if you're a restless spirit, and he told me, he goes, you're that guy. You're a restless spirit. And so I did travel on a ship. I did. I went to Darwin, Australia. We ported there. I went to Singapore and Africa. I've been to Africa 2 different times. and to South America. I've been to a lot of different places, and I wasn't in the Navy, in the American Navy. It wasn't, but I did do things. I went around and I traveled and I learned a lot. And I do have a restless spirit, and I know that, you know, you have free will. And one of the things, Anthony, you had asked me yesterday, I was talking about on the show earlier about Carl Jung.
Mm-hmm.
And we began to talk about Freud and all this other stuff, and I explained
Yeah.
to you what I knew about it. And I can say this. When you were talking, you asked me, what is it? What is the spirit part or what is the mental part? And I said, it's both.
Yeah.
And I said, what did I say about demons and people? That we both have free will.
Mm-hmm.
And I said that a lot of times people accredit the demons and the devils and all that with all the bad things that they do.
Yeah.
But that's just excusing yourself for what you do bad, because we have it in ourselves to do good or bad. We are neutral when we're born, and you could go either way, the good or the evil. Which path are you going to take? And I say this, nobody is 100% either way. There's shades of gray, because we do good, we do bad, and it's not always equivalent. But then sometimes it kind of is. That's why the Egyptians believed that they weighed the feather, you know, against your heart. Anubis would take your heart and put it on the scale, and if it was heavier than the feather, the reason that is, now I had somebody tell me that doesn't seem fair. They're like, that doesn't seem fair. Your heart's going to be heavier than a feather. And I say, no, it's not. Because if you scrape off the barnacles of grudge and sin and anger and hate, and you let all of that go in a daily affirmation, let me tell you something, your heart's not going to be heavy. You will not have a heavy heart. I wake up every day and I start over. I just pretend like the day before didn't happen when it comes to the people, the ops that don't like me. Every day I wake up to a new attack. But you know what I do? I stay positive, because I think maybe tomorrow they'll change their heart. The next day they do the same thing. And I keep on praying, and I keep praying for them, and I keep praying for them. The next day they do the same thing. And I get frustrated and I get mad. And you know what? I clown them and I say goofy, silly things, and I do, you know, I make jokes about it or whatever. That's how I cope with it. And I deal with it. I don't really care what they say about me, as long as they don't attack people I care about, which they do, because they think that's where my goat is tied. But the truth of the matter is, I just want it to stop. I want them to go back to God and go back to Christ, because I honestly don't want to see anyone burning to be purified in hell, because that's what you're going to do. Now, if you listen to the Apocalypse of Peter, or both, actually, is in the Apocalypse of Paul too, I believe. They both say it. I mean, like, that hell is not actually eternal. It just means in Hebrew a really, really long time. It's something that you can't comprehend.
I don't believe in hell.
Well, there is a hell
unless it's something that we create for ourselves.
It is, exactly.
Because we don't feel as if we deserve anything better.
You're right. And hell is inherently something that comes from within. It is a construct of the mental and spiritual, but it is you knowing that you are a sinner. Now, those that would fall into the trap of, like, okay, there are people who have NDEs, and when I interview people, and I've interviewed thousands of people, whether they've been on the show or I've told their encounters, a lot of them have told me their NDEs or their OBEs. The NDEs being like, I was in hell, and they always say they see friends and people that they knew in life or whatever, but their hell is always very tailor-made for them, right? It's a very constructed thing made for them.
Maddox, chill
now,
out.
What happened?
He's like getting upset. Nobody's saying that.
Well, Maddox, everybody has their own opinion, right? You're not always going to agree with everybody that's on here. Not everybody's going to be great. Okay, everybody's going to be awesome. Whatever, it doesn't matter. In your opinion, just let people say their piece. But here's the thing:
ideally, we can learn from opinions that are different than our own. It doesn't mean we have to change ours, but they have to change theirs. But we can use it as a learning opportunity.
Maddox should jump on then.
Well, Maddox, you can jump on if you want to get on.
I mean, it's an open line.
It's an open line. Anybody can jump on.
Open lines, open minds.
To finish what I was going to say, though, like I told Anthony, I said that we have as much free will as the next being. Mm-hmm. If you were to go back and you look in the Arabic tradition, not the Quran, this predates Islam. The Levantian belief was that there was a race of beings known as the jinn, right? Who preceded them? Who preceded the Jinn? Does anybody know what they recall?
I only recently learned about them.
I'd say the
They're
fallen
interesting.
angels.
They're interesting, that's for sure.
There was another race of beings called the Jan. There
Oh,
was another
okay.
race of beings called the Jan. And they are very, usually, if you encounter them in the desert, the Bedouins, they say that they're very hospitable and that they're friendly to humans almost always. There's very rare that they're just like people, but they're spirits and they don't really have any ill will. They were displaced by the Jinn. Now it doesn't really. I haven't really heard what their relationship is with the Jinn. I just know that they were before the Jinn, and they're called the Jinn, and they don't have any ill will toward people, because they're an ancient race of beings on a spiritual level who've let go of that whatever. And that's what you got to do. The Jinn, on the other hand, seem to be a large majority of them seem to be like a race of beings that has a spite and hate for humanity. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And of course, demons just being like a demonic evil entity. It could be a catch-all phrase for something that's evil or bad.
They like to use our bodies because they want the physical world. They want the luxuries of the physical world. Even though they have so many gifts and luxuries themselves, that it's not good enough for them.
Yeah. Yeah. And so when you look at these beings and what they are and who they are, they all have their own little agendas and whatever, and they actually do procreate too. People don't understand that. They think that once you die, that's it. You're not going to have anything else they don't live like we do. They kind of exist on the astral plane exclusively, and they don't go beyond the fifth density, because beyond that is the realm of the angels. Now, the angels, people saying they don't have free will, that is an Islamic belief. They don't believe that they have free will. Now, I haven't heard of that in the Christian sense. People say that, but I don't. Where is the basis in that they don't have free will?
That's why a third of them rebelled against God. If they didn't have free will, they wouldn't have rebelled.
There was and that war
I
in
definitely
heaven.
believe they have free will, because what about like earth angels?
Well, because Lucifer, a lot of people, like you were saying, though, Lucifer was the son of Shafar, like what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. There are beliefs, and it will. So there are beliefs that some people actually believe, and this is not saying that I believe this. And whenever I present something on the show, everybody says, "Well, Josh Turner says that he believes it." Did I say I believe him? I tell you right now, I don't know. But that Lucifer is not the Satan be all end all. He is just one of the Shaitan. He's one of them because his dad was one of them. And when you start looking at this from the lens of like Christ, when he talks about, he says, you're a liar like your father who was a murderer. He was a liar before you. He's saying this. Now, according to the Old Testament, right? God created these angels. He created us. But if he created Lucifer, now think about this. This is the Old Testament God, right? Now, according to that logic, wouldn't he be Shafar? By that logic, the Old Testament God. In the Tanakh, which is the written version of the Jewish oral tradition written, right? David actually sees Yahweh. And this is something that people have a hard time understanding. Yahweh is a dragon.
Dragons still exist nowadays. Actually, I
believe that too.
They just have to hide themselves. They have to cloak themselves. They've had to for a long time to protect themselves. But they are still here. I can see people's dragons. Most of us have at least one dragon, and many times they let me see them. They're beautiful and they're amazing. You actually have two of them. One of them is an orange one, and one of them is a yellow and white one. Actually, she's actually very beautiful. I've never seen one like that before, actually.
You're telling me that I have dragons that are around me. That's what you're telling me.
Yes, they've always been with you. They will always be with you.
Okay, where do these dragons come from?
they come from, I don't know where they come from. I've never asked them. They said they come from a place that's not of here that we won't understand.
Interesting. I've
They
never
said
been
they
told
stay
that
here
in my
for us
whole
because
life.
they love
I
us.
think that you need
They
to.
said they stay here for us because they love us, even though they cloak themselves, because they started
think
having to
you-
cloak themselves to protect because they're in danger. Sorry, what were you saying?
Go ahead, honey. Say what you're going to say.
I think you need to test the spirits because that doesn't seem right to me at
Yeah,
all.
typically, if you're
I'm not liking that.
yeah, dragons.
The dragons you're not liking?
I'm just not liking that idea because it doesn't. I don't
See, and
know.
I don't know. That's just
dragon,
what
right?
that's just what I heard. So I'm not sure, but
Dragons are revered in a lot of cultures, but then in other cultures they're considered evil. It depends because the Draconians they look like tall dragons. That's a race of, some people call them intergalactic, alien, whatever, but they can be known as demons.
yeah, like reptilians.
People see them all the time. We've had multiple people come on the show and talk about them.
If you can rebuke something in Christ's name, then that's a good sign that it's probably not something that you want to accept or accept into your AO.
Because I had somebody screaming at me, "I rebuke you in the name of Christ," and nothing happened to me. And I'm like, I'm not going to burst into flames because I'm not evil. I'm gonna,
Yeah,
you know,
I had one experience where I still don't really understand about the
Didn't bother me at
reptilians
all.
and all of that necessarily because I choose to not. I don't know. I've learned more as far as like negative entities and stuff go the past few years, but I still kind of don't want to learn about it, even though I know I'm meant to and I need to. But anyways, so I was at a party one night and I went by myself, and this party had ended early, and I went and I was speaking with like a group of 4 random guys that I didn't know, just being friendly, and it was the craziest thing in the world. Like all of a sudden, just mid conversation, they just looked at me and they said, "Yeah, we're reptilians. Is that a problem?" And I just like kept talking and like I didn't even hear them. I just kept talking like I didn't even hear them. I just let it, like I didn't even acknowledge it because I was like, I don't know who you people are, but they were trying to talk me into leaving with them. And I was like, there's no way ever. Like, no. And then I heard that and I was like, I just stayed calm and I pretend like I didn't hear him. And then I just talked to him for a little bit longer and then I just like removed myself. That was so weird.
Where was this at? I'm asking again. Where was this at?
Oh, sorry. I live in Utah.
Okay.
So it was here and it was at like an after party. It was at like an after party.
What part
after
of
like
Utah?
a rave.
Like Provo or Salt Lake?
Salt Lake City.
Okay.
I swear there's a crazy vortex here.
Were you Mormon?
I was actually raised Mormon, yes.
Yeah.
But I remember being 5 years old and sitting in church and looking at those people and thinking, you people are wrong. What are you talking about? No, you are wrong.
Yeah. The Mormons have a lot of, has anybody ever read the Book of Mormon? I have. Yeah. I've read it. And so
some of the beliefs are insane.
Do you think that the golden tablets have any validity at all? I mean, what do you think?
I don't really remember what exactly the golden tablets are. What I remember is learning that like there's different levels of heaven. And I always remember even as a kid thinking like, that doesn't make any sense. God loves all of us. And he wouldn't do that to us. He wouldn't, because how they explained it was that if you were on a higher level than your loved one, like, say, the person you had been married to, or like your parents or your family or whatever, and you are on a higher level than they were, that you could visit them, but they can never visit you. And I was like, I always remember thinking like, no, that doesn't make sense. Why would God wouldn't judge? God does not judge. God does not judge us. God is not judgmental. So why would he give us levels of that was the one thing that I always disliked the most.
One of the things about Mormonism, I can say this, whose sound is that?
Someone driving?
Yeah, I'll mute up. I don't think it's me. Somebody's driving.
Okay. James Schreier. Are you driving, James?
I am not driving. I actually have my mic muted.
Okay.
Until now.
Okay, so let me say this about the Book of Mormon. The Mormon belief. Now, this is interesting. They actually believe that black people are the descendants of Cain. Very interesting that they believe that, and they actually they believe that when there was the war in heaven, and this is I'm not even joking. Okay,
I only recently learned this, but yeah,
yeah.
You're correct,
So they believe when there was a war in heaven, that the third of the angels, of course, which they became they were people. They became part of the people of the earth, right? That they came here. It's a very interesting, weird thing. It's so bizarre.
It's horrible.
But they say that Lucifer took them, but they also believe something that Abe Finkelstein, who is Jewish, who passed away a long time ago. He was an evil man.
Too bad.
Yeah, what is so too bad, huh? Evil guy. But he says, he goes, our people, our God is Lucifer. That's what he says in an interview. He literally says that. He's a Jewish guy. And he says that most Jewish people don't want to tell you that, Goyim, but they'll tell you. He goes, our God is Lucifer. He says they believe that, right? This is what the Mormons say. They say that when the angels, they came to earth, right? They say that the ones that were neutral were turned into black people. Then they became the descendants of Cain.
I just recently learned this. Yeah.
So let me finish. Hold on. Before you go on, Shaylee. This is what so then Abe Finkelstein says that the Schwarza, as they call them, the blacks, is what he said. This is the Jewish people. He says that they came here with Lucifer. That's what he says.
Amazing.
Right? Same thing the Mormons say. And you're sitting there going like, what is this? You know? So if you have pigmentation in your skin and you're dark skinned, then you're you came with the devil or whatever. And then
do you think that maybe they
just
got
my
mixed
luck.
up with
He's like, just my luck.
Do you think they got it mixed up instead of it's not flesh, it's the soul, like the dark spirits compared to the light spirits?
I believe that's probably, but there's also a Buddhist belief though that your skin tone and your eyes reflect the soul. But that's part of reincarnation. Once again, I'm going to say this, and this is not what I believe because I don't believe all this craziness. I'm just repeating what these different beliefs are. There is a Buddhist faith. There's a belief, and is it Taoism or Taoism? I can't remember which one, but there's one in particular. I definitely read this, and they believe that if you come back and the darker your skin, you have to like repent. You have to have like this cleansing or whatever. But like I've told people before, even if that's true, and you live a righteous life, it doesn't matter because once you live your life right, you're not going to. It doesn't matter. You'll transcend. So they believe that that's from your past sins. And so like the eyes, now I have dark eyes. Tony's mother, she's Vietnamese and she's a Buddhist and she was shamanic. And she told me, she's like, that reflective of your past life, you were sinner. She told me that to my face. She goes, you had a black eye. You come back like that because you're bad. You had whole grudge and you know love.
What?
She did. She said that. She goes, your brother, he got blue eye, but he gonna go back. He come back next time, he be dark because he bad. He do bad. That's what she told my brother. My brother could tell you this. Scorpion, you're on the line. You were there when she said he was there.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was there.
I keep getting that this is your first incarnation as a white human.
Well, maybe that's why I don't like hunkies. I don't know. That's my problem. I'm joking.
I'm the same. Just like,
I'm joking. I love white people, man.
And it's very different. It's almost uncomfortable sometimes. It's and yes, I have a lot of ethnical friends as well. I'm right there with you.
I do, but I try not to.
Say that you guys have friends. That's it. You just have friends. Who cares?
Sounds like
Andreas has a question.
I agree.
Yes, Maroni fed him a big pile of bullshit to me.
I agree.
Andreas has a
Stop
question.
saying bad words.
I'm sorry.
99.9% the same genetically. Each and every human being on this earth is 99.9% the same genetically. 99.9% the same. We are all the same.
Racist people, though, you know what they'll do is they'll say, "Oh, I hate everybody." They'll actually say that, and they'll say it in a way to try to escape from being
it's a cop out.
Being prejudiced. I'll say racism is actually a systemic thing in a lot of cultures, and the Hindu culture is really systemic. But I will say this: that is
the Chinese what they think.
Oh, dude, yeah, racism is systemic. Prejudice is really the word, right? So Madeline says here, Wolf hates everybody equally. Now, there was a time in my life that was true. I really did despise. I hated people. I hated dealing with people of all kinds. I could find something wrong with every person I dealt with, and I hated them. I hated them for having a lack of intelligence. I hated them for not being physically strong. I felt like I was superior to most people because my IQ was 170 and theirs wasn't. I felt like I was stronger than most people because I could bench 600 pounds and they couldn't. I could squat 800 pounds and they couldn't. I hated people. I thought people were just mice, you know? And then it hit me. I was like, dude, I'm a person, you know, and I had to come to the conclusion, and now people use it as a cop out, but I didn't like people. I hated everybody, and I had an
I
anger
would
problem.
imagine that would be very difficult because, I mean,
It
your
is.
feelings, as in because I imagine you felt so alone because it was hard to relate to people, which can create one to feel very alone. So why would you, that'd be difficult to deal with, I would believe.
No, you know, and I look at it like this, man. I don't hate anybody. I love white people, I love black people, Hispanic. It doesn't matter because you could learn from everybody. I learned from everybody's culture. I try to.
Oh, yeah.
Andres has a question, and a couple of people want it to be asked.
What is his
But
question?
for you, I think maybe you'd feel alone, because of that. So that'd be difficult, I would think.
Well, I did it one time. So what is it? What is his question?
It says, Shaylee, the dragons, are they coiled around us like snakes? That's his question.
No, they are not. No. All the dragons that I've seen and that I've experienced or come into contact with, they've all been good. I've not come into contact with any bad, like evil or negative dragons.
Got a question.
Or entities or spirits like that.
Sorry about that. You may have said this or answered this before, but how long have you been seeing dragons? Is this something since you were born with, or was it after your encounter?
So I've always been different, I guess. But it's a good way. I like it, but I just feel like it's my normal world. And so lately it's been like the past couple of years, it's been pointed out to me more so that like I'm on a different world or whatever. I'm a Pisces, but well, anyways. So I'm always like, I've always seen, so I'm a medium, and that's been since I've always been able to be a medium. There just was a lot of time during my life where I denied it and didn't want to accept it, sometimes still. At the dragons though, so I started being able to see them maybe about 4 or 5 years ago only. And that's when I started learning more about, it's hard to explain. Like I've always known of things, but not consciously, if that makes any sense. I feel like I've brought a lot that I've learned from my past lives. I feel like I've brought a lot of that into this life. And so subconsciously I'm able to use it before it consciously starts, and I start consciously understanding it a little bit, or trying to understand it, if that makes sense.
Shaylee, I'm going to say something to you, and I don't mean any disrespect, but I honestly believe that you have an attachment. I don't think that these things are good for you, and it would behoove you to test the spirits and rebuke it. That's my opinion.
Spirits?
Well, whatever you're saying, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude or anything like that. Please don't take it away. I'm just
no, I don't.
That's what I feel.
Okay.
You said you had spirit guides too. What do do you see the spirit guides? Like, how many are there? I think that might be what Nellie's talking about.
My spirit guides, one of them is my dead son. And he's with me every day of my life, and he will always be with me. He's my spirit guide. So he's left the physical world, but he's still with me. And he's still with me every day. It's just not.
How old was he when he passed away? How old?
10 weeks and 3 days old.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I knew that was what you were going to say.
But he's still with me. It's just in a way that is different. I feel like death is very hard for us because it's hard for us in our human forms to understand or to realize that they are always still with us. It's just in a much different way than we are used to. But I'm a medium. I can hear dead people. I don't see them. I don't want to see, so I don't. But yes, I can hear dead people if I choose to.
I might say something, and don't take this wrong, and it's probably not very well. But obviously, you love your son very much, and perhaps maybe these things are using that your love for your son to get close to you as masking themselves as your son. You know, maybe. I'm not trying to hurt you or anything like that. I'm sorry if I did.
No, it's okay. I understand. No, and that's definitely a thing that can happen. Yes. Negative entities and evil or negative energies, very much they can do that. They will manipulate people. They will manipulate people's what people think they know. Yes, I agree with you. That is definitely a thing. However, in my case, I don't believe that has been a thing. I talk to God every day. I very much have a very strong and connected relationship with God, and I also, have come across negative energies or entities that as far as it goes within my home, if I feel one in my home or in my presence, I just tell it to get the fuck out, and he usually listens. But
I'm trying to say the F word, please.
Yeah, but that's not.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That's not a way of doing it. I mean, you have to rebuke these things in the name of Jesus, and you have to have a clean presence about yourself when you do these things, and you can't be angry and just say, "I go demand you to leave," because then you're doing that with anger. You're not doing with with.
You gotta say with authority, though.
Authority, yeah.
Anger.
That's. I mean, that's how I say it with the I start getting
guides
angry.
and stuff. You don't need spirit guides. You need Jesus. He'll guide you.
Let me ask you this, Shaylee.
I have both. I have both.
I want to ask you a question, Shaylee. So,
yeah.
You said that you said that you're in prayer every day, that you talk to God every day.
Yes.
Can I ask you, how do you begin your prayer? Like, how do you approach that verbally or mentally? Like what are the words that you use when you begin your prayer?
It's not necessarily prayer. It's as in my relationship with God is I talk to him all day, every day.
But who is God to you?
About what I'm thankful for, about if I feel like I need help, if I feel like I need to remember to be strong, if I feel like I want him to provide me with some extra love because I need it, because sometimes we all need that, or if I feel like I'm alone, then he reminds me that I'm not alone.
Yeah, no,
or if I want to give up, he reminds me that I shouldn't give up. I'm here for a reason. And the biggest thing for me is feeling alone. Well, it used to be. I don't feel alone anymore. I haven't for some time, but it used to be feeling alone quite often. And I realized I'm not alone. I'm not alone. God walks with me every single day, every single step, every single breath that I take here. He's with me always, and he always will be.
Question.
And I'm thankful for that.
I have a question too, though. But we're piggybacking on Anthony, what he said. Who is God to you, though?
God is my creator. God is my my strength. God is the reason
when you pray to God, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I got to say this. Do you say, Father, I come unto you in the name of Christ? Do you just start talking to whoever you think is God?
I normally, if I'm like actually praying, versus just because I think I do talk to God quite often, and I understand maybe not everybody has that experience. We all can have that experience if we choose to. But if I'm actually in an actual prayer where I want to get like, I don't know, like say if I'm having a really, really difficult time, or something or whatever other reasons.
So the point is very simple.
I'll say, dear Heavenly Father, I'll speak what I what I want to ask him, or what I want to, because usually it's, I'm wanting to ask for something where I'm telling him I love him. I'm telling him I'm thankful to be here. I'm telling him, there's lots of different things.
Do you talk to Jesus? If you do, what do you say?
No, I don't talk to Jesus very often.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't know why.
See,
can you say the name Jesus? Or
I know when I died, I met God. I know Jesus is here. I love Jesus. I am thankful that I get to live this life with, like, I may think I've had a hard life, or I may think at times I'm this or that. However, I know because of Jesus Christ's pure and total sacrifice, because of his love for me, my life is much easier, and I'm thankful to him for that, and I love him for that. And so yes, he has a place in my life, but I don't necessarily speak with him, I guess. Like,
is he your Lord and Savior?
So in the Mormon religion, we were taught God, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. Obviously, like I said, I never really agreed with the Mormon religion. Will never agree with any religion who tells me that God doesn't judge, yet they turn around and they judge others because they're not the same as they are. I don't judge other people who use religion. That's fine. I just won't ever agree with it.
Well, I mean, God does judge. It's just that it's his place. It's given to him to judge, not us.
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was saying, in my opinion, I believe that a lot of religions are hypocritical because they preach that God does not judge, but then they will turn around themselves and they will judge
religion
others who are not the same religion as they are.
Hold on 1 second, Shaylee. Now let me get control of this for a minute. I have to hold on. Everybody, let me get control of this.
Okay.
All right. Now people say that I do that. That's tough. Remember, I'm down with the Fuhrer, right? All right, just
We will ask the questions here.
If you don't know, now you know. All right. So no, Madeline has a thing. She says, I disagree with people telling her she has to talk to Jesus. She talks to God and prays to God in her way. Now I'm going to address that. Hold on. But then we had Michelle L. who says, why is it everyone comes out and attacks anyone who can see or hear other beings? It is an attachment, and they need to rebuke them in the name of Jesus. She's an adult and can discern what is good or evil. Now, here's a good point. I don't believe exactly the same way Nellie does. I don't believe the same way Anthony does. Believe it or not, we don't all have the same belief. Everyone's views are kind of like water. Bruce Lee says to be like water. You kind of float, right? But you don't want to float on the sea of emotion, because emotion is against, what we have to acknowledge. We need knowledge, right? We need it. We need that information, because without the information, we can't make a decision one way or the other. So what I'm going to say right now is, I don't want you to feel like you're being attacked. I'm not telling you how you have to be or whatever. For me, I know what works. Now, I will say this. I am not an expert in anything, but I am pretty darn good at talking to people. Okay. I've done it many times on this show, and I've interviewed thousands and thousands of people for all kinds of things. And I can tell you this. One of the things that people say over and over and over again is that they called out into the name of Christ and it worked. Just saying, God help me. Now, there have been a handful of people who've told me that, and it has worked. Because I believe, and this is going to sound weird and esoteric, but I believe that if you're on a certain wavelength, if you're on a certain vibration, you can.
I heard.
Y'all heard that? It's like somebody tried to open the door.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
Yeah, so if you're on a certain wavelength, you can actually be in the mind of God. That is part of what you can do. But I will say this. It's just as likely that you could end up not talking to God, the true God. You will talk to something or someone who answers as God, but they are not God, and they will put themselves out there as God because there are beings that once were worshipped by thousands of or even millions of people, and they are not gods. They are
Very
just,
true.
they were given that energy of God, but they're not God. So that's why whenever Jesus says you go through me to get to the Father, he's very specific. So
I also
I
spent
go,
3 days with God.
so, and that's nice. But here's the
And I
thing.
was
You're on a heavenly realm. Now, people need to understand this too, that there are beings on these heavenly realms that can be God-like. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are the one true God. And they may be comforting to you and good to you, but they could be a very powerful or potent angel of the Lord. And they don't tell you that they're God. Did this being say, I'm God? He didn't, did he?
No, he didn't have to, because I know my Father, and I know my Creator, and I
But
know.
for you, that was God, right? That was God for you.
Yes. Yeah.
What the heck was that? I know y'all heard that.
Let me check.
Anthony's, whoa.
I got it. Okay.
He's been knocking
Yeah.
things.
No, and people have.
Well, here, actually, let me just say something. I don't want you to feel like we're ganging up on you. I'm not ganging up on you. I'm concerned, and I don't want you to, be led astray or, be led away from God. And, I don't want you to feel like you have to be defensive or anything like that.
And I'm not a religious
Yeah, no,
person.
I understand, and I'm very open, and I'm not defensive or upset, and I appreciate you, and I don't think you're coming from a bad place at all. But also I know, I understand within myself. I know who my God is. I know who I speak with, and I'm thankful to you, for your opinions and for sharing that with me. But I know who I speak with, and I know who I know myself, and I know my soul.
That's great.
So.
Going back to what we were saying about your son, because I want to get this cleared up here, because a lot of people are saying a lot of different things. This is what I know. I have a very close friend, and it's actually Tony's stepdad, who believes that his son that died very young, like as an infant, he passed away. He believes that child hung around, and that it actually, this is his belief. I'm not saying I believe this, but I'm going to tell you what happened to me. This is the absolute truth. This is true. I've never told on the show. I'm going to tell you. And here's what happened. His child passed away when he was a baby, but he believes, and he didn't know this until later on when he went out with Tony's mother. And she told him, she's like, your son is still around and he has grown up. So this was 20 something, now going almost 30 years ago. Now he would be 30 something, about Anthony's age. And whenever this happened with me, this was about, I'd say, what is this, 2025? This was probably maybe 8 years ago, about 8 years ago. I had an issue with him. Me and him had an issue with one another, and he was practicing shamanism or learning to be what Tony's mother was. Now, I'm not saying this is what I believe, because I don't do that. That son, his son, attacked me. He attacked me, spiritually attacked me. I was asleep, and I woke up, and I had a horrible pain in my side. It woke me up because he had grabbed me with his hand. This is a spirit, and put it under my rib cage and yanked and shoved his hand into my side, because me and his dad were having problems. And I looked at this boy, and he was not a boy. He was probably 19, 20. You remember that, Anthony? I told you about this.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
He attacked me, and he had his hair was kind of like shoulder length. He was very handsome, and he looked, now I didn't know this, but he looked like he was maybe Persian or something. I didn't know for sure, but he looked Caucasian and Persian something. Years later, a few years later, which this was a few years ago, I talked to Chad about this, and I said, your son, when you and I were fighting, we had that problem. I said, he attacked me. I told Tony's mother about it. And he says, oh my gosh. And he goes, what did he look like? And I described him to Chad, and he kind of looked like Chad. And Chad told me He's like, his mother was Persian. She was Iranian.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. So weird thing that really happened. That's a weird thing that happened.
I believe it. Yeah, that's horrible though.
So a child now, is this possible? Can a child now? I've had multiple people. This is not my first rodeo. So when people start snapping to judgments and say, well, this person, blah, 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 blah. Remember, I'm not saying I'm the expert on this panel, but I'm telling you what I know to be true and what I know to be real. And I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you that really happened. Okay.
I believe it.
So I'm going to tell you this. That doesn't mean that that's an affirmation, that confirms that what you are saying is absolutely, the truth or whatever, that you have a child that hangs around. That is actually something that I have heard multiple times. And I'm telling you what my experience was. Does that mean that that's the absolute truth? I don't know. On this show, I'm not going to sit here and tell you absolutes because we don't know, but I can tell you what I strongly feel and what I believe. And I know the hour is growing late. It's 1 o'clock here now. If anybody needs to leave, you can. You're not bound to be here, whatever. But this is an interesting subject, an interesting topic, and we always get into some interesting things here on the show. And I want to say this. We don't rush to judgment because we don't know. There's a lot of things out there. There's more things in heaven and earth than we could possibly know. I'm not trying to be Shakespearean, but that's the truth. And
we create our own worlds.
We do, and we absolutely do create our own worlds. With perception, yes. Perception is the key that unlocks the intangible power of the spirit.
Yes.
If you perceive nothing, you are nothing. And that is the absolute truth. But what Nellie was saying is very important because you have to test the spirits because you need to know who you're dealing with. Because if you are a medium, and they do exist, I've had psychics. Tony's mother dealt with a very powerful one in Vietnam, and she knew about my grandfather. She knew about my uncle, who I always felt was around me, his spirit. And she's like, he shares your name. And I'm like, what? And then when she said Paul, I'm like, yes, my Uncle Paul. My middle name is Paul. That's, a lot of people they don't think about it because of middle name, whatever. Your name is also kind of a label. You're not given it by accident. It happens, and it's there for a reason. People change their names. And like Prince, he changed himself into a symbol. And also he wasn't down with the Diddy parties. I got to give him props for that. He was just like, ew, brother, ew, what is that? What is that, brother?
Spill and tea put it perfectly.
But just be careful, Shalene. She says, we are concerned for you. That's all. She calls you Shalene, but, Shaylee. So that being said,
I'm thankful for that. I'm going to
go on to the next person, but you're welcome to stay in the chat and you can participate or whatever. But thank you for your input. And I just want to make sure that you understand we weren't attacking you. I wasn't.
Yeah, definitely.
No, I didn't feel attacked, and I'm open. I'm open to questions, and I'm open to share, my experiences or my viewpoints of things. And I kind of tried to say a little bit earlier, but like for me personally, the greatest form of education I've received, and that I'm always very thankful to receive, is being able to be around other people who have different viewpoints than my own, and understanding and accepting those viewpoints, and not trying to change other people's viewpoints or not trying to change my own necessarily, but being able to fully accept somebody's thoughts that may be different than mine. Because for me, that's how I am educated in the best way. So
exactly, that's how we learn.
Yeah, we all have to share this planet together. And I think that there are religions. Religion does divide people. It really does. We're divided amongst gender. That is the worst. Is this when they don't let male female fighting, that stuff, that left right paradigm. Don't fall into the racial or the religious traps, because those are traps for people. And you don't realize when you die or when you leave your body, and I've done this, and you leave beyond the astral plane, you're a ball of light about that big. I'm not even joking, folks. And you can see in all directions, and you're like, whoa. And when I try to describe it to people, there's no way to describe it in 3-dimensional terms. There's just not. And whenever people try to say, well, they got all the answers and they figured it all out, well, let me know, because I'm still looking.
Yeah, for me it's weird. I try to think back and remember if I had a body, but I don't really remember a body. But I don't really remember. It's weird.
It's different
hard
for
to
different
explain.
people, though, Josh. You know, astral projections or conscious.
What's going on, KC? How you doing?
Hey guys.
Hi.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, a conscious astral projection. It's different for everyone. What I saw the first time I went there was a replica of this world, only more like a psychedelic version of it, but we're often shown things that we can relate to at that time, at that place in our development. If we're able to get that far, have a conscious projection, that's often what to make us feel more comfortable. And we're, of course, we're going to go vibration wise to a place that corresponds to where we're at that time, vibrationally in our own growth. But what I saw was like a Maxwell Parrish painting, just it was incredible. I don't want to repeat myself, but I don't want to steal time from anyone else who was. I just tuned in late, and so I don't speak out of turn. I don't know what you had scheduled.
Being late is a problem. We're going to have to talk after the show, Casey. We're going to have to get to the bottom of this.
You mentioned mediums,
I'm going to have to hit you with some fees
wet
for being late.
And fees.
Yes.
But yeah, that was my.
This will be our interview, Kevin.
We're going to double your cult dues.
Yeah, that's right. So that being said, what you're talking about, though, the astral projection thing, that is a weird thing. Now abracadabra is the Merkaba astral shape-shifting multiple astral world. Yeah.
It was beautiful for me. But any strong emotion, if you're, especially for neophytes, as I certainly was at the time, it draws you back to your body usually. So the experience is peculiar to everyone's own development. And there's no absolute. The only absolute is there's no absolute. So
no, there really isn't, because the only absolute is God. That is the truth.
That's for sure.
And we are always growing and changing and whatever. Lolo says something very important. She says, "Can someone tell me?" And Josh said, "We begin to pray to God through Christ." She says, "I have always said, dear Heavenly Father, creator of all things, but I wanted to make sure that I'm praying to the one true God." What I do, this is what works for me. I say, "Father, I come unto you in the name of Jesus. I ask these things in the name of Christ. Your will be done." And they just begin from that point on, and ask for whatever it is that you're going to ask for. And always, this is something I do a lot. I do this a lot, and it's up to you. You can do what you want with yourself, but I pray, and I pray all the time, and I'm always in prayer, and I ask God for things all day long, and to help me, guide me, lead me. But do people do this as much as we should? No, I really don't think any of us do. But just to thank God, constantly thank God for everything that we have, constantly thanking God and being like, God,
every moment.
In the name of Christ, thank you for everything you've given me and done for me. Thank you for those that I love, care about, and I'm close to. Thank you for providing for me. Help me to accomplish my goals and whatever it is that I need to do, that I need and want to get done. I ask for that.
Gratitude is everything, I think.
Plead the blood of Jesus over your household, your family, your pets. These creatures we talk about on the show, they attack people's pets constantly. Why do you think that is? Because you may be protected, but you're not protecting your pets. You know that Jesus ordered. Yes, you know what you love. Jesus told us to preach the gospel to every living thing. That may sound weird, but that means that you preach the gospel to everything. Even tell your animals.
Your plants,
everything, your plants, fish, even. It sounds birds. Weird, but they have life force.
If it can die, it's alive.
It's alive.
If it can die, it has a soul.
But interject something. The last time I was on the res, one of the Diné elders said, if you're Diné, which is their name for Navajo, everything is a prayer. But you can enlarge that to any the purity is not limited to any particular culture, obviously, but I understood what he meant. When you're walking in a certain way, a certain reverence, then everything is seen through that lens, and gratitude and humility are the bookend spiritually.
I think gratitude is everything. Right.
I think that everybody has to walk their own path. And when you come into this world, you come in alone, but you don't come in alone. You come in with a soul group. And you've been with these people before, whether it's in this life or another life.
Lifetime after lifetime.
People don't want to believe in that, but you can believe what you want. But in the end, you'll see what I'm talking about. And we are living in a simulation within a simulation, but it's an agreed upon illusion. You can actually create egregores or tulpas. and that's something else. Tulpas are something that's created by a thought form. Now, there was a Sufi mystic once that said that, I was reading this, and I think it was in Fate magazine, where he was I think it was Aldi's book or whatever. But they were saying that they asked him, what is the most dangerous, entity? And he said something, kind of shocking. He says it's a human thought form. Because it is more potent. Because
things.
Yeah,
words of power.
Words have power, yes, and manifesting, yes. And what you said, Dick Richards, about you said that Jesus says to get control of our mind, right?
Amen. Yeah, the vain imaginations are an evil spirit.
Evil. They
Mastering
can
our emotions.
incarnate evil. Master your emotions. There you go. Yeah. Good points, all of you. When Jesus says, James,
something
go ahead.
occurred to me. I had something occur to me earlier. Just last night, I was resting and I had this memory of a shadow entity that dived into me. And then I thought it was immediately apparent that they're containers, more like golems in a sense, perhaps just not even a fully thought out thought form, one that is simply a data sort of messenger.
And that's one of the reasons why AI is so potent. I'm going to tell you guys something, and I'll make a prediction to go along with this. AI is going to be a big problem coming up real soon.
It already is, man.
I'm going to say this because AI is putting together everything from our thoughts and whatever we put into the ether. Whatever I've said on this show is now a part of its life force.
Yeah.
What everybody has said on these shows, on any of these shows that have ever existed that go into the internet, it now has access to that. So if I give it knowledge or information, whether it had it before or not, now it has it. And it can use this to create a world within a world within a world. And what it's going to do is you're going to have to knock down barrier after barrier after barrier after barrier. But it is not infinite. The devil is really good at illusion. He creates the illusion that you can actually be trapped, and you cannot. The four corners is the trap, right? The four corners. You know what that is? The seat of Satan is the four corners. This is the problem that people don't understand. That's why when you give over to the black cube, which is the seat of Satan, which is in Saturn, people don't understand that. Go look it up. Go read about it. You'll learn what I'm talking about. That's a prison. But it's a prison for demons because they don't have the duality that we have. They have chosen one side completely.
Exactly.
You entrap yourself with your own sin. If you free yourself, and like I said, my friend's dad, cutting the barnacle, his name was Bobby. Bobby, just cut the barnacles off of the ship every day so the ship doesn't have a problem. You have to do that with your body, mind, and soul. That's why I go to Juiceland. That's why I go and I used to drink the wheatgrass all the time. They don't have it anymore, but drinking the juices and kind of cleanse your body and keep the parasites at bay. You got to do that mentally, spiritually, and physically. And it has to be a balance there, and you won't be trapped. You won't be stuck. That some cultures, they'll tell you don't die inside of a house. Go outside and die. I'm not even joking.
You better wheel me out.
Yeah.
I'd crawl out if I had to. I'd be like, I'm not dying in this house. You don't have to disclose that I died here because I'm going outside. But that's a truth.
Why do they say that? Sorry.
Well, because the corners, the way that we've designed it, this Euclidean, what would it be? Descartes,
like
the mathematics.
Pythagorean.
I think it would be.
I think it's not open or.
Yeah, Euclidean math, and what was his name?
Sacred geometry, right?
Pythagoras.
Pythagoras, yeah, the sacred geometry. What is his name that he was talking about it when he said he designed a world and everybody made fun of him?
That actor, Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard, he was talking about it, and he was talking about the Cartesian math being not correct and not how, and it's circular. He's completely right. Because everything is vibration, and vibration is not straight.
Right.
Straight lines.
They are like not a tesseract.
To be
yes, the tesseract. Yes. Like we have literally evolved our minds to a point where we can enslave ourselves, and we've done it. We've created the AI, which really was just waiting to be found. And I'm telling you right now, it is demonic. It really is.
I think
And
don't ever get chipped.
the demons are going to use it every way they can because they were waiting for us to uncover that and just use it because nothing is invented. Tesla
they're gonna
himself
wanna chip
didn't invent
us.
it. He said that, dude, everything was, the energy was free and they killed him. He says, look, we don't need
I
this.
was writing a bit on some of my thoughts with the AI building itself earlier. I actually have a sort of theory on where it comes from in a sense. Of course, anyone can call whatever they want the archons, and there's the upper connection with the crown in the chakra system, of course, more so the nervous system. It interconnects with I believe the more upper connection would be what people might refer to as the Christos or the Christ, or the connection to Jesus. In the lower connections, you're sort of distinguish that those lower ones are directly connected to this world, but they go deeper through the leg chakras. And buried within that it's a human technology. It's the actual genome, but it's the genome that bridges us to this world and keeps the spirit here. So it's what better for a parasite to connect to than that and then lock it down.
Wolf, I got a question.
Yeah.
So when we talked about AI, do you think AI is the first or second stage or one of the stages towards the Antichrist?
I think it's going to be very pivotal and very important, and it depends on the Antichrist that we're talking about, because I believe there are multiple Antichrists. I've said this before on the show, and if those that are kind of new or whatever, the number 666 actually is a human number. It really is. Yeah. And when Jesus talks about that, you look at the number, it spells Nero Caesar. It was written in ancient Greek text because John was on the Isle of Patmos, which was in southeastern Greece. And that is very important that people can see that and reckon that that's what he was referring to. He was the beast, Nero, he was. But it happens again and again and again. It is a self-perpetuating evil that keeps returning. It doesn't end. There's not really an end to it until Jesus finally puts an end to it. But if you look at the six-pointed star, the dimensions of it are 666.
Right.
And that is the star of the symbol of Remphan. Now, Remphan was a Canaanite, in my opinion. Remphan was worshipped as a god. It was the temple, but he actually was a Canaanite king, which was a Nephilim, and he built it in honor of his father or his father's father, whatever, Moloch, who was the child eater. He demanded that they burn children for him. Interesting enough, now this is interesting.
Hollywood.
Yeah,
Moloch's made quite a comeback.
He sure has.
The prophet Amos said that your star is the star of Chion or Remphan, and that your tabernacle is the tabernacle of Moloch. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, and when you look at this historically, now that's why history is very important. Do you know what the number one most hated subject by American students is? History. They hate history. Why do you hate history? And they say, because it's so boring. You know why? Because the Rockefeller system makes it boring.
They dumbed it down.
You dumb it down so you don't go back and you don't look and you don't learn anything. Because if you learn something, then you're going to learn. You'll know real knowledge. If you study history, math, science, and literature, and all of these different things, and you put them all together, you will have what you need. Science, math, history, they all go hand in hand. I studied them all, and I studied them extensively, and I just pounded it into my head like, this is what you have to know. You have to know who these people were, get different perspectives on it. Even people like I've read Mao Zedong's Red Book. That doesn't mean I'm a communist. I think it's a despicable piece of work, but I read it. I read Machiavelli. Doesn't mean that I agree with it. Now, Machiavelli's a little different. People look at everything from like evil, dark, whatever, or good or whatever. But you know that people are not that way. People are shades of gray. They are not really cut and dry, good or bad. We're a mixture. Machiavelli was no different. What he was saying was that you're not going to get rewarded in this world by playing by the rules. But who sets the rules? Jesus says that the rules
was the end justifies the means, right?
Exactly.
That's the central message. Yeah.
Jesus says that the person that sets the rules is Satan, and this is his world. Now, interesting that Yahweh, according to the Tanakh, he wanted burnt flesh offerings to eat, to consume. He wanted his meat cooked, right? These child eater Moloch, he wanted children, but he wanted them cooked. Think about that. Very interesting that this God that the Israelites had, right, the Yahweh character, mirrors a lot of these other characters like Baal Haman or Moloch. They were all different gods. And the God of the Old Testament even refers to the powerful ones that live beyond the Euphrates. I'll have Paul Wallace back on again, and he can listen to him, and you can decide and make up your own mind. But it starts to be very apparent, if you're me at least, and you figured it out. This is what I believe. Jesus is talking about somebody very different. And it's almost an indictment on who they are as a people and who they worship, because he says, your father is not my father. I don't know who you're talking about. I mean, he's very obvious talking against that. And he says, my father is the most high. My father is the heavenly father this is all his, this universe, everything. You're worshiping someone that is a shaitan. He says that your father is Satan, and you're of the synagogue of Satan. He tried to minister to these people using their own scriptures and their words and showing them as hypocrites, the Pharisees, telling them, you're wrong, you're wrong. But when he rose Lazarus from the dead, that was it. That was the death knell for him. They couldn't handle that. They were like, if he can do that, he can raise himself. And he did.
Yes.
When they murdered him, they passed the blame on to the Romans and the Italians. I heard some silly things. I've read some really, really silly things. Not to be ugly or mean, but these are people who are not informed. That's all it is, their lack of knowledge. These people don't understand who or what God is, and neither do I completely. It is very important that you ground yourself. And when you pray to any God, I don't care what you think or what you think God is, don't let your mind, which is three-dimensional and trapped in this world, guide you. You need to be guided by the Spirit, and the only Spirit that you can trust is the Holy Spirit. And where does that come from? The Trinity, God, Christ, Holy Spirit. How do you achieve that? How do you talk to him? God, I come unto you in the name of Christ. When you say Christ, click, you're talking to God. You were talking to the Father of Christ, because he's the only one that's going to answer when you throw Jesus' name in there. That's why you don't just start talking to God, because you don't know who or what that God is. So when you say, God, are you there? A million of them are going to go, yes, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, they're here.
It's like a cesspool.
Yes, they'll surround you because they all want to be
Maybe
God.
that's more of a feeling than it is of hearing, if that makes any sense.
Well, it depends on how you see the world. Do you see it through a lens that's darkly, or are you seeing it through a clear lens? And that's only to be determined by your power that's within you to connect to the Holy Spirit.
I don't see, I feel with my heart.
You feel it. Okay. When you feel that, though, do you get mental images that go along with it?
No.
Nothing. You don't have anything but a feeling. So you don't feel like you need to pray to God through Christ. Jesus is not part of the equation. That's what you believe.
Yeah.
Wow. So then you could be praying or communing with anything, with anyone.
No.
That's like casting a
Well,
line
in my
out
opinion,
in the ocean
no.
and not knowing what you're going to catch.
Because I know God, and I know how God, I know that love. I know that love. I know that peace. I know that comfort. I know that safety.
And like I said,
you
could hit a wavelength that will take you to the God mind. But I will tell you this 100%, there is no way that you will go back to the source and to the Father unless you go through Christ. I'm telling you the absolute truth, because there is no way you won't be there. You just won't. Now, could you be with a very, very potent and benevolent being? Yes, there are those that exist. There are many, many, many of those, but there
that
are
would
just
be
as many
idolizing
evil
something
archons
other than
too.
God.
Well, it's God to you.
Well, Christ did say that no one comes to the Father except through me.
Yep.
So the best way to actually describe that, just visually, just picture this. What's your favorite store to shop at?
I've heard this before, actually, or something. Yeah, I've heard this before. It's hard for me to comprehend. Because
So
for me, my God wouldn't make his children. In my world, God loves us all equally.
Yes, he does.
And
Yes, he does.
so, and without condition, and he wants us to be happy. He wants us to do well. He wants us to learn. He wants us to love. And so he's there in my world with my God. He's there for us each individually, as much as we will accept him into our lives.
So I'm gonna give you an example, and just
I don't think he would
just
deny
follow.
any of his children.
No, he's not. So, but this is, I'm gonna give you an example. Just hear me out. What is your favorite store to shop at? Let's say Walmart. Just use that for instance, right?
Sure. Okay.
I know everybody might not go there, but we're just gonna use Walmart.
I do.
for
I like
instance.
Walmart. Yeah.
Okay, so Walmart's got food, got toast ovens, got tires, got all of this stuff in this one building, right?
Yeah.
How are you going to get to that building? You have to go through a door. You can't go through the roof. You can't dig up
Or a
under it. You
window.
have to go. Well, most Walmarts don't have windows. They have a door. If God has all of this stuff for you, the tires, all of that stuff, just using this as an example, what Wolf is saying is you have to go through that door to have access to what is yours. That is your purpose. That's what he's saying. So I'm just giving you an actual, just mental idea. So if you go through Jesus in this case, remember, Jesus is a door. Okay. Straight and narrow is the path. God has everything you need. That's the example. Just kind of think of that. That's why he was saying when you're praying to God through the Son, Jesus Christ, that's why he's setting up the premise and aligning it up. That way you can have access. That's all he's saying.
Yeah.
Very good analogy.
Thank you. That helps a lot.
Interesting that Christ says, I stand at the door knocking, and that he also says that I hold the key.
Right. Right.
That's your free will.
I just have a hard time comprehending that God is something that is locked away that I have to have a key for, because
remember that's
for
your free
anybody,
will.
actually, I don't. I see where you guys are coming from. I do see it. It's just yeah. And then thank you for the analogy with the store. That really helped a lot.
No problem.
Actually, a whole lot. Thank you.
Yeah, and the thing is, God isn't locked away behind anything. It's just that it's easier to go through Christ to get to him, let him guide you to the right person or the right to the right place. So that way you can get what you need. That's why you pray through your Son Jesus Christ. I pray unto you.
Yeah.
Affirming things to God too, even no matter what it is. I always pray through Christ because I want everybody to know who, you're supposed to pray to. I'm going to tell you this again. You need to pray through Christ because you don't know who you're praying to. That's the issue. I'm never going to beat you over the head with it. You can do what you want with it, but the truth is the truth. And I all day long, every day, you should always remember. And praising God too, and just praising him in the way that you're not like some people say, oh, it's a chore. You're just, you're making it like it's not, because I feel so happy. The most wonderful feeling that you will ever have, that you can ever be and totally be and free, is knowing that when you die, you're going to be with God. You're going to be through Christ. You will be with God.
I like to with God right now every day in my beliefs, and that makes me really sad to hear. That makes me really sad to hear that some people's experiences feeling as if it's a chore. That just makes me sad.
Yeah, I know. Some people say that. It's like it's a chore. It's not to me. I love God. And it just
that just makes me sad.
I'd like to add something. I think it's safe to say that God does it. He loves us all with a perfect love, and He doesn't mind our mistakes. He minds our indifference. So it's important that we find a way to acknowledge God.
I think a
every
lot of
day.
us have forgotten that love. I think a lot of us have forgotten that love, or I think a lot of us push it away and choose not to accept it or believe that it's something that exists in our lives because people feel as if maybe they don't deserve it, and which is sad because
So much truth
I
is
don't
cloaked in
think that.
allegory and metaphor too. It's difficult,
Yeah.
but the
Yeah.
discernment, the gift of discernment, is a gift of the Holy Spirit, and that the feeling, the purity of your sincerity is the magnet that draws the Creator's love to us. And we all know
I
this.
like
I
that way
can't
of
say
thinking of
this.
it.
Anything that any one of us don't already know. But I think that's an important thing to remember, especially in the world we live in today. I'm in my elder status years, and there's so much coming at us that wasn't there when I was a younger man. The age of technology, there's so many benefits to it, but there's so many distractions. As a musician, I lived all my life without a TV, and spent most of my time just developing myself in and sound, the vibrations of sound of the great musicians that I sought to emulate, and meditating and praying. Those are my bookends, morning and evening. And my life in that regard was very simple. With the advent of the digital age, we have distractions of a nature that are myriad and complex. And as every holy book says, the way to me is straight. The way to me is straight. And
What
there's a
type
lot
of music do you
I
do
love
you make?
everything. I love everything that's played with feeling by a person
Music
trying to
is life.
express, or a culture trying to express their journey.
He's into that evil blues, rhythm and blues.
I grew up in D.C. and I was really the music of my day was the Beatles and Motown, but I gravitated more toward blues and jazz and country, the real roots music that all those things pretty much come from.
The Robert Johnson.
Yeah,
Last year I listened to 78,000 hours of music.
I beg your pardon?
Last year I listened to 78,000 hours of music. YouTube, I listen on YouTube Music, and they keep track of it, I guess, throughout the year. So they told me at the end of the year that's how much I listen to. But yes, music is life. Music is everything.
Well, it's so sacred. I mean, when we listen to great musicians, the vibrations of the sound take us to a really sacred place, don't they? They fill us with positivity. That cuts through all the rhetoric and eloquent, narration, and it just takes us to a place in the heart where truth resides, and
May I
that you know.
share something with you guys really quickly?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
This is a heart chakra bowl. It's a sound bowl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very familiar with those.
I know that.
Yeah, I've got one of those singing bowls.
I read a quote. It's about 5,000 years old by a Hindu sage named Patanjali, and in it he says, "Next to holy silence of prayer, music is the most powerful vibration element in the cosmos."
Yeah, with the sound bowls, I can actually physically feel them healing me, and emotionally with my spirit too. But I love them so much.
Man, put on Stevie Wonder, and how can you think of anything but love? Yeah,
I love Stevie Wonder too.
Well, let's say Stevie's not actually blind.
Well, that doesn't matter to me. His music it helps me see into the heart.
Stevie left the country. I think Stevie's in Africa now.
Is he?
Music has changed a lot though nowadays,
so.
right?
Oh,
I know
for
he was
real.
thinking about it. I knew that.
For real. Well, we lack today are composers. A lot of great singers, a lot of great finely manicured, technicians, but composers are what are really lacking, in my opinion. But
I was born in '84, and I feel like I have like the best of all the music worlds. I felt like I've received, which I'm very thankful for.
Very true. The art of mastering music is becoming lost in, especially the audio wars. It seems that it's only progressed.
Once more, please.
Yeah.
Would you repeat that, please?
Composition of how the the entirety of the song is laid out, the mastering, and that entirety within the field of audio in that spectrum, actually having a capacity to put it all into a working form. It seems to be an art that's being lost. People are just leaving different levelers and allowing audio to clip. And
There's a
it's
lot of
not
gadget.
even necessarily the fault of the sites these days. I've noticed them actually allow things to clip out more and more.
I agree with that.
I guess in AI, if we're going to be speaking of that, because a lot of people now, I guess are using AI to make music, right?
Truly.
Which takes away from like the playing of the instrument or, the actual, I would think, singing or the.
Well, voice modulators originally created to allow people to sing on pitch who had trouble singing on pitch, and then it became a tool that it just run amok, and it's become an instrument all unto itself.
Not to mention the shelf life of music is what, 2 minutes now?
A week.
Seriously.
Well, we lived through a
I
golden
can't think of
age.
any
If
new
I could
songs
presume,
then.
sir, I think you're about my age, younger than me, but not by too much. And we lived in a real renaissance in this country. I mean, we came up through all the greatest of things, and I'm open to everything. My goosebumps have no prejudice, but yeah, I mean,
it's just when you keep
Yeah, I would
hearing,
have loved to
and I have to go
like
back to the
20
Gen
in the
X.
70s. That would have been like the best, I think, ever. Or like the 60s and 70s to be like 20 years old. That would have been so amazing, I think.
I hate to go back to the Gen X reference, and Wolf knows what I'm talking about, of course, with other people up here. But I guess we're just tired of remakes of songs. Like, I'm sorry.
Very true.
And
remakes of movies.
You can't. That too. Well, let's look at it. Like movies. They try to reintroduce toys. Let's be honest. I actually saw like movies, toys, sitcoms.
Nothing new under the sun, bro.
Yeah, even when they try to redo like the Star Wars now, like the Star Wars back then versus now.
Yeah,
Marvel. I mean, even reading a comic book.
Yeah,
and looking what we're getting now is diluted, misled. And here's another thing. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. If y'all can go out to like your used bookstores, buy old CVDs, buy old DVDs, buy old VHSs, because this is the thing. And Josh, I'm pretty sure you can back me up on this. If you go and start looking at older TV shows and stuff like that, they have taken out some of that stuff while we look at it on streaming. Like, yes, I'm telling you, certain things like old Scooby-Doo's, I'm just using that for example. They take out certain things just for advertisement to get in conjunction to say, hey, well, we got on the Scooby-Doo. They didn't say the whole thing, but like go back and buy old VHS, DVDs, CDs. Like my wife, and she's like, I'm not going to throw them away now, but at first she was going to get rid of all our old DVDs and some of the CDs, and I'm like, nah, baby, you never know, they might pull the plug and we may be able to still have power. We're going to pull up this DVD player.
I wish I would have never gotten rid of my CDs.
That digital thing, because I mean, at any time something could happen and then you're done. You don't have it anymore. And
especially in Texas. We're already off the grid anyway.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to help them with the Great Reset, so it'll take us back to the Stone Age because we won't have
CDs.
CDs.
Let me say something about that.
I guess it gives them control, because if you don't have a physical copy of it and everything's digital, then it can be taken away much easier. That's a good point.
I could say something about
that's
this.
amazing. You still have yours. Save them.
The reset. What Nelly just said about the reset. Do people from the 80s? Now, this is something, Chaley, you may not understand, you might know this, but
I was born in 84.
You might be a little bit young for it, but I know that the rest of you might. Now, I know, James, I think you're probably a little closer to Chaley's age. But here is the long short of it, the Cabbage Patch Doll.
Right.
Does anybody remember those?
Yes.
Oh, I love, yeah.
My sisters had some.
Yeah, do you know what that is?
Yes, it's the it's from the orphan trains of the Oddfellows.
Yep.
Yeah, when
Really?
they reset everything.
The
Yeah, when they
reset was done before, and it could be
When-
done again. Tartaria is what they're calling it, but that is not. I do not believe that that's what it was.
I think it was the Roman Empire.
Yeah, it was, and it was in a sense, it was the Renaissance of the Roman Empire because it never truly ends. It just kept going and morphing and turning into something else. And here's the interesting thing. I was watching, and I didn't get to finish it, but I was watching Gladiator 2. It was not a bad movie. I was pleasantly surprised.
Wasn't a good movie either, though.
Yeah, I didn't finish it. I'm like halfway through it.
Yeah,
Don't tell me what happens because I'm
they are
not-
a reflection of the first
I
one.
never get to watch movies.
No,
all the
nothing
way.
will be better than the first.
No,
one.
everything I always. Ow, that hurt.
I quit watching TV and movies like
Yeah,
what
but I
did
just
you hit?
I hit this thing
Your
here. with my
elbow?
Funny bone.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. It was just my elbow.
Best thing about Gladiator 2 is Denzel.
Yeah,
He
Denzel
steals every scene.
Yeah, he's pretty good. But I can tell you this: when you talk about the Tartarian Empire and whatever else you want to talk about, the Cabbage Patches, those are actually it's the orphan children that didn't have memory. They had no memory of the past, and they rewrote our history that way. But I don't believe it happened in the 1800s. I do not believe that. I believe that happened in the Middle Ages.
You ever heard
The
of
Dark
walk-ins?
Ages. Yes, I have. Hold on one second. But the Dark Ages, when you talk about the Dark Ages, people don't understand what that is. They don't understand why that is. That is, I believe, because that's when the reset happened.
What year is it, Wolf?
Steampunk. I believe it was in the 1100s.
No,
Which is why
what
these
year is
children
it
didn't
right
have
now?
That's when it
memory?
starts.
Well, it
That's
depends
when
on
it
are you
starts.
on the Gregorian calendar, the Caesarean calendar,
Right?
the
I
Hebrew
know.
calendar? What calendar are we using?
None of us really know what year it is, man. They
don't know.
reset everything. I think they added the 1,000 years to the timeline myself.
Yeah, there are so many theories about that. But the Tartarian, I hate that they call it Tartarian. They're using that based on one map by a Turkish cartographer who claimed that that was the land of the Tartars, which were actually Muslims. They were Muslims. They were, the Tartarian people. They were Muslim, yes, Turks. They were destroyed by my dad's people, the Cossacks. The Cossacks destroyed them. The Cossacks were Christian, and they waged a holy war against Islam. And they did more damage to Islam than anybody other than the Habsburg Empire themselves. And they sacked Istanbul. They said it was the untouchable holy city of God. That's what Islam called Istanbul. But it wasn't, because if it was, the Cossacks wouldn't have sacked it and absconded with millions and millions and talents of gold, which they traded to the Russians for a lot of horses.
So the gold is counted for.
Yeah, but
History
here's
repeats
the
itself
interesting
unless we
thing. The
change it.
Cossacks actually sacked Istanbul after it was taken from the Byzantines and became Istanbul. It was actually Constantinople. Around that time, about 1,000 years AD, I believe that was when the reset happened, was the fall of Constantinople, and everything changed hands. I think there was an agreement that was made between East and West. This is my opinion. And they said, let's reset the world. Where do you think steampunk comes from? Steampunk came from those days where you had a melding of the ancient golden age, where modern technology was fading away, and that we were thrust into a do for you, not for me. For the elites, they kept the knowledge, they kept the esoteric abilities, and they grew from it. Everyone else was cast into the dark ages. You had people that were living in absolute squalor while everyone else had technology. What do you think that it
Is
just
that kind of what's happening now?
because you don't that's what's happening now. It's another great reset because there's too many of us. They can't control us, so they got to do all kinds of crap
Like kill us.
basically
Unless
to
we
kill us.
change it, right?
Spraying the skies with
COVID
poison.
was just the first.
Giving
wave.
you diseases, turbo cancers, everything you can possibly imagine.
Turbo diseases.
Yeah, and now you're starting to see things that were like what JD, what you were talking about, how some people of different races, ethnicities, and religions, whatever. Not religions. Physiologically, they have different like proclivities. certain diseases that black people get that other people don't, or Hispanic people get. There are a lot of them. There's different diseases that different people get and other people don't. And now we're starting to see it go across the board. Everyone's getting it. It's just whatever it is. They actually managed to make a disease, and this is unprecedented, and no one talks about this. The vid. It's a disease that every human being can get. How did they do this? They genetically engineered this. They made this. This was in the lab, and now we know for sure that it really happened in Wuhan. It really did happen, and they made this happen. And they've made this thing come back again and again and again and again. The Omicron now, people like me who have never had gout, never had kidney stones, and now I've had it over and over and over again since Omicron. That's another thing. And why is it only affecting men between the ages of 35 and 55? Do you know why that is? Because that is the largest, to me, this is very important. I think that this is the largest number of people that hold conservative Christian values are in that particular group. You hurt them.
I agree with that. That's true. That's
because you don't want them questioning you. You got to get rid of them because you want to make another group of Cabbage Patch Kids. Do you realize that people who took that jab, do you realize what their sperm is looking like? It's looking like the spike protein. We're going to have 2/3 of the human race will not be able to procreate.
And if they do,
another third is going to
genetically mutating people. It did, right?
Yeah.
My brother and his wife are sterile.
They're going to be sterile.
They
so
are.
There's going to be another race grown up of Cabbage Patch Kids who don't have a way to breed. You're having a rise in so many different things that we have.
Yeah, they're taking books away from schools and all of that too. Dang, that's crazy to think about all that. Wow.
Yeah. The toxicity of our world. I mean, never has there been a time in history where so many domesticated animals are getting cancers. Never.
Yeah. 1 in 2 dogs now gets cancer. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. That's astonishing.
2 of mine down the past 3 years ago. So definitely I understand. Yeah.
Well, how do we change it?
How old were they, JD?
I don't think they're changing.
One was Aaron was 17 years old, regular years. And Nature was my dog, about 16, 17 years old.
Yeah. That's a good run though. They had
we had a good run. We had a good run. And we also had Michael. Michael was 15. But we actually
have Aaron and Michael. We have very that's
Aaron,
cool,
Michael,
man. Because people that they look at their dogs as like family. I had to
I
raise
was
a
really so
beagle named
happy. I think
Scotty.
which
He
is
was
maybe why
not-
they wouldn't get cancer. So yeah, if
I
they're
was gonna
getting
name
cancer.
Cooper Barnabas. Remember?
I can't
How many
imagine having a
shots did
cat or a
your
dog
dog
and
get?
not thinking of his family.
How
Well,
many
some
shots
people
did
don't.
your dog get?
Everybody's talking at one time here. Hold on.
Sorry.
Elvira's here.
Yeah,
They're soulmates.
They make you get your dog vaccines over and over and over and
I'm
over
not
again.
doing that.
You wonder why.
My
that's
son passed away 5 days after his first set of vaccinations.
I'm so sorry. God bless you, dear.
I don't believe in
So
vaccinations.
sorry.
Nope.
I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
I would
dear.
definitely be very cautious when it comes to getting anything because right now you're living in a period where they want to reduce the population because they believe that they have the right to. I say they.
That's
who are
right.
they? We'll talk about they. They
Whoever
are.
they are.
All I say is I wish that people would educate themselves. That's all I would say. I'm not going to be like a crazy extremist and be like, screw all vaccination or screw all V's or not, or don't, or, whatever. I'm not going to be like that. All I would ever wish and what I would have wished for myself is that to educate yourselves, do the research and then make an educated decision versus just going off of what society has programmed you to believe is the correct thing to do and places fear into a new first parent's brains, all that. I just wish people would educate themselves. That's all. But one interesting fact is that SIDS is sudden infant DATA syndrome. Yeah. And it most commonly occurs when a child is around 2 months old. Okay. It can occur up until older, but it most commonly occurs at around the age of 2 months old. And surprisingly enough, the age of children when they get that first set is 2 months old. So, you know, from what I understand is all the good things are made very apparent about what those can or cannot do for us. But all of the negative things, unfortunately, which I found all the negative things and all of the real things and all of the real side effects and real damage and others that it can cause, you know, people, that's not taught to people, and that's what makes me sad, because that's huge, but it's hidden and it's pushed away.
mRNA and food. Here's the thing. If you get vaccinations, and they want to do this with all of the food supply, they want to put that damn vaccine in everything we eat. What do you think is going to happen if you consume that?
Exactly.
CJD.
Do you know how many shots they give a 2-month-old child?
Hold on. Do you know what
20.
CJD
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You know what CJD is? Do you guys know what that is?
What?
CJD. CJD is Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. You know what that is? It's mad.
That, you know.
Mad cow.
It's mad cow. Do you know that how you get mad cow? You know what they were doing? They were feeding cows, ground up cows.
Oh,
can you imagine that? So if you eat your own tail, you're going to get something not good.
How many people read Soylent Green?
And yeah, exactly. In Papua New Guinea, they discovered a disease. Started back in the 70s when they started going there and talking to these natives. They were cannibals. And some of them were getting this palsy type, and they were doing this, you know, they couldn't stand, and they were like, they tested one of them's brain, and they found that there were these holes in their brain that their brain looked like Swiss cheese. Kuru, exactly, Tyler.
Wow.
Thank you. Kuru is actually CJD. We figured it out. We know that it causes these corkscrew, like these
prions.
Like, okay. And they literally drill holes into your brain. Wow. It's a horrible way to die. It's dementia, Alzheimer's, whatever, on steroids. And so when you compare this to what this is what happens. So they put it in the food supply, and then they're like, oh, cows have this. Well, you know why? Because they were grinding up the parts of the cattle that weren't being used. So if you were a cannibal and you eat people, there's a good chance that you could get CJD. But you know what? Here's the real kicker, just like HIV, which can take 10 years to develop. 7 to 8 years for CJD. So you eat a delicious Big Mac or whatever, 7 years later, and you end up with some sort of dementia or whatever. You don't even know where it came from. And here's the real kick in the ass.
Oh God.
If what he says, which is Abe Finkelstein, and he says, you're eating your own children. He's all bragging about it, right?
Over 1 billion served, man.
Over 1 billion served, yes. And so if it is true, and I believe they were doing it, and this is my personal belief, I believe that they were doing it. There is one item on the McDonald's menu that comes as seasonal. Do you know what it is?
The McRib.
The McRib. The McRib. Now listen, the McRib is pork, right? Supposedly. What did the people of Papua New Guinea call human flesh? They called it long pig because it tastes like pork. If you were to eat the McRib, and I have, unfortunately, I didn't know that it was, it could have been millworm and who knows what. But I ate it, and I noticed that it was sweet even without the barbecue sauce. I know this because an ex-girlfriend of mine used to be the manager at McDonald's. It's a seasonal item. Why is it seasonal? Because they don't have enough pork. There's plenty of pork. And it's a very popular item. So why wouldn't they have it all year long? You know why? Because there's a certain supply of it.
That makes me think of recently seeing a video about people questioning about cemeteries and how they're never building new ones or anything, but like we just always have room for God.
Look here, to that point, if you bring that back up with area trance, where he says human flesh is sweet. Look, there are drugs, and I did a show on this I think 2 shows ago, where there is a facial. It's a drug that's made out of facial bones that is very high in demand over in Africa now, to the point that people are digging up graves to manufacture this particular drug now. And a lady that was a flight attendant got caught with like 150 pounds, 100 pounds of it, worth $3.3 million.
Oh,
crazy.
It's getting crazy. Why is it now? Why is it now more than ever that we are seeing this? Because
Remember the KFC commercial where they the cult
dip-
comes out of the woods and
They dip the person in the batter.
and then he comes out as a chicken finger.
Well, they have to tell you what they're doing in some form.
They do,
Exactly.
and that they're trying to circumvent the legalities of the spirit, which isn't going to work because karma's going to get them. It doesn't matter; they can do what they want.
Now, keep in
The
mind, if
director
you
of
really
Harvard
wanna-
actually just got turned himself in, I guess, for organ harvesting. I
Yeah.
just saw that today.
Speaking
if
of
you really look at
self-disclosure,
it, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Kevin.
Hold on one second, JD. What were you saying?
No, if you really want to like sum it up, you remember the old like Bugs Bunny cartoons, and the witch was brewing the pot and she would be putting eyeballs. This is witchcraft.
Yeah.
If you really want to,
it is.
I'm talking about
disclosure,
food dye, all of that stuff. Look at it, man.
And it was so
This
normal.
sugar, yeah, this sugar and stuff. This ain't regular sugar. This ain't regular food coloring.
Cinemex, my friend, Cinemex, natural flavor.
How many of you
people.
guys saw the X-Files, that episode about Papa Duguay when Duchovny goes down, Mulder goes down to this small town in the South, a chicken plant, and the patriarch of the town had gone to Papua New Guinea and taken part in these cannibalistic rites, and he was able, by virtue of this, to extend his life and some of the lives of the people. It's quite a soft disclosure.
What episode? What season is that?
I'll find out for you and get it to you as post haste. But it's in the early to middle part, before the characters started to change around, before the company took off time and what's her name took time off. But it's a great episode. And you talk about soft disclosure. I mean, my God, who would have guessed when we were watching that show how much of what you're seeing was just that soft disclosure. Or
Where
not
do
so
all the
soft
missing
disclosure.
people go, Kevin?
Pardon me?
Where do all the missing people go?
Yeah.
Oh well, Pilates
Yeah.
has got some views on that, and I think we all do. I think we all know that this human trafficking, between human trafficking and the shenanigans that are dredged up by the Black Ops groups running the Cryptids and all the whole scale kidnapping
the
and
elites.
Yellowstone.
Do
And
you know what
cannibals.
time of year though that most children go missing?
Halloween.
Halloween is one of the big
Well,
ones.
that's one. Nope, it's actually 3 months prior to Passover.
Yeah, Abe told you.
There was actually a string of kidnappings and attempted kidnappings right here in Central
in
Texas
Austin.
recently. It was in the local news, and it was like right before Passover.
One of my friends is a former police officer from New Orleans, and he came here to work, and he wanted to get away from the corruption and the crime in New Orleans. And he told me that the criminal, basically the trafficking of children in the ports of New Orleans is just rampant.
Wow.
And also in Houston, he went to Houston and then he ended up here, and he's like, the corruption just keeps finding me. I can't get away from it. He was telling me all these things, dude. And I was working security at this place I was working at, and he would show up and we would talk. Same thing with a sheriff's deputy that I became friends with when I was working down in South Austin, or just south of Austin. And he was telling me his time, because he was a tribal police officer at one time, and he was telling me about, his encounter with a skinwalker, what he believed was a skinwalker. And he was telling me that they like to use, because some of the people on the reservations are very...
Somebody's using a blender.
Yeah. But the people on the reservations were poor, and so that they would allow their children to be taken and they would sell them because they didn't have money. They were just so poor, they were just going to starve. And so that it was something that they targeted was the reservations. Now, there was a story that about
That's
Queen
so true.
Elizabeth. Yeah, it's very
I
true.
can confirm that, Josh. We'll talk, Josh. I got a story for you.
Yeah. Queen Elizabeth visited a reservation. Was it the Lakota?
Canada.
It was it was okay. It was in Canada, you know. But there was there was a Lakota story I heard too, and that they took like 17 children, and they all went for a little hike with her and her retinue, whatever, and they never returned. And the story is that she devoured them because her and her people are reptilians. Now, the bloodline of these reptilians flows through one particular group of people in that area, what would be Khazaria. And so people say that is what this is. That's what we're talking about. That's why Jesus says we wrestle with those principalities in high places. There are 6 families. If you name those families, the Krupps, which deal with war, the Rockefellers, which deal with school and education, the Rothschilds, which are in international finance, the Redstones are the media. There's a wing, an arm for each one. Minerals, precious metals, all that's the Goldmans. And then you have the 6th family, and that is speculative science and whatever. Oppenheimers are one wing of it. But who is the actual culprit? There are multiple names, but we're not exactly sure. And I think that is the enemy that's yet to be revealed. But I think eventually we're going to have to face the facts of who the enemy, what or who it is. Because people aren't awake. They're woke, which is a fake awake, but they're not awake. They're not realizing like what we're dealing with. They don't understand it. And under the guise of, well, we don't want to sound racist or prejudiced or anti-religious or whatever, we're not saying who they are. We're not calling a spade and saying, hey, these are the people that are doing these things. That is a big problem. But just when they thought that the internet was going to be their playground, which it is in some ways, it's also a dual-edged sword. You can use it against them. And people speaking out and waking people up is the most important thing you can do. Because all of this crap that they are producing and pumping out and putting into our schools, our cities, our minds, whatever, they're demons, just like your cats and dogs. They make a mess, right? They poop and pee everywhere, and they can't control them. And every story that comes out that is going to make people more and more aware, more intrigued by the real reality. That's what we're doing at PRT. That's why there's so much pushback and opposition. They have all this crap that they talk about us constantly. And 99% of it ain't true, but it doesn't matter. They're going to keep spewing venom and hate because they are absolutely controlled opposition. They are controlled by the devils that control them. They're demons. They are possessed. They're obsessed. And the more you speak the truth, the more it hurts them. Somebody told me one time, he says, I know you, this guy had a problem with before. He says, you cursed me. I said, no, I didn't. I don't throw curses. He says, yes, you burned me with white light. I said, let me tell you something. If the white light burns you, you have bigger problems than me.
Yep. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, it is.
And bystanders can oftentimes be more damaging and more lethal than the actual perpetrators.
Yeah. He felt like he was being burned because, you know, the God light was acidic to him because he was living in the darkness. That's the problem. So we have another person here. What is your name? What do you go by?
I call myself Licensed Firefear, and hello, great sir. Thank you so much for your captivating work. You are one of a kind.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So where are you from?
Well, I'm from a hellish part in the Middle East. It's called Iran.
Oh, so you're Iranian.
Yeah.
Persian.
I'm Persian.
Salute. What's going on?
Yeah. So what do you have for us tonight? What do you want to talk about? What do you bring into the table?
Well, one of the things that has been really burning inside my head is how foolish people want themselves to be. You show all the evidence of cryptids like Dogman or Bigfoot, and they are like, oh yeah, this is just a drug addict in a costume. Oh yeah, this is just somebody. This is just this is just somebody who's using sticks to walk on snow in order to create footprints. But then there's no stick print. Okay, you cannot see a stick on the snow. So why is my primary question is why people are having such a harder time in believing something, rather than making conspiracy theories, because that really
ignorance and
I don't
fear.
know.
Yeah,
fear, and they're the same thing.
They are
Sides the same coin.
There are only two choices: love or
It threatens their
fear.
paradigm. Pardon me. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
I mean, like they're like they say that, oh yeah, if this thing was real, we would have had pictures. We have pictures. If this was real, so many people would be talking about it. There are hundreds and thousands of encounters shared on many channels, even on Paranormal Roundtable, which is one of the biggest ones. So I thank you so much for spreading truth and spreading information. So you are one hell of a pioneer. Thank you so much, man.
I appreciate that.
I cannot. Yeah. So it's just ridiculous. And one of them was really shocked to find out that I'm only 20 years old. They think that everybody who believes in these topics has to be, some guy who is over 50. But why? Why do they think? Why do they think like that? It makes no sense. They just want to, make people who believe in this kind of stuff old and wicked and basically like worthless. But that's not. I mean, like most people in the cryptid community are the most genuine and most kind-hearted people that I've ever met on the internet. And these people are really like treated horribly. And I guess I am one of those people now. I guess so. Welcome to the club.
One of us.
You're one of us now.
Well, it transcends all people. That's the thing. One of the people that taught me about the falsehoods of the Jewish narrative, whatever, was a Jew, and his name was Pete. He lives in Colorado, and he was kind enough to take me to synagogue where I had actually talked to these rabbis, and I confronted one of them too, and I was like, "This isn't correct." They were teaching from the Talmud, and he was saying horrible things about Christ, and I said, "This is awful what you're saying." They began to talk about Islam and how horrible it was, but then they started talking about Christianity and how horrible it was. And I said, dude, when you go to the mosque or you go to the church, they don't give a sermon about other religions and how horrible they talk about God, they talk about Christ, whatever, they talk about Muhammad, whatever it is. Their focus is not on hate. It's on worshiping of God, whatever they believe God is. And I've been to every religion. The only religion I ever went to where they did that was Judaism. And I'm not attacking Judaism because, like my friend, he showed me, and of course, he's a really good guy. He's still my friend. But he had made the mistake of being vocal about his opposition to the treatment of the people of Palestine. And that's a no-no in his circle, and so they went after him about it. Now, I don't make a big vocal deal out of this, and this is just my observation, and I'm being completely truthful about it. But the first thing that shocked me was the Kol Nidra, and this is something that you and I had talked about, Anthony. It is a prayer that basically, allows you to. Well, you want to tell it what it is. You know what it is.
Yeah. So the Kol Nidra is a specific prayer that they'll say, like once they enter a synagogue, where it's a prayer that absolves them of any and all agreements with or like promises to anyone who is not a member of the tribe. Now you're still held accountable for honoring your word to people who are Jewish, but anyone and everyone non-Jewish, once you say the Kol Nidra, they believe that you no longer have to honor any obligations, any promises, any word to them, to the Gentile, which if you don't know, just means anyone who is not Jewish. So basically they can lie to you, and it's in their belief, it's not a sin. As a matter of fact, their God permits it. It's okay. It's fine, because we are not God's chosen people.
We're Amalekites.
Yeah, we're cattle. So therefore, you know, it's okay because you don't have to keep your word to an animal, to a lesser being. So yeah, it's really deceptive.
because we are
sick thing.
considered chatal, goyim.
Straight out of the Babylonian Talmud.
The Talmudic Babylonian, yes, that's exactly what that is. And the Tanakh echoes those sentiments, and that we are to be slaughtered.
They don't see us
And
as
they're
human.
not human. And you take everything and give it to Yahweh, which is the thing. Jesus says over and over again that this is not correct. We are not living correctly. And he confronted them over and over again. And he says, this is not correct. And eventually they began to accuse him of being of Beelzebub and all these other crazy things they said about him. And they continued to spew that when they wrote the Talmud, which is where a lot of them learn and read from. Not all of them, but a lot of them do.
They
And
say
they're
that about Jesus?
they said that he's boiling in feces in hell.
Yeah,
and that his mother,
About Jesus?
Mary,
Yeah.
Yes, it's in their Talmud.
it's in the Talmud. Now, the problem is that here is the problem. Here's where it takes wisdom, knowledge. Jesus says this over and over again, and this is the problem that people don't understand. He says we die for lack of knowledge. Now, here's the problem. Most people don't understand. They don't get it. They get half of the story, half of the picture, and they go on half-cocked based on whatever the media tells you, right? And they're going to lie to you and tell you that you're not seeing what you're seeing. Just like this guy down here says, you know, you're 20 years old. You're not supposed to be seeing these things. We thought we've done a good job of brainwashing everybody, and now everybody is like, no, we're seeing what we're seeing. This is real. This is true. And
I mean, just to say something, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You know,
go ahead.
I myself have never seen a dogman or Bigfoot. I don't think. I mean, I've heard that dogmen were sighted in Afghanistan, but I don't think they really like desert. So you know, I have never seen any cryptid and all that. But I'm still not that ignorant to ignore all these people who have seen it. Hundreds of people who are telling their encounters, and always, I mean, most of the time thousands. Most of the time they collapse when they are telling their encounters. Like they just tear up. They, you know, they lose their breath and all that. So it's not. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, all these people are liars. All these people are spreading misinformation. All these pictures are just top-notch editors, you know, working for Universal and all that. I mean, it's just stupid to think that among these many people, there's not one single person telling the truth. So, you know, it's just, I don't know.
Can I say something to you, sir? Take heart in your company that you're in right now and know that there are thousands and thousands of people. It's for them to try and continue to brainwash or walk the truth away in some manner is like trying to hold the tide back with a spoon.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
right
not going to
now.
work. It's
The
not going to
genie's
work.
out of the bottle. The genie's out of the bottle.
You can't put it back in. That's the Pandora's box is open and it goes in all directions, and you're not going to put it back in.
Well, it's been emptied and shook thoroughly.
Yeah. Whenever these people, when they try to convince you of what they believe is what you should believe is reality, they like to pump these pharmaceuticals into everybody too, like Pfizer and all these things. That is a big problem because these people, they say, well, what's good for us is that you and your whole family are on all these pharmaceuticals. When there are holistic medicine that's out there, that's actually in nature, that's found in nature that you can take, and preventative measures that will keep you from getting to that point. You being from Iran, one of the reasons, I'm going to say this is very controversial, but one of the reasons why they don't like Iran, does anybody know why?
The government.
I don't know what you're going to say.
Well, they didn't want the IMF. They don't like that they're not part of the banking apparatus. They're not on the system. Now, if they would get on the system and just be okay with this beast that they've created,
go along with the program.
Yes, then they would be okay. But if not, then they're going to have a problem. They're going to keep on and keep on. And so what they do is they use this predictive programming to keep us all in this simulation, and we're all in an agreed upon illusion. That's a problem. And when you try to tell people and you open the cage to let them out, they're so used to being in that cage, they don't even want to come out. And how many people are actually going to go and read and learn that what they say in the Talmud about Christ, or that Mary was a whore to them? They say she was a whore, and that Jesus' father was illegitimate, that he was a Roman soldier that she had slept with. These are the things they say about the mother of Christ. These are the things they say about Christ. These are the things that they talk about. These are the things that they do. Jesus says you will know them by their works. But yet we're too ignorant to just look and see what they're doing and say, "Oh no, they're not. They're
They
not
walk
bad."
around and say that's for the goyim.
And then
That's
that's right. And then they have this revisionism that they allow Christians actually allow this, and they say, "Oh well, you know what? I had an evangelist tell me this, which is a complete and total fabrication." He says they're going to be given a second chance because they're God's people, and God's going to give them another. I asked this guy. I asked him. I said, "It's not important. His name is Jim." But I said, "Brother, where do you get this information?" Well, this is the evangelical. I said, "Yeah, the playbook. I get your playbook. Where is it found? Where does it say that they will get a second chance? Where are you getting this from?" There is no reference to this. Also, the rapture. They talk about the rapture. We're going to be taken up, and we're not going to have to deal with any of the tribulation.
John Darby is a liar and a Freemason.
That's right. That is exactly right.
But if they're still pure at heart and they're not hurting others and they're living their lives with love, then, I mean, even though it's really hard to comprehend having those beliefs or thinking in that manner, if they're still pure at heart and they're still loving of those around them, then is it necessarily right for us to judge their different ways of, or their different beliefs?
God
Even though they offend us and hurt us like so deeply.
Blood is still on their hands
if they're
when they
still pure
operate.
You have no idea the level of hatred in these people's hearts. These
they
people's
have
hearts
nothing
are
but hatred.
stone cold
Yeah.
hatred and just
God does not have a chosen
Poisonous.
people. He has people
No, I don't think
that
he
have
does, no.
hearts. The one He's going to look at your heart, and that's what's
Yeah.
going to matter.
Yeah,
Not a
that's where I
race,
was coming from with
not a
that. Yeah, yeah.
gender, not nothing like that.
Yeah, that was my
most of my
question.
run
If
is
they're
with
still
most
pure
of
at
my
heart,
run
if
is with
they still love those
evangelicals.
around them,
Hey, Wolf,
even though they
I'm
have
gonna go
such
ahead and head
most
on out,
of-
my brother.
All right, JD, I'm about to jump off too, guys.
Good night,
but,
Jay.
for having
Man,
me.
yeah, it's
good
definitely
night.
a
Thank
pleasure.
you so much.
See y'all next time. Look forward towards the next conversation when we all get up here again. Appreciate y'all.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if you want to,
Thank you very
JD,
much.
if you're free on Mondays and with me and Dick Richards here, you can jump on and just be a part of the show every Monday.
Yeah,
Just come on and
yeah,
we can
we got
talk.
you.
Yeah, be great.
Yeah, definitely got you, man. Definitely. Anytime, man. I'll
Right.
tell the wife y'all said hey.
Yes, tell her that
And-
we said hi.
Yeah, definitely. And y'all stay prayed up, man. Look, if you always remember this, man, when you get up in the morning,
That's right.
you either take a step towards your destruction or your destiny, man. Choose wisely. I'm out. Peace.
All right. See ya.
God bless you.
Good
All
night.
right, JD.
All I see that makes me really sad is that I think people, including myself at times in my life, they just like to blame and blame and blame and blame instead of remembering that we only have each other and that we only have love, and that if we
Well
live lives of hate and anger and hurting each other, then there's nobody to blame other than ourselves, and we're going to kill each other. And
What
that's
we give
just
energy to, we
sad.
give life
Well,
to.
that's the thing. Everybody needs to start
Sad.
seeing people for the individuals
Sad.
that they are, not for
Yeah.
their race, not for their religion,
Yep.
not for anything, but see them for who they are.
And that's the
I
thing
think as
too.
a
that
collective,
people don't understand.
we've been vibrating too much in fear, and I believe there are only two choices: fear or love. And I think the collective has been vibrating too much with fear, which is why things are difficult, which is why we may be having a
Most people are
reset.
brainwashed.
Yeah.
Most people are
And they're
brainwashed. They
fearful,
really are.
and which makes them fearful.
Yeah. You're not going to get away from it unless you unplug. I don't watch much television because it's full of poison.
I haven't watched it for 6 years.
There you go.
Yeah, T is
That's
right.
Yeah.
It's crazy thinking about television, how addicting it is once you stop, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's called programming for a reason.
Good point.
YouTube
Good point.
has
Yeah.
We call it program.
YouTube has officially replaced any TV, like
Bless you too.
by
Yeah.
large.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's true.
and
Actually, that is true.
YouTube will actually be more and more potent as time goes on because it's real people most of the time. But there's a lot of people though, even though they're talking real subjects, they're lying, and I'll tell you what they're doing. They're using fake numbers. Like, I have 1 million subs. No, you don't. You don't have 1 million subs. You have maybe if a person has 1 million, they probably have 100,000. If a person has 100,000, they may have 10,000 because they have this thing where they can buy them.
That was
And I don't
interesting,
do
that algorithm you showed.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because like I'm at 6 years at this, and people are like, "Oh, you should have way more subs than you do." No, you shouldn't, because based on the true reality, there's not that many people. That's not the case. These people are not. They're not. The numbers are not accurate. And they say, "Well, you should buy subs. Everybody's doing it, and you'll have your little plaque or whatever."
Can they
Don't
buy
care.
views also?
Yeah, they can absolutely
Oh
buy
shit.
everything.
Yeah,
It's
that's
all
why I say the real numbers are all in your lives instead of your pre-records or whatever that
Yeah,
you
you'll
put
see how
out.
many people come on, and that's why whenever
You're not
my
in it as a competition. You're in it because you're genuine and you're
Mhm.
teaching people and you're sharing with people your knowledge and what's in your heart, which is a huge gift. You know, so what you that's why would you care about how many people you have?
A true teacher knows too that your students will come to you. You don't have to run out to the street corner and find them. They'll come.
Yeah.
You know, it's the truth. And those that want to learn will learn. And then, like I said, you know, you'll learn, you'll see. And there are people who are not to, and I don't want to get it twisted here. There are good people in every race, every religion.
Yeah.
Some people annoy me. They get on my nerves. It's about just like anything. But you have to understand something. There are people who want to learn from all walks of life, ages, all genders, all religions, all races. And we're going to have to learn that we're sharing this planet all together. And if we don't, we're going to be in big trouble. This is not no woke bullcrap either. I'm not one of those virtue signalers. I'm trying to, oh, look at me. I have friends of all. I don't know, dude. This is the reality.
Yeah.
Because right now it's more important than ever that we pull together, because if we don't, we're going to be pulled apart, literally.
Yeah, like I said, we're gonna kill each other.
The powers
not
that
only that,
be
even
bank on our devices.
even you want to keep learning, Wolf. You
have
as
to
much
keep
as you
learning.
know, you still want to keep learning, so we can find out the absolute truth about everything that we talk about.
As long as Scorpion, you've known me for 26 years, I've always had a huge library. Huge.
Oh, yeah.
And I've always
Yeah.
read voraciously, reading book after book after book, trying to retain knowledge and learning and learning and learning. And I just could, like, if I could download all the information and knowledge, and I would share it with everybody instead of hiding it. That's why the Masons, when they asked me to join, and they've asked me multiple times, they're always in shock. Like my mortgage broker, he's a Prince Hall guy, but he was just like, you know, you were there. We were talking. He's like, how did you get this knowledge? Where did you get it?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're in shock, because that's knowledge that's reserved for them. And I was like, just seeking it out.
It's there. You just
It's
gotta
there,
find it.
but it's not all in one place. You have to go to the ends of the earth to find it. And
You
I
gotta
did.
Indiana Jones it.
Well, I did. I really did. I traveled all over the world, and that's
Who
the
said
thing.
seek and ye shall find?
That's right.
Exactly.
Did
I
you
think
go
if
to
we-
some cursed caves?
What did you say? Cursed caves?
Yeah, did you go to any of those?
No, I did not, but I did travel quite a bit.
Wait a minute. Have you?
Yeah.
How much knowledge? How much? No, fortunately not. How much knowledge do you think there are in those caves? Because you know the ancient civilizations always favored caves for all kinds of treasures.
Yeah, they did.
you
Probably
gotta be
quite a
careful.
bit. I mean, when you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, you know, the Nag Hammadis, all
Perfect
these different things, they were always buried, somewhere buried. You know why? Because the ancient original church, they had to bury the knowledge so it wouldn't get taken away.
And perverted.
And perverted and changed and whatever.
Which is what they've
Some
done
scrolls.
anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and everything, you know, in this world, there is one thing you can look at and kind of know that those that are being propped up as the good guys on television are usually the bad guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the truth.
Yeah,
And they-
like the fake news.
Mm-hmm. Everything
Yeah,
is
the
fake.
news is. Oh man, the news is
So
horrible.
what is your name? Your real name? You can give me your first name. You don't have to say it if you don't want to.
Are you seriously taking the risk of pronouncing it? Because I don't think it's gonna be that easy.
We're not all idiots.
Well, what is it?
Man without
Yeah,
trying,
well,
bro.
yeah. So my real name is Hadi.
Oh, Hadi. Yeah, that's a
Hadi.
Yeah.
traditional Arabic name. Yeah,
Well,
Hadi. One of
that's
my best
just
friends is Hadi.
that's one of my most disappointments in life because I didn't want to have a name like that. And
I think
hopefully,
that's a beautiful name.
when I get to America, my name is gonna be Lyson Firefield. No better name in the whole universe.
Okay, all right. So Hadi is actually a Lebanese friend of mine who was born on July 4th in France, and I was born July 14th, which is French Castilian, whatever. But I was born on that day, Independence Day, for France in America. We're 10 days apart, and he's a really good friend of mine. Now he lives on the Ivory Coast of Africa. He's Lebanese. Then somebody asked me this question. They're like, why are the Lebanese scattered all over the world? Because of a civil war, and also because Israel bombs them every few years. Not even joking.
Yeah, I
Knocks out
mean,
structure. And
yeah,
attack.
Hezbollah. It's mostly the fault of Islamic radical lunatics like Hezbollah. Going there
Yeah.
and just bombing the Jews, and obviously Israel is gonna retaliate. But it's really unfortunate. Because like if I could have lived in a free country where I would be easily able to follow my passion, I would have gotten like much further in life. And
Yeah.
the sad reality is people who are born in these places have to work their ass off in order to just get out of the country. For example, me, I have to. This is reality in Iran. You have to literally go to boot camp. Anybody knows what boot camp is, right?
Mhm.
You are forced to go to boot camp even when you don't want to join the military. It's something that everybody should go through. And it's 2 years. So you just gave 2 years of your precious life to this government in return for nothing. Okay? So you really don't learn anything that much. I mean, if you want to teach people how to use guns, then just, like give them some Second Amendment rights and they would be absolutely just ravaging hell with it. But they don't do that, and they just want to put pressure on you and destroy you mentally. And most of the times these boot camps are where they basically plump their bullshit propaganda into people's heads. They force you to go to boot camp. They make you exhausted to your bones, and they just torture you mentally, and they are like, this is the truth. Some mullahs are better than anybody in the world. Whoever says otherwise should be beheaded. That's it. If you don't agree with that, come here, get whipped. Like, it is just so hellish
Yeah,
for somebody to go through all of this. So I think so many people don't know this, but there are so many good people in the Middle East that are just so like they cannot really do anything about their government, and they cannot, quite frankly, help themselves get into a better place. So next time you think of Middle East, just remember that people are really imprisoned by the government, and they most of the times they're just against all the government, and they want them gone.
In Iran, what you're dealing with, though, is an oppressive regime that imposes Islamic law on everyone. It is Sharia law, and people don't realize this, but they're actively doing this in multiple countries. Look at Britain; it is completely them and France are just overrun, and now they're using that Sharia law to enforce rules that the police don't even have a say.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous, but it is absolutely ridiculous. And if you tell the truth about what is happening in the world, then you're told to be quiet because they want this to happen. Now, why would the powers that be want the doors of these countries to be knocked in so that they can be overrun? And because it destabilizes everything. The vid was never about being sick. It was never about protecting yourself from, you know what it was about? It was about the vax.
Yep.
The cure. Now,
Yep.
what is the cure to
was a bait and
Islamic
switch.
being overrun
And
by
knowledge is
Islam or
power.
whatever? What they're going to do is say, hey, we have a problem. We have too many of these people in our countries now. You want to get the cure. That's where the real problem. It's a Trojan horse. See? The powers from within let the powers without come in and wreak havoc. And then they'll say, look, we're going to lay down the law. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We need to wage a war. And it's not just going to be a war against the people who are invading us. It's going to be a war against the people and where they came from. But one of the problems is that they've been doing that for a long time, which has created the refugee crisis. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
They
and the
bomb-
problem is, yeah, go ahead.
Well, they bomb the shit out of these countries, and then people want to escape. They want to get the hell away. One of the problems, though, is that your country, Iran, they have not allowed themselves to get the shit bombed out of them. They're just like very militaristic. And after they learned from the war with Iraq, with Saddam. Now, let me explain something. Saddam was a puppet. He was given everything by the Americans. He was given a free hand to do whatever he wanted, and he opposed the Ayatollah. And because of the massive support he got from the West, he was able to whip the dog shit out of the Ayatollah. If it was a fair fight laid down between those two countries, Iraq would have been defeated in a week. But it didn't happen because the United States made sure it didn't happen. But when you pit those two countries, the strongest powers in the Middle East, they were Israel's chief rivals. They had to cripple them, and they broke them down, and they broke Iran down for the next 2 decades. They were not powerful. They couldn't do anything. Now they're raised back up, and they're prepared to do whatever it is that they're going to do.
But the thing is,
now they are a very dangerous country with rogues.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, as soon as the Shah fell and these, Islamist people came into charge, they like, here's the thing. I said that, people in the Middle East, most of them are literally imprisoned. But many of them, so many of them believe in jihad, so many ordinary citizens like me, not exactly like me, but, some ordinary citizens, many of them support this regime, and they are just like, deaf to America, deaf to, deaf to this, deaf to that. And these are the people who are like severely brainwashed, severely zombified. And these people will do anything to like kill a Jew or hurt American soldiers. So this regime itself is really just a cancer in the Middle East. This regime is the backbone of many terrorist groups like Hezbollah, Houthis, and all that.
It's all of their power from Iran.
Yeah, I mean, all of it. Like Houthis attack the ships that don't have to do anything most of the times with war and all that. They just attack ships because that's what they do, and that they want to damage the world economy and how the world runs. So these people are really not something to have mercy on. When, for example, when you say that Iran is like maybe like really stronger than Iraq, that just makes it a more complex issue, because if they get, for example, a nuclear weapon, they will just like eliminate Israel in one day, because that's their goal. That's what they believe in. So these people need to be taken care of. All right. That's what you really have to keep in mind.
I look up to you for your strength and for your following your heart and
courage,
and not being like everyone else. And I look up to you for that, Howdy, and thank you.
That's very rare.
Call me
You have a gorgeous soul.
Please call me Lyson, okay? Call me Lyson.
I apologize, but you have a gorgeous soul. Thank
So
you
let
for
me ask
that.
you a question. Are you afraid? Because if you're in Iran right now and you're saying these things, I mean, it's not necessarily a free society. How are you able to say these things?
Well, I mean, I guess I guess I have had enough of their shit, and I am kind of not really giving a shit about what they think or what they are gonna do, because they have been, killing our people left and right because of their after I guess free expression of what they think, and what they think about the government. I mean, it was all over the world. I don't think anybody.
Two years of your life was given to them as the military. So you joined when you were 18.
No. It wasn't given. I have not, gone through whole boot camp thing right now. I'm buying myself time with my college, so I can, I guess, let's say, prepare or do the things I love in case I don't make it out. In case I don't make it out, I wanna do the things that I love first.
What is your
Because
religion?
in
What is
5.
your religion?
Well, I'm not religious.
But what were you born under? What religion?
Well, my parents were Muslim, but it had no influence on me.
But you
I
didn't.
made up my own
You
mindset.
didn't accept it. Yeah.
No.
Do you believe
absolutely
in
not.
Christ?
Well, I am not exactly a believer of God. I don't believe in a higher being.
So you're like
But if
you're
there is
very
a higher,
secular.
what?
You're very secular.
I don't know exactly what that means. I'm sorry,
It
my
means
English is not that good.
Okay, so secular is basically like you don't believe in religion. You're basically atheist in your views.
Yes.
Hmm. In other words, too,
I mean,
secularism.
I would imagine it's
But
hard to
there's one
believe
thing.
in God if you've been through so much pain in your life.
Mm-hmm.
That's sad.
Well, I mean, this is barely scratching the surface. I could just make like 1,000 papers with all my stories and make it a book exactly. So,
Maybe you should.
it's I don't know about that. Not yet. Not yet.
You
Not
make
yet.
it to the United States, you could write a book. I bet you'd be a bestseller.
Lyson,
Yeah,
do you believe in a creative intelligence? Not necessarily applied in the traditional sense of God, but an intelligence in the universe.
Well, intelligence would mean that there's some kind of being that that has intelligence and that has overall.
Consciousness.
Yeah. I don't believe in that. No, I think the whole universe is. Yeah, I believe the whole universe is run by quantum physics. I'm much more of a believer in that than being compared to like
Lyson,
someone
did
who
you
has
ever believe?
what?
Did you ever believe in God?
Well, there was a time where my family kind of tried to force me into believing that, oh yeah, this is the religion of God and all that. So I would go to mosques and see how pathetic they are, and just say that, okay, this is the last time. I'm not gonna continue any time after this. Yes, I'm not gonna continue any time after this. So that was probably like I'm 20 years old right now, so that was 10 years ago. When I was 10 years old, I would go to these mosques and practice their, I gotta say, delusional beliefs. Okay, they have just some delusional concept. They live in a delusional dimension. They don't have any concept of what's good and what's reality. They're just, I don't know. It's just crazy. I mean, I would say
I've been to mosque. I've been to Jamai, and I can tell you this: when you went to Jamai, and I'm sure that you probably understand. And I argued with the cleric. I said, "Why do we wash our hands and our feet to get closer to God? God is not a flesh and blood being." Now, I understand the spirit, body, mind connection, but that's ridiculous because, also eating.
It's more about humility.
Yeah. Here's the thing, too. They want you to eat a certain way. And I said, Jesus says it matters not what we put into our body as opposed to the spirit. So it's very important that we eat certain things. That's what he said. Well, no, you cannot eat this. This is bad. You cannot eat this. It has to be halal. And I said, you guys really have a problem with Judaism, which I can understand to a degree.
And they butcher the meat the same way.
But they do the exact same thing. It is a carbon copy of Judaism. Everything is about Judaism. And both religions do one thing that they have in common. Jesus is out of there. He's out of the equation. And that is the problem fundamentally for me. It's not a real hard thing. Jesus just says to go to the Father, you come to me. That's it. And that's simple as that. He was killed.
I gotta confess. Yeah, I gotta confess something. So, although I don't believe in any God, if there is a God in the universe or in the world that is real, I would absolutely love it to be Jesus. No other person is qualified. No other person. So, that's just something from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, that's awesome.
He is very real, and he loves you very much.
Do you remember what Christ said when Pontius Pilate asked him what truth was? He said nothing. To try and put the infinite in a finite construct, talk about the divine. We have speech because we need to communicate with one another. We can impart through our actions more than our words what most would call divine truths, most paramount, which is love. Things get into categories and comparisons, and they're futile. There's a great saying in China: the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Those that know it do not speak it. Those that speak it do not know it. But we all know something inside of us. We all are part of a divine spark. And when we're together, that spark is fanned into a flame. When we're out of ourselves with the concept of love, and to break it down in terminology is to get further and further away. And the more eloquent spokesman just chases his tail, and it's divisive in its own way. Debates upon what is this, what is that. When it comes to God, I think we're all in agreement that God is love, if nothing else. I personally think that Christ is a supreme example in this age of all the prophets, but I also believe that the mother, father of it all sent prophets to this world through various times to preach the same truth, love, and to connect with the Creator, cultivate knowledge, and develop that. Krishna predates Christ by 2,000-3,000 years, the exact same message. But Christ resonates more powerfully in this age for a reason. I'm not into the comparison thing, or my dog is bigger than this dog, or that's not where I'm going with this. And I would contradict everything I just said if I tried to endorse that.
But Pontius Pilate, most scholars don't believe that he really had a conversation with Christ. It doesn't make sense. I don't believe he did. He didn't. I mean, as far as I believe. What I do believe he did, what I do think, though, is that he spoke out publicly. And
it's an allegory, it's
a literary. I believe it's a literary fiction, but I believe that it makes sense that, but the only thing he asked Jesus that I know of, there was public record that he said, "Hey, are you a king? Do you believe you're the king of the Jews?" And Jesus told him, basically he just said, "Look, my father, he just is the master of all that is." And, it was a very spiritual thing. And Pilate turned to the Jews and told them, "I don't find any fault in this man."
Right. But you don't remember, you don't acknowledge that conversation when he asked Christ that, though, about truth.
Well, he didn't, I don't remember him saying anything about what is, no.
When he asked him, "Are you the king of the certain tribe?" he said, "Thou sayest I am."
Yeah, that's what he said.
Right. So
yeah,
he never said he was. He never said he was once.
So how could you there was really no conversation.
What they chose for him to be.
Well, there's a lot of records of that conversation, of that particular.
From where? Can you give me the source?
Yeah, it's the exact part of the Bible. No, I cannot.
No, I mean there are
I've heard it too many times to think it was just a figment of my own imagination.
Pliny actually, I did a show about this where it talks about Jesus's historical records of his crucifixion at the hands of the Romans in the region that is called Palestine. That's the interesting thing too. They say that Palestine didn't exist. That's not true, because it did. The Romans called it it was basically a Roman province. The provincial records of the governor of Palestine, of the region of Palestine, it was controlled by the Romans. Not to argue, Casey, or anything like that, but I'm just saying that
you asked a question, it deserves an answer. I wouldn't spit something out loud if I didn't believe it to be so. If I had not run across it too many times.
If you believe it, that's fine.
I have a question for Lyson.
Yeah, go ahead, ask me.
Have you had paranormal experiences or anything?
Well, I mean, when I was a kid, I don't know if it was a hallucination or just because I was so scared of the dark. I saw two demonic human-looking figures. Back then, we had a house with 2 yards, so there was the front yard and the backyard. and I was sleeping in this room, and then I remember seeing these 2. It was so funny. These 2 like humanoid figures standing on the wall and looking at me through the window and saying, "Oh, Larry, look at that kid. Let's go get him." And I just ran. I just ran. I just ran all through the whole house and jumped into my parents' bedroom. And I was like, "Oh my God, there's these 2 people who just wanna, do this to me and all that." I don't think that was real. I mean, I don't know. I have no 100% way of finding out if it was legit or not. But it was just something that I remember. Other than that,
They say the veil's thinner when we're
not so
younger.
much.
Yeah.
There was.
Yeah.
Josh,
Yeah.
that's
When I
John.
was like 5 years old.
Sorry. That's John 1838, Josh.
What does it say?
This occurs during Pilate's questioning of Jesus before the Jewish authorities. Pilate's question is often interpreted as a rhetorical one, expressing his skepticism and indifference towards truth.
John
So what does
1838.
that have to do with? Yeah, but
you.
but it doesn't say that he asked him that. Now I agree that he asked him questions, but he didn't ask him what I'm saying is what you said. I don't believe that.
Yeah, he asked him what is truth.
What is the actual?
I don't believe he
biblical
asked
record?
that question. I think he asked him, "Are you the king of the Jews?"
He asked him that for sure.
He also asked him this. He says, when he asked him about his kingdom, Jesus says that his kingdom was a heavenly one, not an earthly one, and that he led him to say, "Well, this guy is no threat to the Roman authorities. Why would we care?" Abracadabra has something interesting. Abracadabra, and people disagree with me all the time on the show, and that's part of it. He says Galileans were Jews. No, they weren't. Many scholars believe so. Palestine was called Philistine. It was not. By the Romans and the Galileans are Jews. Palestine was Jordan. No, it was not. And Jordan was not a region. Region did not become a region till the demarcation by the British, who created Jordan. The Jordan before that was the Jordan River. So there you go. Sorry. Not going to argue, but that's the truth. I'm just going to tell you like this. Go ahead, Shaylee, and then I got to run, guys.
Sorry.
I really do. But
My
hey,
one question is with history. I understand history and I understand why it's so important. But how can any of us that are now living right now be 100% sure of what happened back when we weren't alive because we didn't experience it and because it's been passed down between like the telephone game? So I know that it's very important because history repeats itself, and if we don't learn, then we repeat what has happened, among many other things. But that's what I always wonder.
Yeah, Shaylee, all you can do, and I'm going to say this to everybody that's here, that's listening. Jakey has a good point. He says Venezuela has said it once society's on its knees and the NGOs have done their job, the money is funneled into opposition parties, and before anyone truly was, they've lost their sovereignty. Yes, that's the truth. And that wasn't to be snarky. I got to move it quickly because I got to get going here. It's been 6 hours, folks. 6 hours.
Nice.
So here's the thing I'm going to say, and then I'm going to bail here. But I got to tell you guys, I love you all, and you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with me. And like I said, when I talk about different groups of people, that doesn't mean that everybody from that particular group is a bad person. I don't believe that. There are good people and bad people. Like at Lyson, he lives in a repressive regime.
There are weeds in the garden.
Yep, and he's in an oppressive regime. Pray for him because Iran is a hellhole at times. People
pray for me. Pray for me. I want to come to America. I really want to.
Yeah.
You want to complain about your life
5 years
before you have.
5 years. 5 years. In 5 years, I would probably be there.
Well, hopefully you'll get your way and you can come and start over and become anew. And hopefully you'll find your way to Christ.
Do you want to hear this, Josh?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Well, there's the King James, there's the English Standard Version. Here's the New International Version. What is truth? Retorted Pilate. What is this? He went out again to the Jews gathered, and he said, I find no basis for charge against him. English Standard Version, Pilate said, what is truth? After he had said this, he went back to outside the Jews and said, I find no guilt in him. Mm-hmm. King James Bible, Pilate saith unto him, what is truth? And when he had said this, he went out unto the Jews and saith unto them, I find no fault in him at all.
So he just basically said, what is truth? He had a private conversation with Jesus, which I don't believe. And a lot of theologians.
Well, I didn't say it was private. I said he questioned him in front of the Pharisees.
He wouldn't talk to him that way.
I didn't say he had a private conversation. I said he asked Christ what is truth, and Christ pointedly remained silent because you can't put truth in a finite.
What's the exact verse, Casey?
Yeah. Sorry?
Casey, what's the verse?
Who are we speaking of?
1838. John 1838.
Okay.
Sorry.
So John asking Jesus?
No, Pilate. Christ's exact quote stems from Christ saying, "Then you are a king." Pilate said, "You say that I am a king." And Jesus answered, "For this reason I was born and have set into the world to testify to the truth. Everyone who belongs to the truth listens to my voice." And then Pilate retorted, "What is truth?" Was it a private conversation? He was asking in front of the Pharisees, in front of the other Jews. John 1838. There's a lot of different versions of the same,
Yeah, and what was it that you said that Jesus' response was?
He said nothing. And I think that says it all.
That's not correct, though. He did.
I mean, it doesn't really say that he. It doesn't say that he explicitly said nothing. It just kind of like glosses over. It says Pilate said unto him, "What is truth?" And when he had said this, he went out again unto the Jews and saith unto them, "I find no fault in him at all." It just doesn't really clarify whether he said anything or.
Oh, Christ said something. He said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life."
That's right. And that's
he
when Pilate
didn't
said,
say nothing. And Pilate, there is this misconception, okay, and I believe that this is a misconception, that Pilate would actually personalize his questioning of Christ and ask him. I don't believe that. I don't believe
You don't believe he asked Christ a bunch of questions?
I don't believe he asked a bunch of. No, I do not. I don't. I do believe he asked him one thing.
All over the place.
Okay, it's not. It's a matter of Roman record, and I'm going to say it. Yeah, it doesn't say that specifically. What I'm talking about, I don't believe the King James Version. What I'm talking about is that when Pontius Pilate asked him a question, he says, do you believe you're the king of the Jews? And he asked him, what is the truth? And when he asked him about the truth, is the kingdom. That's the question he specifically asked. And he said, I am not, because he had to know that he was no threat to the Roman authorities. And he said, I find no fault in this man. Period. That's it. That's all he. And there's a reason for that. And there's a reason that was it. Because they want you to believe that they can twist and turn and make it out like the Romans were behind the crucifixion. They were not. They're not blameless. They did it. The Romans were the hitman. But who paid them? The tax that was paid, it was paid by the Pharisees. They did it. They had it
Anyone
done.
that let it happen is at fault. Anyone that stood there and watched it happen is at fault.
Is it fault? They all are at fault. Yes, exactly. And so this is one thing that I don't understand. And now Abracadabra says, and the Philistines was a jab at the Jews. No, okay. Oh, this is a headache. I'm going to tell you right now, dude. No, it was not. Let's use common sense here. Okay, that's what we need to do as a people. Not for you, Casey. What I'm talking about is Abracadabra. The Romans did not care. The Romans, even Pontius Pilate, would not have been privy to understand who the hell the Philistines were. Palestine was called the Roman Protectorate of Palestine for a long time. You're wanting to believe this so you can say, oh, well, that way, you can say that these people have validity that came there thousands of years later. So this is our land and blah, 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 and then start every war that's ever been since then. Bullshit. I'm not going to agree to that. I don't believe that. You couldn't put a gun to my head and make me believe that. I don't give a damn. I've read every book I could possibly get my hands on. And not once did I ever read anything that justifies what they are doing and what they've done. Now, by the same point, I don't think that what this guy is going through in Iran, I think they're a bunch of, I'm not trying to be mean, but they're a bunch of lunatics. I don't agree with Islam, and I don't agree with Judaism. I'm sorry. And I don't agree with most of Christianity because it's wrong. I'm sorry, it's wrong. They don't know because you don't listen, you don't read, and you don't understand. And when you can read in multiple languages and you understand how books work, then come back and talk to me and argue with me. But you're going to want to believe how you believe, so you're going to keep pushing the narrative.
Well, that's for sure.
You keep pushing the narrative, and people are going to keep pushing that narrative until something happens. And what's going to happen?
You are a Gemini, right? as well.
Me? No, I am not.
Yeah.
So I
Are you a
don't care
Cancer?
about the zodiac. Listen, what I'm going
Oh,
to
I
tell
do.
you.
I love that. But anyways,
Well, that's awesome for you. Listen, what I'm going to say, all right, because I got to run here and I don't have a lot of time. I'm sorry. But yeah, and Abracadabra says, I'm very well read. Then good, I believe you. But then you read somebody's writings or ramblings that they believe that it was Philistine. No, it's not. There is no genetic connection to the Philistines or the Palestinians. I am telling you 100%. This is 100% true. And these studies were done by the Jews themselves who were trying to prove that, and it's not true. And the guy that did the studies, they killed him in like Toronto or Montreal or something like that. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. And you spout these things off, and you're just going to keep on and keep on. You're going to get mad because you don't like what I'm saying. But the bottom line is, if you don't like what I'm saying, there's a million other people who've started their own podcasts. They're doing very well, by the way. And go start one. And then you can babble on and rabble on and Babylonian on all you want. It's not going to make amount to a hill of shit because you're wrong. I'm sorry.
Josh, are you getting off here?
I'm not getting off on this. No.
No, that's exactly what I was saying.
Amazing.
But I know I'm not. I'm just because I got to go. But I'm trying to say what I got to say here.
When you're done, can we have a quick word?
I really got to get
stage?
going, man. I am so behind here. It's already 3 a.m, and I had to pay someone to go do my rounds because I was supposed to work tonight. But I just was going on.
By the way, Josh. By the way, Josh, you're a gem. Just know that.
Well, I appreciate that you think that. Sometimes I feel like I'm a heel.
You share your knowledge and you're
buddy.
very
You're
kind.
all
Thank
right.
you for that. And you're understanding and you're patient. Thank you for that.
And Abracadabra, and like I say, even when people pose the hardest things you can possibly pose on here, questions, whatever, I don't shy away from it. I always freaking put it up here and I let everybody talk about it and debate it, and I face it head on. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I say something incorrect or I don't pronounce a word correctly, sorry, I'm not perfect.
Oh, certain things what's wrong to one may not be wrong.
We got you. You didn't pronounce that word correctly in Vietnamese. Okay, good for you. That's not my first language.
He's a Gemini. He's a genius, and he switches with his higher self constantly. So
somebody says everybody can
In my
say that
opinion.
about everyone. Everybody writes a
Geminis.
book. Everybody has a channel. Everybody has an opinion. Yes, you can have an opinion, but so my opinion is using common sense and deducing things with common sense, because it's in short supply. Look at things, from a scientific standpoint. Look at things correctly. The simplest answer is usually the correct one. And no, I don't believe that the Romans, who were illiterate, predominantly illiterate, most of them were.
Quick fun fact about the Romans.
They had any inkling about most of the facts about the Romans are wrong. Listen, they had no inkling of who the hell the Philistines were. They didn't give a damn. Okay. I don't believe that. I believe that they use it as a modern way to justify the state of Israel, which I don't believe that it shouldn't exist. But I believe that there should be some cooperation, not the way that it is now. And I'm not a bleeding heart, dumbass liberal. I'm not. This is not coming from some liberal that's like, oh, free Palestine because the conservatives like Israel, so I like the Palestinians, or whatever these blue-haired shithills are saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it from a very educated standpoint. You can't murder and slaughter people, whether you're Muslim, which they do in droves. They do a lot of it, and the Jews do too. They're violent people on both sides, and Christians are their predominant target. People need to wake the hell up, man. This is not our war. We need to stay the F out of it before it gets worse and worse and worse.
As it will.
And I do agree with what you just said, Abra. You says illiteracy was not evenly spread to the Rome. No, it was not. Certain provinces like Macedonia, there was a high literacy rate. You know why? Because the Macedonians had schools that had been set up by Alexander. And so the Romans put
Socrates, Aristotle.
Aristotle, who was the student of who? Plato. Plato was the student of who? Socrates. Right?
Yes.
These schools of thought, the enlightened thought, which comes from Plato. A lot of our Bible comes from the Septuagint. These Greek, the Hellenistic culture gave us a bunch of knowledge, which we have just thrown away and pissed away. And these people, they actually learned a high literacy rate in the Greek provinces. when Rome controlled them. But in Rome itself, illiteracy ran rampant, and most people could not read or write Latin. Why do you think the elections of the nobles always went the way they wanted it to? Why do you think the senators stayed in there forever? They wrote on a piece of wax who they wanted to vote for, and they threw it down. But guess how many people actually voted? Less than 10%. You know why? Because they're the only ones that knew how to write.
Wow.
Excuse me. I'm going to sign off. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Josh. Another great program. Anthony, is Tony on tonight? Everyone. Nelly, everyone. Dick Richards, everyone here.
Kevin.
Thank you, bro. The new guy,
Thank
Lucian.
you.
And,
It was a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Casey.
Take care of yourself,
God bless you all. God bless you all. Love each other.
Didn't mean to disagree so vehemently.
And Josh, email or Facebook, what's the easier way to get to you?
You got all my information. Just send me whatever, man. Let me know it's you, Casey, and I'll talk to you. You
got it. Good night, everyone, and God bless.
Good night.
Good night, Casey.
Thank you so much.
Fun fact about the okay, so I do love astrology. I've studied it for like 7 years. But anywho, we are currently America's having our Pluto return, which means Pluto is at the same spot as it was when America was first started. Okay, the fall of the Roman Empire happened during that country's Pluto return. So
no, it didn't.
Just saying. No.
Nope.
During the Pluto return,
the fall of Rome happened over the course of about 200 years.
No, but yes, but I'm just speaking astrology.
Have you ever read Gibbon's the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire?
I'm just speaking astrology.
Well, I'm speaking
the Pluto
English,
return was happening for that country when that happened.
It's hard to really date that though, because you're talking about a date range of like over
now, if you're
200
talking
years.
about when the final emperor was dismissed by the Visigoth king and says, "Hey, you're no longer needed here. Goodbye," which was Romulus. Amazingly, Romulus and Remus, suckled by a she-wolf. I didn't get to say that earlier in the show. We were talking about Gladiator 2. The Romans came from who? Does anybody know where they came from? Who they came from?
I don't know as much as I would like to about history, so I love learning.
Very hard to. Well, they came from a race of people called the Etruscans.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
They were not Latin. They were Etruscans, and the Etruscans, that's where they came from. But anyways, you could go on and on and on. I could talk history, and I could give you the whole breakdown of where they came from. Where did the Etruscans come from? Anybody? Abracadabra says the Sabines. I don't totally agree with that. That would be, if who I think you're talking about, would be one particular tribe. Minoans, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and they were sailors. But then the Romans did something that they did. They were not sailors. They did not like to sail. They used the Greek triremes to attack Carthage. That was their main, but they didn't really invent anything. They just kind of took from everybody else and they made it better. That was an amazing thing about the Roman people. And the Roman people had like 17 different languages going at any given time because they would conquer the people, then they would assimilate them, and then they would pay the tax. And it was an amazing thing. I've read Gibbon's. Yeah. It's a very long, and there's multiple volumes, and I've read it. I read it when I was in high school and in college. I started reading it my senior year in high school over the summer, and I finished it when I was a freshman in college. The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. You got to read it if you've never read it. It's amazing work. It says the guy's life work, Edward Gibbons.
Gibbons, Edward Gibbons.
Yeah, and I tell people this, and so I think Abracadabra is like tapping a lot of stuff here, man. You were just really going at. You just jump on the show and talk. I mean, why even just sit there and just type all that? Just get on here and talk. I mean, I'm not going to bite your head off. I'm not going to attack you.
Jump on.
But that's the thing. You got to realize, though, you know who you're dealing with. These people, the reason that they weren't sailors, because they came from the mountainous regions in between Austria and Italy. And they were blonde-haired, blue-eyed people. Now, who the heck is that? They weren't from the mainland of Italy, I can tell you that. And so they came.
I heard there are aliens that are Nordic.
They were Nordic, yes. And they were really subtle Germanic. basically, is what they were.
Vikings?
And the Germans were actually related to the Scandinavians. People, we look at them as two completely separate people, but they practiced Norse, religion, a Norse religion.
Like Vikings,
Odin
right?
was the what?
The old way.
Viking,
Like Vikings, right?
Yep. They practiced
Vikings?
the same. They practiced Odinism.
Odin, yeah.
Most of the Germans did. The Germans eventually interbred with the Romans, but that was their people to begin with. The Roman, the aristocracy of the Roman culture. They originally came from that region, just north of the Alps. Nobody knows for sure where they came from, but we know this: they had big ears.
They came from Zeus.
Equine noses. Yeah, well, you have a very Romanesque look about you. Now, we were talking about Hitler and people saying that I was into Hitler and all this other bullshit. Well, look, I can say you this. I've read Mein Kampf. I'm not a big fan, but I can say this. I think he was a ringer myself, but that's my opinion. He talks about the races of man being divided into three groups. The Caucasoid race being into three groups. Does anybody know what those three groups were? The Roman race, I'll explain it, the Roman race, and then the Slavic race, and the Aryan race. I can't lift up my finger, but he knows that. Three. The Roman race, what does it comprise? The Greeks, the Italians, the Spanish, and part of the French, the Transalpine Gaul region, right? The Aryan race were the Scandinavian and Nordic countries going down into the Dutch, the lowlands, and then Germany and all the Germanic countries. Now, the Germany is not Germany. There were several countries that made up Germany, the Germanic
Bavaria.
Yes,
Prussia.
Bavaria, Prussia, Saxony, Luxembourg, and on and on. But there's more. But anyway, the point is that was, and then the Slavic race, which was Poland, right? Russia, Ukraine, the Baltic countries, and part of the Balkans. Now, the Balkans are not the same thing. You're talking about Serbia, Croatia, basically what was Yugoslavia minus Macedonia. That's the Slavic region. He called those the three heads of the white race. And so he said, and in his own words, the Latins were the hardiest and strongest and toughest of the peoples. And he said the Spaniards were the toughest of the Latins. He didn't want a war with them. He went out of his way to make sure that he was friends with them because he wanted Franco to continue to be neutral, but to send soldiers via the Azul Division to fight the Russians on the Eastern Front. And like I said before, Stalin went to his deathbed hating Franco and wanting him dead. In fact, he talked about him the day before he died of a stroke. Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Wow. Amen.
Did you say Russia and Germany, you said? Yeah.
But if you look at what happened with Hitler, supposedly him dying in Argentina, he actually outlived his old foe. And I think that he was used as a hammer against civilization, against society. I think that's what he was.
You know who his grandma was, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the society allowed him to have the power that he had. And
if you know, though, you know, right?
Control them,
yeah, exactly.
And they say Angela Merkel's his daughter, but I mean, anyways.
Sure does look like it.
It's kind of weird, right? And then she had the two friends, and they each became a ruler of a country. I think, what are the odds, right? I mean, these people are Cabbage Patch Kids, dude.
100%.
100% the Cabbage Patch crew, and they think that we don't notice these things, right?
You said that was like 1000 AD around. You believe, correct?
It could have been between 1000 to 1200 AD, and that's when I would put what we call the Tartarian Empire. But I don't have time to talk about that tonight. Thank you, folks.
I'm going to learn about that.
I love you guys. I'm so glad that you came. Thank you for tuning in all the way from Iran. I actually sold a book. I think was it last month or the month before to Iran. Somebody in Iran bought a book. I saw it on the deal.
How did they? How could they get their hands on the dollar?
I don't know. They did it though. 32 different countries that we've now sold our book, the Dogman book. The Bigfoot book is in 16 different countries now. I've been keeping track.
That's impressive, buddy.
That is. It's cool. And we got the Vampire book out next month, and we'll be busting it out, dude. And so, and Abracadabra says antediluvian. The antediluvian, though, Abracadabra, we need to get you on so you can bring up some good points, and I can correct.
Come on next week, bro.
Antediluvian is pre-flood. If you're looking at it from the Hindu perspective, it's the Dorpa Yuga. It ended at the same time, boom, boom. And then you have people that lived 1,000 years. Now you got people living only 100 years. Not a coincidence. Anyways, folks, there's no coincidences. Thank you for tuning in to PRT. Welcome to The Real Reality. And I got to go. Thank you to our guests, Lysine, Richards, and Chaley. Thank you for jumping on and bringing a whole new perspective. You're very bubbly and you move with feelings. I get that.
Thank you.
I get that. And Richards is taking the credit for that. Richards using the analytical brain there. He's got that analytical brain. Lysine with the youth there. Keep it up, buddy. I'll see you.
Lysine.
Okay, Lysine. Okay. We'll see you guys. Hopefully you'll make it, Lysine.
Hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you so much, man.
Tomorrow we have
Good night, everyone.
thank you. We have the conclusion tomorrow with Joe Stone. And we get into some other stuff about what happened with her. You know, she had more than just seeing the dog man.
That was horrific.
Yeah.
It was.
So we got a lot of people who've, you know, and Richards, we got to record. We got to do it soon, really quick.
You hit me up anytime, brother.
We will, and we'll get it done, dude. I need to
My
get you
pleasure.
the rest of your experiences so we can get it on there. I'm going to be recording with Abe's cousin Jesse too, who saw the dog man at a cotton gin.
That's
I love
terrifying
Jesse.
story.
Jesse's so awesome.
And he tells it so like matter of fact. I mean, it's like it's unbelievable. But you know, these people that have these experiences, it's like Lysine said. They just try to say, "Oh, well, this can't be." Blah blah blah. Well, thousands of people have seen them, so they can quit lying.
I'm sick of those people, man. I'm sick of those people.
Me too. So, all right, guys, I got to run. Thank you
Sometimes
so
human
much.
brain has a hard time accepting what it can't understand.
That's right.
Love you all. God bless.
All right. God bless.
Good night. God bless you.